Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Pokemon hatching Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The doctor sits in front of them, holding the large egg Izuku had given him. So you're saying this came from my testing yesterday, and that it just popped up this morning? His was colored a pale blue, but the upper half of it is covered in a translucent white material, yellow ovals glowing on it in a horizontal line. Izuku nods. Yes sir. That one felt like it was yours, and this other one felt like it was mommy's. He points at the egg in his mom's lap. This other egg is brown and fluffy. Around the center of it is a thick extra layer of light brown fur, and on the top of it is a small pink ribbon symbol, barely visible under the fur. Dr. Tsubasa pushes up his odd glasses. Well, this is definitely odd for a quirk, even ignoring the fact that you didn't get it earlier. People getting quirks at 6 years old isn't impossible, but it is rare. He leans forward, rubbing the egg curiously. If the testing was correct, this must have been caused by physical contact. Quirk use can also cause it, so be aware of that. His mom glances at the egg as she taps her leg nervously. What do we do about this? I don't know how to handle an egg. Well, I can help with that. He reaches onto a nearby shelf, pulling out a book. This is for people whose quirks make them lay eggs instead of giving birth. I assume that should work well enough for now. She takes the book. Alright then, thank you for your help. The doctor sits his egg on the table beside him. I'll keep this for research. Now go on, I need to see my next patients. He leans back in his seat. His mom stands up, holding the egg and book. Thank you for the help, Dr. Tsubasa. Izuku grins as he stands up, holding his All Might figurine. Yeah, thank you mister. He follows his mom out of the door. Once they got home, Izuku ended up helping his mother make a makeshift nest. They used some of the spare blankets, wrapping it up and sitting it near their heater. It sat there for a while with nothing happening. Luckily it was the summer, so he didn't have to worry about the possibility of more eggs. He was starting to get impatient though. After a week of waiting, the egg finally started to hatch. Mommy, it's cracking. He runs over to the egg, seeing the crack splitting apart the furry shell, slowly spreading across it. His mom runs in the room. Oh, back up Izuku. We don't know what's in there. She grabs him, gently pulling him back. Let's just sit here and watch. We don't have to be right up on it, Izuku. Izuku leans against her side. The cracks spread further and further along the egg until it's barely still together, most of it covered by the cracks. A dim glow starts to come from the center, getting brighter until there's a blinding flash as the egg shatters. Once the light fades, there's a fluffy brown mammal. It has light brown fur around its neck like a mane, along with some at the end of its bushy tail. Izuku scoots forward. Whoa, it's so cute. The creature hops into his lap, rubbing against his chest as he giggles. Oh, what is that? His mom looks at the animal. Well, at least it doesn't look threatening. The creature hops up to his mom, and Izuku giggles as she scrambles to catch her. It's yours, mommy, so you get to name her. He stands up, pulling out one of his notebooks. His mother looks at the animal in her arms. I think I'll call it, her. Springy. Springy purrs in response. Ah, it seems like she likes it. Izuku opens up the notebook, writing down the name in sloppy handwriting using one of his crayons. So can we keep her? He looks up at his mom, trying to use the most desperate pleading expression he can think of. Of course we can. Springy climbs onto her shoulder, nuzzling her cheek. Clearly she already likes us. He grins. Yes. He throws his hands up out of excitement, accidentally throwing his notebook across the room. Oh! He goes to try and catch it, only to see Springy leaping forward, catching it out of midair. Both he and his mom blink in surprise before bursting out into a fit of laughter and giggles. Springy just carries the notebook back to Izuku, a proud look on her face. One morning Izuku woke up, feeling like there should be an egg next to him. Oddly enough, there was nothing there. Hearing his mom calling him for breakfast breaks his train of thought and he gets up, forgetting about the weirdness. After school started up again, another incident was inevitable. One morning he woke up, yawning and trying to sit up, only to feel something keeping him from doing so. Laying on his chest was a black, fluffy egg. It wasn't as fluffy as Springy's was, but it still had some fur. In the center of it was a simple symbol made of reddish-orange fur. This feels like it's Kaken's egg. He carries it with him out of the room showing it to his mom. Mommy, this is Kaken's egg. That's nice, Izuku. His mom sips her morning tea. You can give it to him after school, we're going over to Mitsuki's to eat dinner. I'll keep it warm until then. She stands up, starting some pancakes for them. Izuku gently sits the egg on the table, grinning. I hope he likes it. Oh, I still need to get ready. He sprints back into his bedroom so he can change out of his pajamas. During recess, Izuku walks up to Kaken. Hey, Kaken. My Quirk came in. Kaken turns away from his group of friends to look at him. Yeah, and what is it, Izuku? Show me. Izuku scratches the back of his neck nervously. Well, it doesn't work like that, Kaken. He leans in to whisper to him. If someone touches me or uses their quirk on me, I end up making an egg that hatches into a cool creature. Kaken scoffs. That sounds dumb, Izuku. How are you going to be a hero with that quirk? All of his friends start laughing. It isn't dumb. He pouts at Kaken. I'll show you it after school, I promise. Fine, fine. My quirk is still better though. He holds out his hands, letting a few sparks out of his palm. Izuku nods. Of course, your quirk is the best. It can destroyable to help save a civilians and it can also help pipe you be a tup thebajusitsu cool dash. Stop mumbling, Izuku. Kaken gently shoves him. You know it's annoying. Sorry, Kaken. Izuku smiles at him sheepishly. The teacher starts yelling that recess is over, so they all head back inside, even if Izuku has to be careful not to bump into anyone. Izuku walks into Kaken's house, smelling the familiar smell of his favorite food in the air. Is that Katsudon? Uncle Masaru shuts the door behind them before heading back to the table. Yes, it is. You got your quirk, so Mitsuki wanted to celebrate. He's busy trying to set up the dining table for them. Glancing in the kitchen, Izuku can see Kaken and Aunt Mitsuki working together in silent focus to prepare the food. Kaken is stuck doing the simpler tasks, but the two of them still work well together. His mom holds the egg in her arms, wrapped up in a blanket to hide what it is. Well, can Izuku here explain his quirk? Aunt Mitsuki yells from the kitchen. Yeah, I'm listening, even if I'm not looking. Izuku steps forward, taking the egg from his mom. Well, my quirk is called Egg Factory, though I don't like that name still. After someone touches me or uses their quirk on me, I end up making an egg while sleeping that night. It's connected to them enough that I can sense whose it is. He unwraps the egg, exposing its black furry shell. They don't all look the same, they're all unique with how they look. They hatch into these off creatures, though I've only seen one so far. This one is Kaken's. Uncle Masaru walks over to Izuku, rubbing the fur-covered shell. Are you planning to keep this or give it to Katsuki? Izuku hands it to him. Kaken can keep it, he deserves it. Mom and I got springy anyways. Kaken walks in, carrying 2 plates. It better be badass. As soon as he sits down the plates, he feels a tug on his ear. Ow! Izuku's mom sighs. She probably used her quirk on his ear. Katsuki, what did I tell you about cursing? Don't cuss unless you really mean it. Kaken pouts, sitting down in his seat. Aunt Mitsuki comes in, carrying the other 3 plates. Thanks, Inko, I would have chopped him on the head, but my hands are full. She sits down the plates. Now that we've talked about his quirk, I think it's best to celebrate it. Everyone sits down at the table, starting to eat the katsudon. It's spicier than he usually likes it, but Aunt Mitsuki manages to make it still taste good while still melting off his taste buds with slices. While eating, Kaken looks at Izuku. Hey Izuku, can you use your quirk on yourself? Izuku swallows his bite of food before responding. No Kaken, only other people's touch counts for it. Kaken scrunches his face up. That's kinda dumb. You can't be a hero with a dumb quirk like that, you're basically quirkless, ow! Aunt Mitsuki immediately chops the back of his head. Katsuki, be nice. She sighs. I'm sure you could find a way to be a hero with a quirk like that, kiddo. Don't mind my brat. His mother looks at her food instead of him. Yeah. He can't ignore how unsure that sounded. Thanks. Izuku goes back to eating, trying to ignore his dampened mood. The next morning Izuku wakes up, feeling like there should be an egg beside him, but there's nothing. His quirk must be acting up or something, he can't dwell on it since he needs to go to school. During classes at school, Izuku sees Kaken whispering to some of his classmates, and each time it ends with someone staring at him. At recess, he finds out what happened. A bunch of his classmates start chasing him. Let me touch you. I want a cool pet. Come on, let me try. Izuku sprints forward, stumbling as he desperately tries to get away. Time blurs together as he focuses on escaping. He feels a hand graze his arm once, but before he gets caught again he swerves around a corner. Izuku leaps into a pile of trash, hiding in it. Everyone ends up going past him, and he has to hide in this smelly pile of trash for the rest of recess. Throughout the rest of the day, he's stuck dodging people trying to touch him. Someone extending their fingers to try and get him, others trying to sneakily touch his legs. By the end of class he feels paranoid with how anxious he is. Once he gets home, he goes to his mom. Hey mommy. Can I wear extra clothes to help stop accidental touches? He decides to go with a partial lie, since he doesn't want to get Kaken in trouble. Her expression quickly softens. Of course, sweetie. It's getting cold anyways, so I can get away with giving you a bit more. She sniffs the air. We also need to get you a bath tonight. Izuku smiles at her before sitting down at the table, eating his food with her in silence. The next morning he wakes up with a new egg. This one is blue with a black spot almost like an eye mask. On the top of it is a small metal lump. The egg was a little bit larger than the other two as well. He ends up going to school in a hoodie and sweatpants. He also has a scarf, gloves, boots, and a face mask under the scarf. People keep trying to touch him all week, Kaken riling them up. Izuku starts to get better and better at dodging, and they start to get more creative, but they know better than to be rough when the teacher's watching. Izuku even uses this by staying near the teacher for all of recess. Kaken even makes people start calling him Deku. Izuku still doesn't say anything, not wanting to get Kaken in trouble. He just keeps hiding by the teachers. The teachers never really did much, but they would still stop physical violence. Hiding by them at least made sure he wouldn't get beaten up. Near the end of the week, Kaken's egg hatches, and he brings his creature to school. It's a black cat with reddish-orange markings on it that occasionally spits embers. He named her Scorch, and showing her off just made everyone act a bit more desperately when trying to touch him. Izuku got curious at home, and ended up trying to search up something about these creatures. It took way too long, but with his determination he managed to find something. These creatures were from a pre-Quirk game series called Pokemon. His mom had an EV, and Kaken had a Litten. It's easier to call them those names than creature or animal anyways. He even started playing some of those games, getting the idea to rename his Quirk. Izuku wakes up the next morning. Still no egg, yet still the same sensation like there should be one he's had for a bit now. It's probably nothing, he needs to go talk to his mom anyways. Walking up to his mother, Izuku smiles. Mommy, I got a better name for my Quirk now. Oh, what is it? His mother looks down at him. I know you never liked the name Egg Factory, so what's your new one? She pulls out a piece of scrap paper. Izuku grins. Human Daycare. 'Cause in the games, daycares are where you get the eggs. He had already told her about the games earlier, since she needs to understand his Quirk too, and he still needed help reading some more difficult words in them. She smiles. I think that's a wonderful name. She writes it down. I'll go get the name changed while you're at school tomorrow. Yes, thank you. He hugs his mom before running off. He ends up getting back on the computer, trying to finally beat this buff electric gym leader. A few days later, his egg hatches. A quick search reveals that this Pokemon is called Riolu. It runs over to him, hugging him. I think I'll call you Mighty. He can feel the happiness emanating from Mighty. When he goes to school the next day, Mighty follows. During recess, Mighty takes the time to train in the nearby woods while Izuku sits by the teacher. It becomes a nice routine for several weeks. But of course, it can't be this nice forever. Something had to go wrong. Today they had a substitute teacher watching them. Izuku still sat near them, but he was worried. His worries proved right when the teacher randomly went inside alone. Moments later, Kaken grabs him by his scarf. Come on Deku, play with your friends. Izuku tries to struggle, but Kaken just drags him. Stop, I don't want to. Izuku tries to struggle, but Kaken just yanks on the scarf hard, making it tighten on his neck for a moment. Izuku is left coughing from the sudden force on his throat. Izuku is dropped on the ground, people trying to yank off his extra bits of clothing. He can feel sparks on his arms, claws digging into his legs, people punching him, all the pain blurring together as he screams out. A sudden noise rings through the air, like metal on skin, a thud following it as everyone goes silent. Izuku opens his eyes, seeing Mighty standing over Kaken, a little bit of blood on the metal pad of its arm. Mighty gets into a fighting pose, glaring at all the others. All Izuku's classmates start to snicker at first. Mighty flexing his hands to extend his sharp metal claws makes them go silent again, backing away and taking Kaken with them. Izuku sits up, his whole body feeling sore and bruised. Thanks Mighty. Mighty just makes a proud noise before helping Izuku stand up. Izuku limps his way into the school, entering the nurse's office. Excuse me miss, could I have a pass home? Now why do you? Oh! She gasps as soon as she looks at him. Of course, of course. She hands him a piece of paper after writing a bit of stuff on it. Just take this up to the office and you can go home. Be careful. Izuku smiles weakly at her before limping out with Mighty again. He enters the office as his vision starts to blur. I have a pass to go home. He raises up the pass before he can't stay awake anymore. He falls forward as his vision blacks out completely. Izuku wakes up, opening his eyes only to see harsh lights above him. He sits up, hissing at how sore he feels. He rubs his eyes before looking around. He's in a hospital bed, a lot of his body wrapped up in bandages. On his lap is an egg. This one is a bit of a paler blue, and it's made of dry, almost scaly material. It has some splotches of orange randomly on it, and near the top there's 2 extra bits of blue shell on each side. He can feel that it's from one of his classmates. For the moment, he moves the egg to the side. He can see Mighty asleep on the foot of the bed and hugging his leg. Goodmore dash, he breaks out into a coughing fit. His throat is so dry, irritated by even attempting to speak. Oh, you're awake. He turns to see his mom in a chair beside him. He can't help but notice her red eyes and the tear streaks on her face. Let me get you some water, Izuku. She heads over to the sink, pouring some water into a cup before coming over to offer it to him. Drink this. His hands ache with the movement, but he's still able to grab the cup. He sips the water, feeling the liquid soothing his throat. Thanks. You're welcome, sweetie. Her expression softens before she sits back down, glancing at Mighty. He wouldn't let go of you unless he had to. He even tried to fight the doctors before they assured him they were here to help. She reaches over to pet Mighty. Izuku smiles at her. He's so nice. Mighty keeps me safe, just like All Might. He giggles before coughing again, wincing. The door opens, a doctor walking in, turning to his mom. Good, he's awake. We're here with the results of his injuries. Do you want me to speak to you outside about it? I want to hear. Izuku pouts at the doctor. His mom sighs. You can explain it here. She grabs a tissue preemptively. The doctor sits down in what looks like an office chair, reading off a clipboard. He had first-degree burns on his arms and torso, lacerations on both legs, bruises all over his body, and a broken left arm. The worst of it was some third-degree burns on the torso. My poor baby. His mom sniffs, wiping her eyes. You're sure he'll recover though, right? Yes, we are. The doctor sits the clipboard in his lap. It was difficult trying to heal him without skin contact, but we managed to do so. The broken arm will have to heal naturally though, the quirk we used only worked on burns. Izuku looks at his arm, stuck in a cast. Ah man, I write with that hand. The doctor shrugs. Yeah, but we don't want any more superpowered pets, so we can't heal you more. His mother looks at the doctor. When can he come home? Tonight should be good. The doctor stands up. I'll go ahead and fill out the necessary forms in advance. He walks out the door. Izuku. His mom looks at him, sighing. Do we need to try online school instead? He hesitates for a moment before looking down. Yeah, that might be good mom, sorry. He yawns. She smiles at him. No need to apologize. Now get some rest, you need it. Okay mommy. Izuku lays down, yawning again. He quickly drifts off to sleep, laying there comfortably while holding the egg beside him. That night he's discharged, heading home. He spends a lot of time online, since he's able to play these games even while using only his right hand. It's a pain to do so, but it's better than boredom. Mighty follows him around much more often now, only leaving him to go train. Mom even ended up buying a punching bag for Mighty to use. They eventually try to go to his school to discuss the issue. It doesn't go well. His mom looks at the principal. What do you mean you aren't going to punish them? They beat up my son. The principal leans back. Well, my son said that Midoriya is the one who started the fight by punching Bakugo. I'm inclined to believe my own kin. You little dash, she takes a deep breath. They attacked my son because they wanted to try and abuse his quirk so they could have free pets. They at least need to be taught why that's incorrect behavior. The principal snorts. Yeah right. Your son was being stingy. Sharing is caring, and he didn't share at all with his classmates. He sips some water. They just roughed him up a little. His mom inhales through her teeth. They broke his arm. Boys will be boys. The principal sits up. But I guess I could listen to your demands, if you just gave me a dash. He reaches towards Izuku. Izuku's mother slaps the principal's hand away, speaking with cold fury. Don't ever try to touch my son again. Since you clearly aren't listening, maybe you'll be more cooperative when we're in court. Before the principal can respond, she picks Izuku up and carries him out of the room. After the incident, Izuku stops going to school there. Luckily his mom is a lawyer, so she's probably doing good with the court case. Izuku only had to go into the courtroom a few times, and it was pretty easy, even if he hated the feeling of all the eyes on him. Izuku ends up starting an online schooling program, and he honestly enjoys it. He gets to go at his own pace this way, even if his broken arm slows him down quite a bit with some of the typing. His grades are pretty decent, though it's hard to focus sometimes. Mighty accidentally breaking something can distract him, or Springy causing a mess by knocking over stuff. He still makes sure to take care of the egg, wrapping it up and keeping it warm. It's getting colder, so they have to have 2 heaters right beside it. This one takes longer to hatch than the others, taking a full 2 weeks. The flash of it hatching fades, revealing a Gibble standing there. She looks up at him, grinning. "Ah, you're so cute, oof." The Gibble dives off the table into Izuku's lap. Gibble tries to take a bite out of the table, chipping one of its teeth. "Hey, no eating random things." The Gibble ignores him, trying to run over to eat the new bags of groceries before Izuku picks her back up. "You're lucky I know your species regrows teeth." It's hard to keep a hold on this little dragon, so he pets her to make her relax. "I think I'll name you Chip." Chip nods in response before slipping out of his arms, diving towards the groceries. "No, bad girl." The 3 Pokemon in the home got along perfectly. Springy would constantly climb up to high places and hide, and they ended up making it a game to try and find her. Mighty always wins. Mighty constantly has to stop Chip from eating things. Izuku has literally watched Mighty pick up Chip and throw her into a pile of blankets to make her calm down. Speaking of that, Chip seems to love blankets. It's one of the few things she won't try to eat, just making a little den within a pile of blankets to sleep in. As for the others, Mighty sleeps right with Izuku, but Springy sleeps in his mom's bed instead. After about another month, Izuku finally got his cast off. He starts to go even faster with his classwork now that he can type. He stops really going outside often. Whenever he does, he wears the same type of outfit he wore to school, covering every inch of skin. Even being around lots of people still feels uncomfortable. Time passes with him mainly focusing on his schoolwork. He gets good grades, and stays inside, nice and comfortable. Then, after a year of this routine, something interesting happens. His mom is sitting in her chair, petting Springy. Izuku watches Mighty as he keeps training with his punching bag. Suddenly, a colorful glow covers Mighty's body. Springy hops into Mom's shoulder out of surprise as she gasps. "Oh, what's that?" His mom looks at Mighty cautiously. "It's evolution, I think. Just like the games." Izuku grins as he leans forward. The light begins to warp, becoming more of a blob of light. The light shifts, getting taller and a little wider before it starts to refine into a more anthropomorphic body. 4 appendages come off of the back of his head, and 2 spikes pop out of the back of his forearms, a 3rd spike coming out of the center of his chest. The light fades, revealing a Lucario. Izuku runs over to Mighty, hugging his leg. "You're so big now. Come on Mom, come look." His mother stands up, walking to Mighty. "You're taller than me now, you'll still keep Izuku safe though, right?" She's a little bit shorter than him. Mighty nods at her before turning to his punching bag. He holds his hands together, a blue aura becoming visible around him. The aura gets pulled into his hands, collecting into a sphere that he throws at the punching bag. Now there's a gaping hole in the punching bag, and the wall. Mighty immediately starts bowing apologetically. Izuku looks at the hole in awe. "Whoa, that's so cool, you're so strong." His mom looks at the hole in shock before sighing. "Don't worry Mighty. Hisashi and I get enough money to repair it." She pulls out her phone, calling a repair company. Not too long after that, Springy evolved too. She had become a Sylveon, her colorful ribbons flowing around her as she walked around. She often has one of her ribbons wrapped around his mom's arm as she follows her. When she isn't doing that, she's using her ribbons to help her climb up to higher areas. They end up having to buy some stuff to block off some of her paths, mainly trying to stop her from getting onto the ceiling fan. They also buy a specially made training dummy for Might that withstands most of his attacks. Even with the evolutions, time still passes on as normal. Izuku lives life as normal until he's 10 years old, where he ends up getting a bit more to do. Izuku sits on the couch in the living room, watching TV. After taking a break from schoolwork, he figured some TV would be nice. All Might is on the screen, giving an interview. The interviewer leans forward. "What's your advice for anyone wishing to be a hero?" "Well, that's simple." All Might turns to the camera. "Make sure to train. Relying on just your quirk can get you decently far, but it'll fail eventually. You need a strong body so you can take hits and dish out strong smashes." That gives him an idea. "Mom, could I get some training equipment too?" He walks over to his mom. His mother turns away from the dishes to look at him. "Oh, why do you ask? Would Mighty's not work?" He looks up at her. "Well, I need to be strong to be a good hero. I can't fight villains with these noodle arms." He looks at his arms and pouts. "And Mighty's dummy hurts my hand to punch, so I can't train against that." She smiles at him. "Well, I don't see why not." She turns back to the dishes. "Once I finish these up, I'll..." Order you some training equipment. Just wait a moment. Izuku grins. Thanks, Mom. He runs back to the couch. A week later, he had his own set of training equipment. He used the weights to strengthen his arms, and the punching bag to help him with combat. He used YouTube videos to figure out how to fight. It takes him a month to build up some bits of muscle, but it works. He and Mighty start to spar, even if it's a bit difficult in the almost claustrophobic rooms. In the end it helps, as Izuku's able to learn how to adapt to an unfavorable environment. He still loses most of the time, but he learns, and that's what matters. A few months later, Izuku ends up bored. He's sore from training, and he shouldn't go overboard, so he has to rest. While he could play Pokemon, that's been getting a bit repetitive. He decides to search for something else to do. He ends up finding a server. It's called Uphill Heroes, mainly meant for aspiring heroes, hero students, and even some actual heroes. It's mostly for those who have something hindering them. Some of them don't have a flashy enough quirk, others their quirk is too weird, several of them have quirks that don't help with heroics, etc. It sounds interesting to him, but he's not sure if he fits in it. First off, it's meant for 13+, but then again, when did he follow that rule online anyways? He didn't know if his quirk really fit here though. He still joined, filling out the starting information. Things like if he's an aspiring hero, hero student, or hero, or entering his pronouns and all that. Pokemite, do I fit here? My quirk lets me create Pokemon eggs, but I can't control them when they hatch, they're often more like pets than fighters. Contagious laughter, of course, kiddo. Welcome to the Uphill Squad. Anxiety manifested, not all of us have quirk problems, even stuff like anxiety can count. Pokemite, oh, then I definitely fit here. I feel anxious even going outside without every inch of skin covered. Contagious laughter, oh geez, what caused this kiddo? Only share if you're comfortable. It feels so easy to talk to these people. They're just so nice, and they can't try and activate his quirk. Talking online just feels safer, so he shares a bit more than he probably should. Pokemite, my quirk is activated by skin contact, and my classmates got excited at the idea of getting powerful pets, so they got forceful. Contagious laughter, bullies are so annoying. I know I'm a hero, but I just want to find all the bullies and shake the sense into them. Anxiety manifested, bullies are annoying, but heroes aren't allowed to commit assault. Even as a hero student, I couldn't get away with doing that. He keeps chatting with them and other members from the server. The more he talks there, the more he enjoys it. There were even some others that seemed to be around his age. Alien Queen, hey Pokemite. What even are Pokemon? You mentioned your quirk makes them, but I've never heard of that. Pokemite, oh, that's a great question. They're from a pre-quirk game series by the same name. It started all the way back in 1996. Pokemon are almost like quirked animals, but they're more unique than that. They have different powers and lots of unique designs, and they like to assist their trainer. Revelry Corvus, that does seem quite interesting. I looked up the game, some of the designs are quite nice. Eigengrau Corvus, they've got so many cool ghosts. Alien Queen, I like the poison types, some of them are pretty cool. I honestly might try and play one of these games, more fun than stuff like Minesweeper. Pokemite, hey, Minesweeper can be fun. Eigengrau Corvus, nah, she's right. It can be pretty boring to play, you just like it because you've got a big brain. Revelry Corvus, yes, it can be quite dull. But I'll also try out this game series, it seems interesting. Pokemite, I'll just ignore you two insulting Minesweeper so I can focus on what else you said. I hope you enjoy the game whenever you try it. He managed to get a lot of these people interested in Pokemon, which he counted as a win. They all had to deal with so many problems, a game series to relax with is deserved. The server even ended up getting a chat specifically for Pokemon discussions. Peekaboo was the first of them to get a shiny, and he shared so many pictures of his shiny Dreepy. A bit afterwards, Anxiety Manifested got a shiny Shelder, though he was a bit more timid about sharing it since he said didn't want to brag. They almost forgot that Izuku could make Pokemon, but eventually someone asked. Once Izuku mentioned the Pokemon he had in real life, the server kinda freaked out. Contagious laughter, what do you mean you have a Gible? And a Lucario? You got pretty lucky with those, you're a badass trainer already. Pokemite, yeah, even as a Riolu, Mighty tried to defend me from bullies. He's still training more and more. Alien Queen, well you're lucky you got a Riolu back then. Imagine a Sunkern trying to defend you from bullies. If any bullies try to hurt you, just tell Mighty to bash their faces in. Pokemite, that's not heroic. When everyone started to mention the games getting a bit easy, he decided to fix that. Izuku was the first of them to do a Nuzlocke run, since he had heard of it on an archived forum. Granted he may have lost, but now he knows better than to do one blind. Next time he'll be prepared for Ultra Necrozma? Revelry Corvus and Eigengrau Corvus were the first to do a Soul Link Nuzlocke, even recording some videos of it to share with the server. The two of them were definitely his age, and they worked so well together, winning it on their second attempt. With all this excitement, Izuku was happy. Sure, he didn't have Kaken, but he still had friends. He had friends and a routine that let him get more and more fit. Izuku was content. A few years later, Izuku was 14 years old. Not much had changed, the largest difference was that Chip evolved into a Gabite. On the one hand, that meant she no longer bit everything, and only tried to bite food. On the other hand, now she steals anything shiny to add to her hoard within her blanket den. Since Chip didn't exactly have hands, and grabbing shiny things in her mouth might break them, they found a solution. He and his mom worked together to make her a black bag with fluffy white fake fur around the opening. They replaced the handle with a belt and put it on Chip's waist. Izuku had ended up accidentally finishing the middle school work early, so he didn't really have to do anything until UA started. For now he just focused on helping people. His mom knocks on his door. "Izuku, could you grab me some groceries? I would go myself, but I'm not feeling so good today." "Of course, Mom. Just let me get dressed and I'll go get it for you." He gets up, going over to his closet. He puts on a black mask, a dark green scarf, a black hoodie, and some dark green gloves and boots. Once he leaves his room, Mighty walks up to him. He just points at the mask. Izuku smiles at him. "Yeah, Mighty, I'm going out. Mom needs groceries. Want to come with?" Mighty nods, patting his head since he's still taller than Izuku. The two of them leave the house, starting the walk towards the grocery store. He pulls out his phone, glancing at the messages from the server. He had become a bit of a quirk counselor there, since so many people had quirk issues. Peekaboo had to learn that you can make hero costumes out of DNA, Mirror Image needed to know that his quirk would work with even pieces of other people's hair, etc. Currently the server is quiet, though most of them get out of school around this time. He just hopes none of their days were too bad again. Izuku walks under an underpass, so lost in thought he doesn't hear anything behind him until there's a voice. "Ah yeah, a nice meat suit." He turns around to see two things. First off, a gigantic mass of sludge with eyes and a mouth. Second, Mighty unconscious on the ground with a sewer grate near his head. The slime wraps around him before he can even move, tightening around his limbs as he struggles. "Stay still, kid, don't make this hurt more for ya." The sludge slides under his scarf, pushing its way inside his mask. "You're being a pain, kid." Izuku tries to scream, but the sludge fills his mouth. It tastes disgusting, the rancid taste on his tongue making him GG. He squirms inside the mass of slime, but it's no use. He can feel himself starting to black out. "I am here." Right before Izuku passes out, he hears a rush of wind pass him, the slime flying off his body. He falls to the ground, his head hitting the ground, finally knocking him out. He feels his face getting repeatedly slapped as he wakes back up. He feels something in his mouth and shoots up, pulling down his scarf and his mask so he can vomit to the side. There's barely any bile, it's almost exclusively sludge. "There you go, citizen. I was worried you wouldn't wake up." A loud booming voice comes from beside him. Izuku pulls up his mask before turning to see. "All Might? Oh my god, All Might saved me, oh I really need an autograph dash." He pulls a notebook out of his scarf, you never know when you need a notebook, and hands it to All Might. "Autograph please?" All Might opens up the notebook and quickly signs the autograph. "Now I must go, duty calls." "Wait, I have a question." Izuku ends up grabbing onto All Might's leg as he jumps, his gloves letting him keep at least a decent grip. He can barely hear anything through the wind, but he vaguely hears All Might telling him to get off. "I can't, I'd die." They eventually land on a rooftop, and Izuku takes a second to get his bearings as he lets go. "Ugh, sorry to take up your time, All Might. I just needed to ask." "Huh?" He looks up to see All Might in a cloud of steam, and it clears to show him looking like a half-dead old man. Izuku blinks in surprise. "What happened? Are you an imposter or what happened?" All Might sighs. "This is really me, yes." He lifts up his shirt to do a wound. It looks like a crater on his side. 5 years ago, a villain did this to me, and now when I run out of steam, I turn into this. Was it Toxic Chainsaw? Izuku shakes his head. No, he wasn't strong enough. I can't think of any other big fights that year. Was it not televised? All Might nods. Yep, you're a smart kid. Now, while we're up here, what was your question? Izuku looks at him. I wanted to know if I could be a hero if I'm afraid of touch. I know how to fight, even if I don't have a physical quirk. Could I do it? No. He sighs. You saw what happened to me, and I have a physical quirk. While people with non-physical quirks can become heroes, the fear of touch could get you killed in battle. All Might walks to the door on the roof. I'd recommend being a doctor or lawyer instead, you're a smart kid. He walks down the stairs. He just stands there. His biggest hero just crushed his dreams. Should he really reconsider being a hero? A ding comes from his phone suddenly. Contagious laughter. Hey Pokemite, your yo-yo idea worked perfectly. It surprised the villain, and it let off a shock with each hit. If you keep those brains and use them for yourself, you'll be a great hero. Smiling at his phone, he sighs. Even if All Might doesn't believe in him, that's fine. All Might doesn't know him, but his friends do, and they believe in him. That's what matters. He hears a noise, so he goes to the side of the rooftop. Looking down, he sees Mighty waiting for him. Izuku climbs down the side of the building to get to him. Heya, Mighty. Hopefully I didn't keep you waiting too long. Mighty points forward to a random spot in the distance. Izuku is about to ask what he means when he hears a bunch of explosions from that direction. Oh, you felt those auras. Alright, we'll check it out. Izuku starts sprinting in that direction. Once he gets there, he sees the sludge villain, someone trapped inside him. There's fires everywhere, and the heroes are only cleaning up the mess around, not actually dealing with the problem. They talk about how they don't have the right quirks for the job. Then Izuku spots who's inside it. Kaken, from all those years ago. Sheet. Mighty turns to him, tilting his head. Let's help out, since these heroes are being cowards. Izuku and Mighty shove past the police boundary line, running straight into danger. An aura sphere manages to destroy some of the slime, but that just annoys it. Oh, you came back for round 2 with your pet? I guess I can do the honor of killing you too as well. Sludge shoots towards Mighty, starting to engulf him. Mighty counters the slime, sending it all flying back. Izuku takes the opportunity to tear through the slime surrounding Kaken, as it's now a lot thinner. Kaken blinks in surprise. Deck, nerd? What the hell are you doing here? Saving you. He yanks Kaken out of the slime. I got him, Mighty. Mighty nods, extending his metal claws. He slashes through any slime in his path, getting to Izuku and taking Kaken. Mighty sprints over to the heroes, Izuku right behind him. The medics take Kaken, and the heroes pull Izuku aside. Death Arms glares at him. That was really stupid of you, kid. If we couldn't do it, why the hell did you try? He tries to put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku flinches away before he can, and Mighty starts growling. Well, at least I succeeded. He looks back at the crowd, seeing the new hero MT Lady scoop up the sludge villain as he tries to escape. Death Arms pushes Mighty away. Tell your weird dog to back off. He's not a dog. Izuku steps beside Mighty. You could have helped there, anyways. You could have just punched him in the eye and then saved Kaken. But instead you just sat there like a coward of a hero. He turns and runs before Death Arms can respond. Izuku ends up stopping in a street a good distance away, turning to Mighty. You okay, bud? Mighty nods. His ears perk up and he turns suddenly. Izuku turns to see Kaken approaching. Kaken stomps up right in front of him. I didn't need your help, you know that? I could have handled it on my own. I'm gonna dash. He stops himself, letting a few sparks out of his palms as he takes a deep breath. I better see your butt at UA so I can prove that I'm the best hero, a better one than you. And with that, Kaken stomps off. Izuku blinks in confusion. I guess that's an improvement? Mighty shrugs. He looks like he's thinking for a moment before his eyes widen and he facepalms. Huh? Izuku thinks for a moment. Sheet, I still haven't gotten groceries. He groans. At least we're not far from the grocery store. He starts to jog forward, Mighty following. Only a few minutes into the walk, All Might runs in front of him, still in his weakened form. Wait, Huff, wait up, kid. He puts his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. I hate, Huff, these old legs. What do you need, sir? I was just going to get groceries. Izuku steps back. All Might takes a deep breath before he stands up fully. Sorry about that. I wanted to talk to you, but I can walk and talk so I don't hold you up too much. Izuku sighs. All right. He starts to walk, seeing Mighty tilt his head curiously before following beside him. Thanks. All Might follows on the other side of him. I want to apologize for earlier. I was in a bad mood, and I ended up being too rude to you. He sighs. I see now that you have the brains and skills to succeed, along with your friend? Pet. Mighty lets out a barking noise that sounds awfully like snickering. Izuku smiles under the mask. It's a mixture of the two. I prefer to think of him as a friend though. Being praised by the #1 hero wasn't what he expected from today. All Might nods. Fair enough. He glances around, seemingly checking the area for people. There's currently no one else on this street. Even though you could be a hero with your own abilities, I'd like to help. I'd like you to be my successor. Izuku stops, turning to him. Huh? Your successor? How would that even work? Well, All Might sighs. I can't explain it out here. Could you meet me at Dagoba Beach tomorrow morning? I could explain it then. He starts walking again as he nods. All right, I can do that. Thank you, All Might sir. He can already see the grocery store up ahead, at least it wasn't too far. All Might smiles at him. You're welcome. Also, when I'm in this form, just call me Tashinori. Izuku nods again. Got it, Tashinori. Tashinori gives him a thumbs up. There we go, that's better. I'll go now, see you tomorrow. He shakes Izuku's hand before walking off. Looking down in his hand, he can see two 10,000 yen bills. Well, I guess this can help pay for the groceries? Hopefully this isn't just a bribe. He turns to Mighty. Let's get this over with. They head into the grocery store. Izuku walks back to his house, seeing Chip sitting in front of the door. She's glancing around worriedly before she spots him, running over. He pats her head as she hugs his waist. Yeah, I'm okay, Chip. I got you something. He reaches into his pocket, pulling out a shiny rock he found on the ground. Her eyes light up, and she uses her claw to open her bag. Izuku drops the rock into her bag. Now let's make sure Mom's okay. He opens up the door, letting Mighty and Chip go in first. His mom is sitting on the couch, wiping her eyes with a tissue. She quickly turns to the door when she hears them. Oh, Izuku. Are you okay? What happened? Izuku takes off his extra clothing first. Well, first off, I still managed to get the groceries. He sits the bag on the kitchen counter. You know I'm not worried about that. She gets up, walking over to him. Are you okay? You look so long, and I saw the news. What happened while you were gone? Well, he tells her everything, even the stuff about All Might. Izuku trusts her too much to keep that information from her, after all. She hugs him tightly. Oh, not even a hero student and you've already gotten attacked by a villain. I'm glad you're okay. She pulls him over to the couch, sitting down. He sits down next to her. Yeah, though I'll need a thorough shower later. Springy hops into his mom's lap, and she lets her gently. As for the stuff about All Might, he's a bit of an idiot for saying that stuff to a teenager on a roof. But I'll still let you go talk to him later, just make sure to keep me informed too. Izuku nods, leaning back into the soft fabric of the couch. Yeah, I will. I don't want to accept anything sketchy without your input. His mother smiles at him. At least Katsuki seemed nicer when you saw them. I didn't want to take legal action on him back then, and it seems like telling Mitsuki did him good. We'll see when I get to UA, he'll definitely be there. He stands up, stretching. I think I'm going to go back into my room for now, need to text my friends. Love you. She smiles at him. Love you, Izuku, go talk to your friends. Pokemite, hey guys, I may have gotten into a villain attack today. I won the second time though. Contagious laughter, so that was you on the news. You're gonna give me a heart attack, kiddo. Contagious laughter, wait, what do you mean second time? Peekaboo, that Lucario confirmed it, he mentioned having Mighty the Lucario. Pokemite, yeah, I had to go shopping. I took Mighty with me, and then got attacked by the sludge villain. I almost died, but All Might saved me. Then a bit later I saw an old family friend getting attacked by the villain and I just had to help. Alien Queen, you and Mighty worked DMN well together. Revelry Corvus, those heroes were cowards, you showed them your light and shine brighter than they could have ever hoped to. Eigengrau Corvus, he means that. Those heroes were being scared little babies, and you did way better than they could. Pokemite, I just knew I needed to save him, he would have died otherwise. Those heroes tried to chew me out afterwards. Contagious laughter, they tried to chew out you, our adorable Pokemon nerd. That's it, I'm going to forcefully revoke their hero licenses. Anxiety manifested, don't do that, you'll get arrested. Mirror image, just take your class to their agencies and vandalize it as an art assignment. The running afterwards will just be a test on their parkour skills, obviously. Contagious laughter, perfect, thanks for the idea. I'm sure they'd love to try out some spray paint. Pokemite, I swear with you guys. I'm gonna go take a shower. Bye guys. He gets up off his bed, smiling at his phone. He has to step over Chip's blanket den, walking into the bathroom. He needs a long, thorough shower. The next morning, Izuku wakes up, only to see a Pokemon egg beside him. Oh son of a, what's this one? The egg is mostly green, with a flowy stripe of yellow around the center and some blue at the top and bottom. It feels slimy to the touch. This one feels familiar, though it takes him a second to figure out who. Oh great, it's from the sludge villain. He sighs before picking it up, carrying it into the living room. His mom turns to him, her eyes widening at the sight of the egg. Oh. It's been so long since your quirk went off, who's this one from? On the table is a bunch of paperwork organized carefully. Probably about her latest case. Springy is currently asleep on top of the fridge. Chip is trying to jump up to get a shiny magnet on the fridge while Mighty keeps moving the magnet higher up. Izuku sits the egg on the table before going to the closet. It's from the sludge villain that attacked me yesterday. He opens up the closet, pulling out the egg hatching equipment they hadn't used in forever. I'm still going to take care of it though, it deserves it. Oh? She looks at the egg. You're so sweet. I don't know if many people would have the heart to do so after that. She smiles at him, sitting down her paperwork. He smiles back as he wraps the egg in a comfortable blanket as a nest. Picking it up, he sits it down by the open window. I'm just doing what's right. Hopefully it's warm enough for it. His mother gets up, hugging him. It's okay, I'll handle the egg for now. You have an important meeting to go to, so better get ready. Izuku hugs her back before letting go. Alright, thank you. I don't want to keep All Might of all people waiting. He runs back into his room to get ready. On the walk to the beach, Izuku has on all his extra clothing, hiding almost all of his skin. Both Mighty and Chip decide to come with him, though Chip was probably just worried after yesterday. He remembers hearing about this beach before, since it was basically a dump. Companies dump trash here illegally, and people littered all over it. When he gets there, it looks and smells as bad as he expected, perhaps worse even with his mask blocking some of the smell. This smells like rotten food and metal, yuck. Mighty starts to test out his parkour on the trash mounds, hopping from different pieces of trash without collapsing them. Meanwhile Chip is busy scavenging shiny things from random piles of trash, stuffing them in her bag. There you are, my boy. Izuku flinches at the sound, whirling around to see Toshinori standing behind him, looking a bit sheepish. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I'm glad you showed up. Izuku sighs. It's alright, not the first time it's happened. Toshinori looks at him. First off, what's your name? You never told me yesterday, and I kinda need to know what to call you. He flinches from the sound of one of the trash piles collapsing. I'm Midoriya Izuku. What exactly did you mean yesterday about me becoming your successor? Toshinori chuckles. Straight to the point, I see. Well, I want to give you my quirk. Give me your quirk? Izuku puts his hand on his chin, starting to mutter. I thought no quirk could be transferred, but maybe there's the slim possibility of one like that. It still feels far-fetched, but then again no one could guess your quirk, so it kinda makes sense, but it would make us need to rethink quirks as a whole dash. Slow down, my boy. Toshinori sits down on a piece of trash. I can explain most of it, just give me a moment to talk. Izuku sits on the sand. Alright, sorry. Leaning forward, Toshinori starts talking. My quirk was passed on to me, called One for All. Since the dawn of quirks, it's been passed on like a sacred torch, being strengthened by each user. It stockpiles their power, and when I pass it on it'll be even stronger than it was for me. I'm offering you my quirk. That's a lot to process. He thinks for a moment. I want to accept, since it'll help me be a hero, but I need to ask my mom first. Toshinori coughs up a bit of blood. Ask your mom? This is a very confidential secret, not many people are supposed to know about it. Izuku stands up. My mom is a lawyer, and I trust her with my life. She'd keep the secret. Standing up, Toshinori sighs. Alright, I see your point. I'll talk to you and your mother then. Though I do have to ask, what is your quirk? I'm curious, since you have those creatures. Chip pulls a shiny copper pipe out of a trash pile, making it collapse while Mighty is standing on top of it. There's a moment of silence before Mighty starts barking angrily, leaping towards Chip. She immediately starts fleeing, sprinting in the opposite direction. Well, my quirk makes a Pokemon egg if someone touches me or uses their quirk on me, though it gets made while I'm asleep usually. Izuku pulls out his phone, showing a picture of the sludge villain's egg. Toshinori leans forward to look at it. And those hatch into those creatures? Izuku nods. They're called Pokemon. That egg is from the sludge villain touching me yesterday. I see. Toshinori winces at the mention of the sludge villain. Well, let's go talk to your mother now. I'll follow behind you. He texts his mom so she knows they're coming first. Alright, let me get those too. Izuku turns to the trash, pulling down his scarf and mask. Mighty. Chip. We're leaving now. Mighty walks over, carrying an unconscious Chip in her arms. Izuku sighs. You can't just beat her up when she annoys you. He pulls his mask back up. Alright, let's go now. He starts walking towards his house. Izuku enters his house. Hi mom, we're here. He sits on the couch with Toshinori. Mighty just carries Chip into Izuku's room, probably to put her in her blanket den. His mom walks away from the egg, turning to look at them. Welcome back, Izuku. Hello, Toshinori-san. She stands in front of the table. Now, my son mentioned that you told him some things. I just want to know for the sake of my son's safety. Toshinori sighs. All right, I'll explain it. And he does, explaining everything he said to Izuku. Since he's heard this before, he just decided to look at Springy. She's currently having fun playing with a rainbow ball, knocking it around with her ribbons. He hears his mom sigh and he decides to focus back on the conversation. His mother looks at Toshinori. Well, that was a lot, but I can understand it. At least it didn't come with a supervillain nemesis or anything. Toshinori looks down sheepishly. Well, Izuku turns to look at him. Wait, what? He takes a deep breath. Just start talking. I didn't want to inform you because I'm pretty sure he's dead. Toshinori sighs. But to tell you about this, I'll have to tell you about the origins of One for All. Toshinori speaks to them about two brothers, one with a hidden quirk and another with the ability to take and give quirks. He tells them how two quirks fused to make One for All, and how the first user fought against his brother with it. They're told about how All for One hunted down every user, including All Might's predecessor, and then he gets to his own fight. He sighs, looking at them. When I fought him, I bashed his head in as he made a dent in my side. He's got to be dead now. Izuku shakes his head. Wait, did you even recover a body? Toshinori looks away. Well, no. But dash. Dot. His mom facepalms. You can't declare someone with multiple quirks dead without a body. She sighs. If he's lived that long, he probably would have found a regeneration quirk that could even survive that. Exactly. Izuku nods. Though even if it comes with a nemesis, I'll still take it as long as mom will let me. Toshinori turns to face them fully. I guess you have a point. I was so desperate for him to be dead, that I chose to believe a lie instead of facing the truth. He rubs the back of his neck. But if you'll still take it, I'd like you as my successor. Springy hops into his mom's lap, and she pets her while taking a deep breath. Well, if he still wants the quirk, I won't stop you. But keep me informed, got it? Of course, ma'am. Toshinori nods. Before he can take my quirk, he'll need to have more bulk. Izuku lifts his shirt up to show his abs. I've done some exercise over the years, so I've got a good amount of muscle already. He quickly puts it back down. Toshinori blinks in surprise. Well, that helps. He leans back. I was thinking of having you clean up trash on Dagoba Beach, since that would also be some good community service. His mom smiles. Oh, Dagoba Beach. That beach used to be so pretty. If you clean it up, we can take all the Pokemon there to play. Then I'll do it. Izuku stands up. I can handle cleaning up trash. Plus my gloves can help keep me from getting cut by rusty metal. He stretched some. I've been slacking a little on my workouts anyways, so I'd be honored to do this. Good. Toshinori smiles at him. I'll send you a diet plan too, since that'll help. We can start the cleanup tomorrow. His mother nods. Alright, just give us your phone number and I'll even give Izuku some trash bags as he leaves. She hands Toshinori a blank piece of paper and a pen. Toshinori writes down his phone number, sitting the paper on the table. I'll take my leave for now, I've talked enough. I'll see you tomorrow, Midoriya. He walks to the front door, leaving. Izuku's stomach growls. Are you ready to fix some breakfast, Mom? She sighs. I was ready half an hour ago. Let's eat, I got an annoying case to deal with later so I'll need the energy. He walks into the kitchen. Let me guess, another Endeavor case? His mom enters the kitchen, using her quirk to grab her frying pan. The Endeavor ones are always difficult, his lawyers are a pain to argue against. The two of them both sigh before starting to work in silent harmony. Izuku trains with all might on the beach for the next few months, cleaning up trash. For the smaller pieces, he just dumps them in a bag. But with the large pieces, he picks them up and tries to get them to the dumpster as fast as he can. He had realized early on that he's best with speed, so he needs to train that while bulking up. He wants to be bulky but lean. While dragging a fridge with a buffed up All Might on it wasn't fun, it still helped him realize that while he is decently strong, he isn't nearly as strong as he wants to be. He needs to do better. He also makes sure to try the new meal plan. It's a bit bland, but some of his mom's seasoning techniques fixes that issue. He makes sure to follow it as closely as possible, he doesn't want to ruin his progress. A few days after starting, he sees something peculiar on the news. The news reporter shows images of 3 hero agencies. A masked group of 21 people have defaced these buildings. The only connection between them is that these heroes were all present at the Sludge Villain incident. Death Arms Agency has things like Noodle Arms, Death Coward, and Scaredy Cat written on the side. Kamui Wood's got Can't Get a Wood, Rotting Wood, and Baby Wood written on his. Finally, MT Lady's got dumb but MT cleanup and house stomper written on hers, along with other things. Izuku blinks at the screen. No, surely she wouldn't, she would. He sighs, pulling out his phone. Poke Might at contagious laughter. How many students are in your hero class again? Contagious laughter. 20 students, though I have absolutely no clue why you'd be asking. Poke Might, that was you and your class committing vandalism, wasn't it? Contagious laughter. Maybe EE. They all enjoyed it, and that's what matters. Together and apart, that was some pretty badass stuff, anyways. Just don't get caught. Mirror image. I knew my suggestion would work well. Those heroes weren't doing their job well, they deserved some criticism. Poke Might, at least you didn't vandalize Backdraft. He was just doing his job putting out the fires then. He probably trusted the others to save the hostage. Baby Eraser, you should have punched Death Arms that day, he would have deserved it. Also stop changing my username, guys. Mirror image. Oh come on, that fits you much better than sleep talk. Contagious laughter. You can't deny it. We've seen your fanboy tendencies already. Baby Eraser, I hate you all. Even while training, he still keeps track of the egg. Even if he hates the circumstances that caused it, he can't punish the Pokemon for it, he still needs to take care of it. About 2 weeks after he starts training, the egg starts to shake. He didn't notice it the other time since he was younger, but now he realizes that it shakes for a bit of time before hatching, just like in the games. Once he notices the shaking, he keeps a closer eye on the egg. Just waiting for the day it finally hatches. And the next day, it happens. Izuku sits by the egg, watching it shake. His mom is currently at work, so he's alone with it. Alright, let's see what this is. The slimy exterior suddenly hardens as it starts to crack. The cracks slowly grow, spreading along the outer shell. It takes a minute, but it covers the full egg, shining with light before flashing and shattering. Left where the egg was is an Alolan Grimer. It's made of green sludge, with some yellow sludge around its mouth. It even has 2 white teeth. The Grimer hops into his lap, making a happy gurgling noise. He shivers at the familiar feeling of slime on his body, trying to shake off the uncomfortable feeling. I'll call you Rek. Rek slides down his leg before leaping into the trash can nearby. Wait dash. By the time he pulls Rek out of the trash can, he's already inhaled all the trash, having a proud look on his face. You're either going to be very helpful, or a large problem. I'm hoping for the former. He puts Rek on the ground, trying to shake the phantom sensation of slime on his hands. From that point onwards, Rek starts following him around constantly. If he ever has any trash in his room, instead of throwing it away he just tosses it to Rek. Rek also comes to the beach with him. Rek looks at the beach like it's a glorious feast, chowing down on anything he can swallow. Izuku has to toss him in the dumpster sometimes so he can actually exercise. Luckily Rek likes being in the dumpster, only leaving it when Izuku calls his name. After a bit, Rek seems to notice how uncomfortable Izuku is with touch. He just gives Izuku random things like seashells and some of his poison-filled crystals, smiling up at him before wandering off. Izuku just pocketed the crystals for later, though he appreciates not having to feel that slimy sensation more. Chip sometimes has to fight Rek over a shiny thing, since they both like shiny trash, just for different reasons. Meanwhile, Mighty has one section of the beach he prefers to train in. He's practically shredded most of the trash there, mixing it into new piles so he can keep working. Izuku spends most of his time just carrying trash while listening to music. Slowly but surely, he starts to see improvements. At one point, he could actually pick up a fridge. Sure, it was difficult, but he could do it. The months pass slowly. Izuku cleans up the beach section by section, going from the land to the shore. About halfway through he gets to Mighty's section, having to pick up all the shredded pieces of garbage. Izuku keeps going, working until he finishes a month ahead of schedule. Izuku looks at the beach, empty of trash. He still has his full outfit on, and it's hot as hell, but he did it. Glancing at his phone, he sees a picture of what it looked like before, mountains of trash. He looks at the sunset, taking a deep breath. Yeah. He grins under his mask. Mighty smiles at him, while Chip just sits mesmerized by the sunset. Rek is eating the last piece of trash beside him. That's my boy. Izuku flinches, whirling around to see Toshinori. Scared you again, huh? I'm just here to marvel at your progress. Izuku sighs. Sorry, I should have more awareness. Toshinori chuckles. It's fine, you're allowed to be inexperienced in some things. Definitely still skilled though, you finished this a month ahead of schedule. Yeah, you're right. Izuku pets Chip while still looking at Toshinori. Do I still need to wait for your quirk? It's fine if I do. Mighty sits down in the sand, letting Rek sit in his lap. No, I think you've earned it. He looks at Izuku. If you're ready for it, I'd like you to inherit one for all. Izuku nods, smiling under his mask. Sure, what do I need to do for the transfer? Toshinori reaches up, grabbing his scalp. You need to. He buffs up into his hero form, yanking out a hair and holding it out to him. Eat this. What? Coughing out a bit of blood, Toshinori goes back to his true form. You need to consume DNA to go through with the transfer. I feel like this is better than blood. Izuku sighs. Alright, I'll do it. He takes the hair, rolling it around his finger before pulling down his mask so he can eat it. Yuck. Toshinori goes to pat his back before stopping as Izuku flinches. Well, there you go. The amount of time it takes for it to settle in is kinda random, though I've heard meditating can help speed it up. He shrugs. Worth a shot. Nodding, Izuku sits down in the sand. Yeah, you're right. He closes his eyes, trying to focus. He sits there for who knows how long, trying to clear his mind. After some time, he feels something within him. Unlike a flame or a torch, this feels like pure, raw energy. He thinks about how All Might just used the quirk for physical fighting, and the energy shifts. Izuku opens his eyes. He can see auras flowing around everyone, he can feel it for at least a mile out. It's a little bit much, but it's manageable. Until his focus slips. Sadness flows into his mind with happiness sparking its way through. Anger burns through his soul with fear twisting into it. Hatred melts into his heart while love blooms and remains. Every single emotion in a mile radius overwhelms his senses. I can't dash, it's building up within him, all the auras not just being felt, but being absorbed. He feels far too full, tears flowing down his cheeks. He can't hold it in anymore, it's pushing against every part of him, trying to find one little spot to burst out of. It's just too much. Izuku cracks. Mighty, since his birth, has been loyal to his trainer. Izuku has a desire for justice and good in his heart, and it permeates his aura. Sure, there is anxiety and fear in it, but a heroic heart is at the core of that aura. Since he has the ability to see these auras and use them, he knows their familiar look. A multicolored pulsing energy flowing around people like an outline. The colors are so abstract he can only feel what they mean, different emotions. But he's still familiar with them, even with their abstract nature. Because of that, he knows when something changes. Mighty watches as Izuku meditates on the beach. Toshinori mentioned it had been a good 10 minutes, and around then something happened. Izuku's aura flares up, becoming more erratic. Mighty tries to bark to get Toshinori's attention, but he just gets a confused look in response. Then he notices it. Everyone's auras are getting siphoned, just like when he's using Aura Sphere. They start slow, like they're being resisted, before all of the auras from within a mile radius get absorbed right into Izuku. He starts to bark more as Izuku's aura becomes erratic, mixed with so many others. Toshinori looks at him again. What is it this time? Izuku stands up, his eyes opening and glowing an erratic mix of colors. I can't dash, tears pour down his face as he gasps for breath, his aura pulsing chaotically, incomprehensible. Toshinori steps forward. What's wrong, Midoriya? What's happening? Mighty feels something shift, yanking Toshinori back. Izuku screams as aura energy explodes out of him in physical form. Instead of Mighty's controlled blue color, this is a multicolored mess, pulsing in a sphere of emotion around him. Toshinori tries to run into it, but Mighty stops him. Let me go, I need to help Midoriya. Mighty reaches out, pulling some of the chaotic energy into his hand. It's a bit difficult to control, but he can do it. Then he tosses it at a boulder to show how it breaks straight through. Toshinori nods reluctantly. Fine, just go help him. Mighty runs into the mass of aura. His own aura solidifies around him, keeping him safe from the writhing energy. Once he's inside it, it's chaos. Auras carry thoughts, so he can hear the voices of hundreds speaking everywhere, all at once. He forces his way into the center of it all. Izuku is just there, floating in the aura. All of his clothes were seemingly annihilated by the energy. He keeps shifting around, like the aura is the only thing stopping him from falling, so Mighty leaps up and grabs him. He manages to get Izuku to look at him, seeing his trainer looking almost dazed from all the pain this probably caused. Mighty attempts to get his attention, punching the air in front of him as an example. Izuku copies him, his punch sending the ball of chaotic aura flying away into the ocean. Once Mighty has them both land safely on the ground. Izuku is already unconscious, but his arm has bone sticking out of it and he's still twitching. Toshinori buffs up, holding his hands out. What the hell happened? I was worried something would happen, but even then One for All isn't supposed to do this. I'll get him to recovery girl. Mighty quickly hands Izuku over. While All Might dashes away, Mighty picks up Rek and lets Chip climb on his back. They're both confused, scared, and worried. He feels the same as he starts to follow Tashinori towards the large building labeled UA. Izuku wakes up in a void, not able to see his body. He feels calm and safe here, away from the pain from moments before. On one side of himself, he can see 8 lights, shining from the distance like stars. He tries to reach out towards them, but it's no use, they're too distant for now. On his other side, there's a large orb of pure energy. He reaches out, and even if he can't see his hand, he can feel when he makes contact. The orb suddenly splits, popping apart into 18 different spheres of energy, each one a different color with a symbol on it. They all flow around him, before gathering together into a large orb once again. He reaches out to touch it once more. This time, instead of it breaking, it absorbs into his very being, his eyes being filled with bright light. Izuku opens his eyes, the harsh lights making him wince as he closes his eyes again. He sits up, hissing at the pain all over him. Blinking a few times, his eyes adjust to the light around him so he can actually see. Mighty is asleep in one of the chairs, with Rex sleeping in his lap. Chip spots him, running over and making a happy growling noise before running off. A few moments later, Recovery Girl enters the room. "Alright, you're finally awake. You've been asleep for about 5 hours." She hands him a cup of water with a straw in it. He takes the water, drinking it from the straw. It soothes his dry throat enough for him to speak. "What happened?" Chip runs to the bed beside him, smiling. He makes sure to pet her before turning to Recovery Girl. She pulls up one of the chairs, sitting on it. "Well, first off, what do you remember? Also, I know about One for All, so don't be afraid to mention it. I remember trying to use One for All. Feeling raw energy inside of me and my thoughts making it shift, feeling the emotions of everyone within a mile and then accidentally absorbing them into me. And then..." He shudders at the memory. Overstimulation and pain. Recovery Girl sighs. "Alright. Well, apparently that emotion burst out of you as a sphere of energy." She points at Mighty. "He went into the sphere to help you, and whatever he did to make it stop ended with you punching the energy away." She pulls out a clipboard. "As for injuries? Severely broken arm, a few broken ribs, and you had muscle spasms all over." He sighs, sipping some more water. "Anything else?" He pets Chip again, letting her calm down. She was probably pretty worried. "Injury-wise? No. But other than that. Come on in, Tashinori." She scoots her chair back some. Tashinori enters the room with a large bag in his hands. He gets to the bed before reaching into it, sitting 3 Pokemon eggs on the bed. One of them is pink, with a thick white line on the lower half of it. Under the line it's all hot pink. "This one, it's yours, Recovery Girl." He hands it to her. The next one is a fluffy gray egg. It has a white stripe near the top that feels like it's made of wool, and it looks like a headband. "This one is yours, Tashinori." He hands it over to him as well. Tashinori looks at him. "But this is yours, I can't just keep it." Recovery Girl nods. "Yes, I can't just keep a random animal here. It wouldn't be good for my patients or my job." Izuku shakes his head. "Well, Tashinori, I want you to keep yours, and I'm sure whatever Pokemon you get will love you." He turns to Recovery Girl. "Also with you, since my quirk often bases the Pokemon that comes out after the person, you'll probably get one that can help you with taking care of patients." Recovery Girl sighs, sitting the egg in her lap. "Alright, I see your point. Now what's that last egg?" He turns to the last egg. "Let's see." The egg is purely colored pink. No designs or anything, just a pink egg. "This egg is mine." He blinks in confusion. "My quirk doesn't work on myself though." "Indeed it doesn't." Izuku flinches, turning to see the principal of UA, Nedzu, entering the room. "Sorry for the intrusion, but I just had to come in when something interesting was happening." Izuku sits down his drink. "Sorry for that, sir. Do you have any idea about this? You are one of the smartest people." Nedzu smiles. "No need to apologize." He walks beside Chip, smiling at her. "You just got One for All, correct? Maybe it has something to do with that." He starts to think. "Well, maybe One for All enhanced me so I could use it on myself, but that doesn't make much sense. What if because I got One for All, and used it, the quirk being used on myself counted for human daycare? If that's true then dash." Tashinori chuckles. "You're going on another mutter spree, Midoriya." Izuku turns to him. "Ah, sorry. Pity, I was enjoying that." Nedzu sighs. "Well, I'll take my leave for now. Don't worry Midoriya, I already signed your notebook." He walks out of the room. Izuku picks up the egg. "Well, I guess I'll need to take care of this one. When can I go home?" Recovery Girl looks at her clipboard. "You should be able to leave now, if you're ready." She pulls out some papers. "Already got the paperwork." Toshinori takes the papers. I'll drive you home, I'm sure your mother has some words for me. Oh, she definitely does. Izuku sighs. Once he had gotten home, Izuku had spent some time trying to get his egg taken care of. Wrapping it up in a blanket, sitting near a heater, all that. It was difficult when he could hear his mom chewing out Toshinori through the wall, so he ended up wearing his headphones. He ends up taking a nap, only waking up the next day. Everything is still sore, so he spends most of his time relaxing, his mom being kind enough to bring him food. He finally gets up a bit after dinner. Rek is on Izuku's, organizing the array of seashells, crystals, and other trinkets he had gathered while they were on the beach. Chip is in her blanket den, while has expanded to also go under his bed so she has more space. She's either organizing her gem hoard, or she's sleeping. Mighty walks over to Izuku. What is it, Mighty? He gives him a drawing that seems like Izuku surrounded by something, probably the energy from yesterday. It looks poorly made, but then again Mighty doesn't have thumbs, so it's still pretty impressive. What's that for? Izuku tilts his head. Mighty holds out his hand, making a small ball of aura. He points at it and then points at the picture. Izuku blinks. Are you saying? I used aura? Mighty nods, and Izuku puts his hand on his chin. Wait. I can remember feeling overwhelmed by emotions, and aura is emotion, so that makes sense. But why? Mighty just shrugs at that. Izuku sighs. Well, that isn't very helpful. He checks his phone, seeing the server still full of conversation. I'll relax for now, and we can test that stuff tomorrow. Mighty nods at him, sitting down on the edge of the bed. Izuku hands him the remote to the TV, since Mighty has learned how to use it in his own way. While Mighty searches for something to watch, Izuku sits down. Revelry Corvus, why are there reports of a crater in the newly cleaned Dagoba beach? At Pokemite, weren't you the one taking on the endeavor of cleaning that mass of waste? Eigengrau Corvus, yeah, we're worried about you. Pokemite, so my Quirk might have had some developments. Alien Queen, what happened? Come on, I'm curious. Baby Eraser, if you rush him, he'll probably just take longer to explain. Be patient, you drama goblin. Alien Queen, I'm not a drama goblin. I just can't help but be curious about everything happening around me. Pokemite, from what Mighty mentioned, I think my Quirk made me able to use his aura reading abilities. I accidentally absorbed the auras and, well, don't worry about what happened. Baby Eraser, I hope you realize that had the exact opposite effect that you intended. Mirror Image, you know we worry about you, you're our favorite analyst. We couldn't be nearly as great without your tips, after all. Together and apart, might as well just tell us what happened, we're already worried about you, Greenie. Pokemite, so the aura energy may have exploded out of me, and by the time Mighty helped me stop it I was spasming. I also broke an arm and a few ribs. Baby Eraser, a few ribs is still too many to break, you know. Contagious Laughter, I wish I was there to give you a hug kiddo, you deserve one after all that. Pokemite, oh come on, it wasn't that bad, I'm still alive. Crimson Cat, well we need you to be more than alive. You've helped us all so much, so we want to see you become a big and strong hero. Contagious Laughter, yeah, I better see you up in the charts in the next few years. Even if I can't poach you to come to my school, I'll still think of you as one of my kids. Pokemite, yeah, I get it. I'll try to get this new development under control. Peekaboo, you helped me get my difficult Quirk under control, I know you can deal with yours. Pokemite, I know I can, I just hope I can get it done fast enough. Izuku sits on the beach, turning to Mighty. Alright, what do you want me to do? It's just them, so he's only wearing shorts. It feels uncomfortable, but he doesn't need to mess up another outfit. Mighty writes in the sand with his claw, spelling out, Focus Quirk. Izuku nods, taking a moment to focus on the Quirk. He can feel the auras again, but he keeps his range small, though it takes far too much concentration. Can you hear me? Izuku blinks in surprise. Huh? What was that? He glances around, only to see Mighty looking just as surprised. This is me, Mighty. We're both seeing each other's auras, so we can speak through them. Mighty smiles at him. He smiles under his mask. That's great. This could be so useful for hero work. But I'm still having to focus a lot to keep my range limited. If I even stood up I'd probably lose control. Mighty nods in understanding. Yes, it can be rather overwhelming. Don't limit your range, but don't let the emotions in. Mighty holds out his hands, the energy from his own aura flowing into it and becoming a blue sphere. So I need to guide it, instead of letting it in? Mighty nods at him. Izuku holds his hands out, letting his range extend. Before the emotions can flow into him, he focuses on his own aura, coaxing the energy into a ball. It's small, but it's something. He throws it, and it fizzles out midair. Not the best, but good enough for now. Now relax. The emotions should be fine now. Mighty lets go of his aura sphere, letting it fade away. Izuku takes a deep breath, letting it out slowly. He can still feel the emotions around him, but he isn't experiencing them. He can handle this. Mighty stands up, walking off. He comes back a moment later with a few boulders, sitting them on the sand. I want to test something. Try to use Rock Smash. Let your fighting spirit fill your fist, and strike. His paw gets balled up before it shoots out, cracking the boulder on impact. A second later, the boulder crumbles. Alright, worth a shot. Izuku stands up, walking over to one of the boulders. He forms a fist, taking a deep breath. Focusing on his heroic desires, he imagines this boulder as rubble blocking him from saving civilians. Izuku's fist is launched forward, slamming into the boulder. He feels no pain, just victory as he watches the boulder crumble. He looks at his hand, seeing a pale orange energy surrounding his hand for a moment before it fades. It must protect my hands, then. So I can learn Pokemon moves, but only if a Pokemon teaches me them? Yes, it seems like it. I wonder if you can use other types, too. Only using fighting type wouldn't make sense. Mighty sits on one of the boulders. Izuku thinks for a moment. Well, let's try. He hears Mighty's protests in his mind, but he still runs to the edge, sticking his arm out and focusing on trying to use flamethrower. He isn't at all prepared for the result. White-hot flames blast out of his arm in a beam, practically melting his skin each second it's still in contact. He starts to scream as the pain hits his brain, but a chop to the back of his neck knocks him out quickly. Later, Izuku looks at Recovery Girl, his arm still recovering. Okay, in hindsight, maybe it was a bit dumb dash. Recovery Girl cuts him off. Dumb? That was completely idiotic? You just got out of the hospital yesterday and decided you needed an express trip back? She hits him in the ankles with her cane. I'm speechless, truly speechless. Despite being speechless, she continued to yell at him for another hour. Izuku had learned that the aura reading didn't go away. Now that he had figured out how to properly HRNSS it, it apparently decided he needed to keep it. It let him talk to Mighty, so he was fine with it. He decides to take all the Pokemon from his house to the beach for today. While he did this so he could learn from some of them, they're clearly still having fun. Mighty is busy playing tag with Rek and Chip. Rek keeps slipping under him, while Chip just sprints over to the other side of the beach. Izuku sits beside Springy. Don't like the sand, huh? She nods at him. Fair enough. I was wondering if you could teach me a fairy-type move. You probably don't know much, but I know you should have learned one when you evolved. Springy nods. She points at where Focus Quirk is still written in the sand and then points at things butterflies and herself. He takes a deep breath, slowly letting out as he tries to focus on cute things. Watching the flow of Springy's ribbons, he feels it. Nothing visible, but he can feel the fairy-type energy in the area around him. I think it worked. She smiles at him before slowly sitting down in the sand. Springy inhales in preparation before trying a move. Still, a pulse of pink energy comes out of her mouth as she lets out a cry. It doesn't hit him, yet he still feels a twinge of pain nevertheless. Izuku nods. Disarming voice, let me try. He tries to focus fairy energy into his vocal cords as he takes a deep breath. Still, the same pink pulse came out of his mouth, and his voice sounded much more feminine then. Did it work? His voice takes a moment to return to normal. Springy nods at him, tilting her head and pointing her paw at a tree in the grass a bit away. Yeah, you can go. She quickly hops away. He calls over Chip, asking her for the same thing. She points at the Focus Quirk writing in the sand, then points at herself. Seems I have to focus every time then. Izuku focuses on dragons, like Chip and so many other dragon types. The draconic energy in the air feels like it settles on his skin. He can feel the greed and desire coming off of it. What now, Chip? Chip takes a deep breath before roaring, purple and magenta breath firing out. It blasts back some sand, sending it flying. He stands up. I see, dragon breath. Izuku inhales deeply, feeling draconic energy solidify around his head, before he roars animalistically, colorful breath blasting out of his mouth. Nice. Izuku looks at the others. I should probably just master these for now. Rek is probably too low-leveled to teach me much, anyways. Chip runs beside him, smiling. Yeah, you did good, Chip. He pats her on the head. He spent the rest of the month training. Mighty was his best opponent for now, letting him test out the different moves. Rock Smash was simple but a useful physical attack, but without much room to innovate on it. Disarming Voice worked well as a distraction, and could easily lead into other moves. Finally, Dragon Breath had a good range on it, and could be devastating point blank. He also noticed something interesting about the moves. When used against most things, they were much more powerful, but against living creatures, they were dampened a decent amount. At least it meant he wouldn't accidentally kill someone. While he trained, his Pokémon did too. It was mainly Wreck and Chip fighting against each other while Mighty occasionally helped. Springy seemed to prefer napping over fighting, which was fair enough. Toshinori had been pretty busy during this time, so Izuku hadn't gotten to show off his new skills. It was a bit frustrating, but he knew he could show off later, if nothing else. Izu had kept a close eye on his egg, but it was taking longer to hatch than any other. Though when he touched it, he felt an odd connection to it. It was weird, but he couldn't let himself get distracted by it. He had training to do, after all. The month passed by quickly, filled with training of all kinds. The entrance exam was here, and he was ready to succeed. Contagious laughter. Good luck on the entrance exams, all of you. Too bad I couldn't poach any of you from my school. Pokemite, even if we aren't at your school, we still see you as a great mentor. We'll do great so you can see us be heroes. Alien Queen, I'm still super nervous for the writing portion, but at Pokemite gave some good study materials. I'll do good and make this server proud. Revelry Corvus, I won't let you all down. You have supported me during my deepest darkness, so I will HRNSS it to win. Eigengrau Corvus, now isn't the time for poetry, it's time for victory. Let's do this. Baby Eraser, you all can say that, I can't do that much. I bet it'll be biased for physical quirks, and all I have is my mental quirk. I'm screwed. Contagious laughter, then earn your victory. Let them laugh at you, and steal that victory out from under their noses. Soft Apex, be resourceful, too. Use everything around you if you can't rely on your quirk. Pokemite, you better not have been slacking on the weight training I assigned you. As long as you're not a thin stick, you can handle this. Baby Eraser, yeah. I'll try my best. Crimson Cat, I had the same problem, my quirk needs blood, and I'm sure hurting other students will be forbidden. I'll just be sneaky, stealing my win like it's my chosen prize. Together and apart, well I'm going to win this for sure. Don't worry, if I see either of you I'll give you a hand. Baby Eraser, you literally haven't even seen our faces. Together and apart, oh please, even over text you two have very distinctive vibes. Mirror Image, well I'm also pretty confident in my victory. I bet I can even get a higher score than you. Together and apart, oh it's on. I've been waiting to get back at you since we played Uno. Crimson Cat, cut it out, we don't need a competitive back and forth in the chat again. The last one lasted 4 hours, which was 4 hours too long. Soft Apex, stop texting and get going. I need to see you all up in the charts with a contagious laughter and I, so don't be slacking. Demolish this test, and go plus ultra. Crimson Cat, yeah, Dad. Alien Queen, got it. Eigengrau Corvus, hell yeah. Baby Eraser, I'll try. Together and apart, I'll do the best. Mirror Image, I'll do the best, of course. Revelry Corvus, understood, sir. Pokemite, yes sir, plus ultra. Izuku's mom hugs him. Oh, my baby. I know you're going to do great. It's just too bad you couldn't bring your Pokemon with you. He smiles at her. It's okay mom, I'm lucky they let me wear all this. He gestures to his outfit. He has on a new scarf, mask, hat, boots, gloves, everything. Izuku even put on a visor so people couldn't see his eyes. I know. Now go, you don't want to be late. Love you. She lets go of him, giving him a wide smile even as her eyes water. All of his Pokemon are behind her. Rek waves at him while smiling happily. Chip grins, clapping her claws together. Mighty just smiles at him, nodding. You've got this, Izuku. Izuku nods, stepping back. Love you too, Mom. Love you guys. He runs off, trying to make sure he isn't late while also trying to pace himself. He stands in front of UA, looking up at the massive building. He had come here to be healed before, sure, but this is the first time he gets to choose to be here. Kakin passes by him, turning at him to glare. You better not F this up, nerd. He promptly walks off without waiting for a response. That just as weird as my last interaction with him. Izuku sighs, walking towards the building. A few steps in, he trips on a rock and right as he decides to accept his fate, he can feel himself floating. Huh? A brown-haired girl comes into view. Sorry for using my quirk on you without permission, I just figured tripping on the first day would be bad luck. She releases her quirk before she glances at the tall building. Geez, that's pretty menacing, huh? I've got to get going, I don't want to be late. Bye. Izuku blinks as he just stands there. My first conversation with a girl my age in person, and I didn't say a word. He sighs. That tracks. He walks inside of the building, trying to find his way to the exam room. The written exam is just held in a bunch of random classrooms that were easy enough to find. The written exam was a bit challenging. He had done studying during the month of training, and it clearly paid off, but it was still difficult. It wasn't bad, honestly he appreciated the challenge. Some of the ethics questions were especially challenging, they were tricky and thought-provoking. While he wasn't the first to finish, he was still pretty early, so he just had to sit there for a while. Eventually they were allowed to go to the auditorium, which was large enough to hold all of the different groups. Once everyone is in there, Present Mike stands at the front, the screen behind him showing the UA logo. Hey there listeners. I'm here to give you all the rundown of the practical exam. Are you ready? Yeah. Izuku yells out, but then shrinks in on himself when he realizes he's the only one who said anything. Present Mike gives a beaming smile. You're my new favorite, little listener. The screen changes to show a city. The practical involves mock urban battles, with all you examinees going to different testing sites. The screen changes to show 3 different silhouettes. You gotta go to your testing site, where you gotta fight against some robots. There are 3 types, each worth different point amounts. Just go through and take them out, but don't do any unheroic actions like harming other examinees. Someone in the crowd with blue hair and glasses stands up. Excuse me. On the printout it shows 4 types of robots. This is the prestigious UA, so if this is an error the staff should be ashamed. He turns around, pointing at Izuku. And you, in that ridiculous getup. Izuku tilts his head. And me? The boy glares at him. You've been a distraction this entire time, with your muttering, shouting out, and dressing like that. Take this seriously or leave. Present Mike steps forward. Whoa, don't be so harsh, examinee 7111. I was getting to that. The screen shows the silhouette of the final robot. That one is worth 0 points. It's an obstacle more than anything, so just get away from it. That's about all I can tell ya. Now go beyond, plus ultra. Plus ultra. A few others join Izuku in shouting this time, and he can see Present Mike grinning. Once he gets to the testing site, it's crowded. Everyone is trying to act brave and confident, but he can see their auras. Most of them are worried and a bit scared. He spots the person who helped him outside, so he tries to walk over to thank her. A hand grabs onto his shoulder, making him flinch and turn, seeing the blue-haired boy from earlier. Are you really trying to distract her dash? Izuku grabs the boy's wrist, yanking his hand. Away. Don't touch me. The second the siren goes off, he starts running, slipping between people to get past the crowd. Once he spots a 1-point bot, Izuku uses Rock Smash. His fist hits the hull, sending cracks across the whole robot. Ducking an attack, he rock smashes the same spot, making a hole in the robot. It seems to be enough to decommission it, so he starts sprinting again. He finds a 2-pointer, rock smashing it in the cameras. While it flails around, trying to hit him, he rips out some wires to end it. Got it, cameras are better to aim for. A few moments later, he finds a 3-pointer, which has no visible cameras. He rips off his scarf and mask before stuffing them in his hoodie pocket, sprinting towards the robot. Izuku exhales dragon breath, corroding the metal some, but not doing much. The 3-pointer attacks, firing out missiles. He manages to dodge them, watching them explode into pink confetti that sends a piece of rubble flying. More force than heat, probably. One of its metal fists almost hits him before he rolls away. He moves to another spot, rock smashing it and then letting loose a dragon breath. The draconic energy seeps into the cracks, destroying it from the inside. Much more effective. Now let's repeat that. Izuku dashes from robot to robot, destroying them. He ignored 1-pointers, going exclusively for 2 and 3-pointers. Rock Smash and Dragon Breath destroyed any he came across, even if he got hit a few times. But of course, he couldn't ignore others. He spots someone with purple hair that defies gravity, getting attacked by a 3-pointer. Missiles shoot out at the defenseless boy. Watch out! Izuku roars out, Dragon Breath making all of the middles explode midair. The boy ran over to him, gasping for breath. Thanks for the help, Pokemite. I'll just die now. Huh? Izuku blinks in surprise. Oh, Baby Eraser. Let me just. He picks up a long piece of sharp metal, handing it to Baby Eraser. Here you go. Aim for any opening. Baby Eraser groans. I still hate all of you for that name. He runs towards the robot, getting behind it to shove the metal into it. Since the robot starts sparking and falling over, he probably hit the machinery inside. Izuku grins. Good job, just keep doing that. I wish you luck. He runs off, taking down another 3-pointer with a careful Rock Smash and Dragon Breath combo. He gets into a flow with this, destroying robot after robot. He lost count of his points a while ago, but he keeps going until something changes. The entire cityscape shakes as something enters. Looking up, Izuku can see the 0-pointer towering above everyone. Of course, it can't just be normal size, it has to be excessive. He's about to run when he hears someone calling for help. Turning around, he can see it's the girl from earlier. Baby Eraser is trying to help her, but it's clear he doesn't have the muscle to move the rubble. Izuku sprints, his feet pounding against the concrete. He rock-smashed rubble behind him, giving him small bursts of speed until he got there. What's the problem? The girl looks up at him. I'm stuck, and I can't use my quirk on any of the rubble with how my hands are trapped. Baby Eraser sighs, letting go of the rock he was trying to lift. I'm too weak to move any of it. He rears his fists back, carefully aiming his rock smashes to break the largest pieces of rubble. What does your quirk do? I can touch something and make it weightless, but I get nauseous if I use it on myself or use it for too long. She speaks while Baby Eraser pulls her out. Izuku sighs. Well, skin contact would cause issues with my quirk, so I'll go with my other idea. Baby Eraser, you help her, I'll do my thing. Baby Eraser rolls his eyes. I have a name, you know. He still listens, helping her get away. He carefully climbs up a building, seeing the zero-pointer's arm trying to hit him as soon as he gets to the top. Moving out of the way, he lets it land so he can hop on it. He sprints up the arm until he gets all the way to the neck. There's a door on the back of the neck, much sturdier than the rest of the metal. Trying the handle, it's definitely locked. Guess I'll just go around it. Izuku repeatedly rock smashes the wall beside the door, eventually breaking a hole in it. He crawls through the hole to see a room filled with wires. Perfect. He opens up the door for an escape route before turning back and roaring, filling the room with draconic breath. He sprints out, watching the machine stop as the head begins to spark. I probably should have had a plan for how to get down. The head explodes, sending him flying. The wind whips past his face as he starts hurtling towards the ground, no way to stop himself. Sheet, his instincts flare up, trying to think of a way out of this. The last word in his mind before he hits the ground is, protect. Izuku wakes up with a gasp, quickly coughing up blood. Looking around, he's in a small crater, surrounded by a small sphere of blue energy. Protect. I use protect? Clearly not well. He coughs up more blood, quickly dropping protect. Literally everything hurts, it's taking every ounce of his will not to pass out again. His outfit is fine, not even ripped, but even his bones are hurting right now. He crawls out of the crater, only to see Eraserhead approaching. Eraserhead stares down at him as he starts to get closer. Do you need medical attention? I don't see any injuries on you, but you also still fell several stories. We don't need a student dying. He tries to act nonchalant, but Izuku can see the worry in his aura. Izuku vomits up some blood. I may not look like it, but I am in so much pain. You can take me to Recovery Girl while I pass out. Despite the hero's protests, Izuku still passes out the second he stops resisting it. Izuku wakes up in a hospital bed again, though this time it feels much easier to sit up. Glancing to his side, he can see a Chansey. Oh, you hatched. Did you help heal me? She nods before hopping away. Recovery Girl enters the room a moment later. Midoriya Izuku, what the hell happened out there? He sighs. I just wanted to help my fellow examinees. I didn't expect to fall like that. As for what happened there, he leans back, feeling his bones still aching a little. I think I activated Protect on instinct. It's a move any Pokemon can learn that lets them block attacks, so it makes sense I could learn it. Clearly mine didn't work as well. Recovery Girl pulls out a clipboard. Your nerves and bone marrow were severely damaged. Luckily Curry here could heal those injuries, but it was still far too much for a simple entrance exam. Izuku has to take a second to even process how much damage had been done to him internally. I think that move is my quirk trying to use all it can to keep me alive. That fall would have killed me. He winces at the thought. I'm going to push for more methods to prevent stuff like this. She sighs, sitting down the clipboard. So many students could have done this, we're lucky you were the only one who tried. He stands up, groaning as he stretches. Yeah, that's probably for the best. Can I go now? Recovery Girl nods. Thanks to Curry, you aren't even as tired as you would usually be, so no need to sleep here any longer. Go on, and I better not see you here again until you're enrolled as a student, got it? Got it. Izuku grins before leaving, still feeling his bones aching a bit with every step. Izuku walks into his house, deciding not to tell his mom about almost dying. Hey mom. She sits bowls of food on the table. Oh, I just finished fixing Katsudon. She smiles at him. How did it go? He sits down at the table. I think I did good. I tried my best, at least. He starts to eat his food. Mighty sits at the table, eating some curry instead of the Katsudon. Chip also has a seat at the table, but she eats some raw steak instead. Rek is just taking a nap, since he eats trash, not food. His mom sits down, eating her food. They talk about how the exam went, and lots of other small talk as they eat. It's relaxing, after the long day he had, even if he can tell her work probably made her tired too. After they're done eating, he helps out with the dishes despite her protests. He wants to be helpful after all. Once that's finished, he goes back to his room to talk to his friends. Pokemite, so, did anyone else almost die on their exam day? Contagious laughter, don't exaggerate kiddo, I'm sure it didn't go that bad. Baby Eraser, unfortunately he isn't exaggerating. I watched him get launched off a robot's shoulder and fall several stories at Mock Jesus. I almost fought Present Mike to go check on him. Pokemite, oh come on, it wasn't that bad. Sure, my bones still hurt, but I'm alive. Peekaboo, what did you even do to fall that much? Together and apart, oh, you're the one who blew up the zero-pointer, aren't you Greenie? That would explain it. Alien Queen, how the hell did you survive a fall like that? Pokemite, apparently I instinctively used Protect. I was fine on the outside, but Eraserhead definitely did see me vomit blood. Together and apart, Greenie, what the hell? Anxiety manifested, it was that bad? I don't think my entrance exam had any issues that bad back when we did it. Contagious laughter, you just can't catch a break, huh kiddo? You get a moment to relax, then the next moment you gotta fight with all your might to survive. Pokemite, was that a pun? Contagious laughter, hee hee, smiley face. Izuku chuckles, leaning away from his phone. He's sitting in his room now. He's just relaxing, texting his friends, some YouTube playing in the background, nice and relaxing. Crack. He whips his head around, seeing his egg starting to crack. Wait, what dash? He runs over, sitting next to it. The cracks slowly spread, eventually covering the full thing. He waits patiently, seeing the light flash as the egg shatters. Once the light fades, there's a floating creature. It's pink, curled up in a ball like an bio. Its eyes are closed for the moment, still asleep even after birth. Izuku blinks in surprise as he stares at it. It can't be, I've got a Mew. The Mew wakes up, flying into his arms and smiling. Izuku flinches at the touch before looking down at it. I never had the power to make legendaries or mythicals before. I guess it might be one for all again. He thinks for a moment. I'll name you Ace. Ace floats out of his arms, spinning around happily. Mighty tilts his head. A Mew? I guess it's fitting with your quirk. Chip looks up at Ace, holding up a shiny gem. Rek waves at Ace, giving her a goofy smile. Izuku grabs his phone. Yeah, I can kinda see it. Now, let me send a pic to the server. They're gonna love this. Pokemite, Mew.jpg. Contagious laughter, wait, you got a Mew. How? When? Pokemite, so my quirk might have activated on myself back when I broke myself with Aura, and just now it hatched into a Mew. I named her Ace. Anxiety manifested, she's cute, but I thought your quirk couldn't make legendaries or mythicals. Mirror image, well that's unfair, the rest of us are having to get by with what we have and you get a Mew. Baby Eraser, you're just salty because you failed to catch the shiny Mew in the ROM hack you played last week. Mirror image, shut up. Pokemite, she isn't even shiny, and you're so skilled on your own anyways. Alien Queen, oh come on, don't act like you aren't strong too. You cleaned up a whole beach, you deserve that Mew. Revelry Corvus, a creature with immense potential fits you well with your versatility and skill. Eigengrau Corvus, yeah, Axe is perfect for you. Soft Apex, what's perfect for you all is sleep. Get to bed, all of you. Alien Queen, it's only 3 a.m. Soft Apex, if you all don't go to bed, I'll find where you live and stuff melatonin down your gullets. Pokemite, I stayed up later than I thought, so alright. Good night. He turns off his phone, sitting on his bedside table. Ace lays on his chest, asleep. He was uncomfortable with it at first, but now it feels so familiar and comfy. All his other Pokemon are already in bed. Mighty is sleeping on the bed beside him, Chip is probably asleep under the bed, and Rek is sleeping in Izuku's trash can like always. At least they're all comfy in here. Izuku decides to just go ahead and sleep. He turns the TV on a YouTuber with a monotone voice before laying back. The next week is full of waiting. Izuku checks the mailbox daily to see if they've gotten anything at all. The rest of the time is spent letting his Pokemon train on the beach, since they're still eager to be stronger. It seems like Ace knows all the same moves that Izuku knows, which makes sense with the odd connection he feels with her. She also happens to be especially mischievous, especially loving to play hide and seek. It seems like she doesn't like playing pranks on family, which was good for him. Toshinori was still busy, though Izuku still didn't know what kept him so busy. Either way, he kept waiting. Something finally changed when he checked his mailbox a full week after the entrance exam. It's from UA. He runs. Inside, holding the letter. His mom turns to him. Oh. Open in, let's see what's inside. She sits on the couch. Spring is on the ceiling fan above them, asleep. Rek is sitting on the table, bouncing excitedly. Chip sits beside the table, while Mighty sits on the couch. Izuku sits down between Mighty and his mom, tearing open the letter and throwing the trash to Rek. A large metallic disc clatters onto the table. Dash. A projection of All Might appears. I am here, as a projection. Izuku blinks in surprise. Wait, what? This is from UA, right? The projection keeps going. I had paperwork and all that for the past while, so I've been a bit busy, and I apologize for that. I actually came to this town to work at UA. And what? Someone starts gesturing from the corner of the screen. Oh come on, fine, I'll hurry it up. You business students and your efficiency. All Might sighs. First off, you passed the written exam with flying colors. As for the practical exam, you got 45 villain points. Already a passing score, but that wasn't even all. The screen shifts to show two different recordings. Both the brown-haired girl and Baby Eraser asked if they could give him points for how he helped them. All Might grins wider. Heroes are meant to save people, so of course we have rescue points. Between the many examinees you helped, you gained a total of 100 rescue points. 40 for all the random students you helped, and 60 for destroying the zero-pointer. This gives you 145 points total, the highest in UA history. Obviously, you're accepted. This is your Hero Academia. I'll see you soon. The projection shuts off. His mom hugs him immediately. Oh, you did great, Izuku, I knew you would. He smiles, hugging her back. I actually got in. Rek claps happily on the table, Chip just grins at him, and Ace flips around in the air excitedly. Mighty leans forward, giving him a big smile. I knew you could do it. Izuku's phone vibrates with a text. Toshinori says he wants to meet me at the beach tonight. Hopefully some good news. His mom lets go of him. Well then you better make sure to go. I'll make some celebratory katsudon again for dinner. Alright. I'll text my friends, they probably got in too. He walks back to his room. Pokemite, I got accepted. Revelry Corvus at Eigengrau Corvus and I both got accepted as well. Eigengrau Corvus, hell yeah. Baby Eraser, surprisingly, I managed to scrape by and get accepted. Alien Queen, I got in too. Mirror Image, of course I got in, and I got 11th place. Together Anapart, well I got in too, and I'm in 10th place, so I did better than you. Crimson Cat, I got in too, and I think you all didn't realize who was in first place. Mirror Image, let me guess, some hotshot with a flashy quirk like always? Crimson Cat, nope, Izuku Midoriya. AKA Pokemite. Together Anapart, DMN Greenie. You beat all those hotshots, that's DMN good. Pokemite, oh come on, it isn't that impressive. Crimson Cat, he got 45 villain points and 100 rescue points, and I heard a staff member say it was the highest in UA history. Baby Eraser, don't be humble, you deserve to be proud after that. I only barely scraped by. Pokemite, it could have been a fluke, you all did great too. Mirror Image, maybe we need to get our resident green bean into therapy for all the self-degradation. Pokemite, oh look, dinner's done, gotta go by. Together Anapart, you're a slippery little sheet, Greenie. After dinner, Izuku heads to the beach with all his Pokemon. When he gets there, he can already see Toshinori with a... Is that a Cubfu? Toshinori blinks at him. Oh, is that the species name of this one? I just called him Kavacha. Kavacha hides behind Toshinori's leg before sniffing the air and deciding it's safe to come out, looking up at Izuku. Well I can tell your egg hatched. Mine did too. He points at Ace. Now what did you need to tell me? I have a lot to show you too. Toshinori sits down on the sand. Well first, figured I'd let you know I wasn't part of UA's judges, and I made sure to tell the principal to judge you fairly. Izuku sits down too, his Pokemon going to train and Kavacha following them. Good, I didn't want to cheat or anything with my connections. Though to be fair, I didn't even know you'd be working at UA. I'll be honest, I had accepted the UA job offer to look for a successor. He looks at Izuku. That was before I found you, of course. He nods. I won't let you down. Now, let me show you some moves I learned. Izuku spends the next hour or so showing off his different moves to Toshinori. He shows how he uses them for combos, breaking rubble, everything until he has to go home so he can finally sleep. Later that week, Izuku is out on the beach again, most of his Pokemon off playing. He sits down with Mighty. Alrighty, teach me a steel-type move. Mighty chuckles. Impatient, are you? Well like always, you first have to focus on things of that type. Izuku takes a deep breath, feeling for the metal on Mighty's body, and the metal in nearby signposts. He can feel it now, but this feels heavier on his senses. He can even feel the iron in his blood. Got it. Standing up, Mighty holds his paw out. For this, you have to focus on claws. For you, imagine your fingernails lengthening, becoming more solid and sharp, until they're a force to be reckoned with. Metal claws extend out of his paw, and he slashes the sand with them. Just need to use metal claw then, got it. Izuku focuses, watching metallic claws slowly extend from his hand, a translucent gray energy surrounding them and his hand as protection. He slashes the sand, watching it get blown away by it. You need practice to do it faster, but other than that, good. Mighty starts to walk away. I'll send Chip over. Izuku watches Chip walk over. Alright, what do I need to focus on for the ground type? Chip points at the sand and nearby dirt. I guess that makes sense. Izuku focuses on the sand beneath his feel and the dirt not too far away. A moment after, he can feel the ground-type energy permeating it all. What next? Chip holds out her claws, lowering them down before throwing them up into the air. Some sand a good bit away flies up, spinning in a miniature sandstorm from the action. Izuku squints. I think that's sand tomb? Let me try. He lowers his hands down before tossing them up into the air, making a miniature sandstorm a bit away. Nice. I did it. He pets Chip. Tell Rek to come here, please. She walks away, sending Rek over. He clearly knows what he's here for already, pointing at himself and the sky. So for poison, you and pollution I guess? He thinks of toxic smog and sludge, smoke and grime filling his thoughts. Once he can feel the energy, it's nearly suffocating with how much there is in the air. Rek pokes his leg as he coughs. Yeah, I'm fine. What now? Rek takes a deep breath before closing their mouth, leaning back for a few seconds before shooting forward and spitting a spray of acid. Izuku nods. Okay, acid spray, I can do that. He takes a deep breath before closing his mouth, letting spit build up in his mouth. He pushes the poison energy of the air into the spit before spraying the spit out a decent distance, watching it melt the sand. He grins. Alright, now I just need a dark type move. Should I just focus on shadows and other dark things? Rek nods, scooting closer to him. Izuku focuses on shadows and things like violence. The energy he can feel is within the shadows under the trees and buildings, but also in the auras of people with their negativity. What move do you got for me? Rek bares his teeth, which are only two small ones. Darkness grows in his mouth, forming solid dark fangs which Rek uses to bite the air. Izuku steps forward. Bite, alright. He bares his teeth, feeling the dark energy grow over his teeth, shielding them while also allowing for sharp fangs. Once it's finished, he bits the air. The energy might block it from counting as skin contact, that's helpful. Glancing over, he can see Ace practicing with the moves he just learned. Alrighty then, time to train. And train he did. Every day he had left, he fought against his Pokemon and tested out the limits of the moves, trying to see what changed from it being brought into the real world. His first day of UA came up faster than he expected though, and soon enough he had run out of time to train. The first day was here. Izuku stands in the front door, his mom fretting over him. Do you have your bag? Your hat? Your scarf? He nods. Yes, I've got everything. I need to get going before my anxiety makes me chicken out of it. Izuku hugs her, waving goodbye to his Pokemon too. Love you all. All of his Pokemon wave back at him, though Ace has a mischievous look in her eyes that he tries not to focus on. His mom waves back, her eyes already watering. Love you sweetie, have a great first day at UA. Izuku runs off again, trying to get to the train station. Being late on the first day would leave a bad impression. Once he gets to UA, he almost gets lost inside. The building is so large, somehow he ended up on the opposite side of the building from where he needed to be. Why couldn't they have given me a map? The tile below him opens up, two white paws coming out of it with a map. Here you go. Principal Nedzu sticks his head out. Are those secret tunnels you're in? He takes the map. Nedzu grins. You'll gain access once you're worthy. He falls back into the tunnel, the tile closing above him. He sighs, looking at the map. That just happened. After that, he's able to use the map to navigate himself to the 1A classroom. He decides to just go in before he can get nervous. Kaken sits in his seat with his feet propped up, a Torracat curled up in his lap. The blue-haired kid from the test is yelling at him. That is so very disrespectful to UA's property. And you brought an animal on campus, which breaks rule number dash. Hey jackass, Scorch is my therapy cat, so stop FING yapping. Fucking ignorant prick. Kaken pets her, and she purrs as she rubs against his hand. The boy starts making almost robotic chopping motions. That language is unbecoming of a UA student. Kaken sighs. I'll cuss however much I want. What's your name, Glasses? And before you ask mine, it's Bakugu. I am Ida Tenya, from Semi-Private Academy. He keeps making those chopping motions, looking more like a robot than a human. Scorch makes a noise that sounds like snickering. Kaken glares at the boy. Ah, a rich kid I see. I don't need your snobby bullshit, get that stick out of your butt. Izuku takes another step into the room only for Ida to turn and run over to him, probably trying to avoid dealing with what Kaken said. Izuku flinches away from him as he speaks. It's you. You must have figured out the secrets of the exam before I could. Though you still aren't following dress code. He steps back, trying to get a bit more distance between the two of them. You dash. Back up from him, Robo Boy. Turning around, Izuku sees a girl with pink skin, pink hair, black scara, and yellow horns. Izuku blinks. Alien Queen? Ida starts yelling again. It's very rude to call strangers things like that, especially to their faces dash. Alien Queen shushes him. It's just my username online, hush. Just call me Mina, Green Bean. She grins, patting him on his head, even if it's covered by a hood. Alright, and you know that you can call me Midoriya. He smiles at her, though his mask hides it. Behind her, he watches someone else enter, a boy with a head of a crow or raven. Revelry Corvus. The boy nods at him. Yes, that's me indeed. I'm glad you managed to recognize me. Just call me Tokoyami, it's easier to speak than the mouthful of a username I chose. A shadowy creature comes out of him with a similar bird head. Hey, it's our favorite Pokemon boy. Call me Dark Shadow. Izuku smiles under his mask. Eigengrau Corvus, it's you. I almost forgot you two were attached. Dark Shadow grins as she moves closer. Yep, I'm stuck with him. But I still have my own phone, so good enough. Tokoyami rolls his eyes. You had stolen my old phone the very moment I stopped using it. If I hadn't reset it for you, you would have shattered it in your anger of trying to get it to open. Ah, you all are adorable. A girl enters the classroom with cat-like eyes, her hair tied into two messy buns. Izuku waves at her. Crimson Cat. I'm glad you're in our class. Do you have your drink? Call me Toga. As for the bag, she holds up a blood bag. Dad wouldn't have let me leave home without it. He doesn't want me trying to drink from a classmate like I did to him the first time. Mina snorts. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. At least he still cares about you, though he still seems a bit scary. Izuku adjusts his scarf. He's not called Soft Apex for nothing. He's scary but nice, and very passionate if what Toga said about her last training session is true. He turns as he hears someone come through the door again. It's the brown-haired girl from the entrance exam. You, with the scarf. I remember you, you saved me. He rubs the back of his neck. Ah, I didn't do that much. Baby Eraser did most of the work dash. If you came here to get all friendly, you can just leave. What looks like a yellow caterpillar crawls across the floor before standing up at the podium and opening. It took you all 5 seconds too long to notice me. It's irrational, time like that could be valuable in a dangerous situation. He sighs. I'm Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher. Put these on and meet me in the training field or you're expelled. He sits several gym uniforms on the desk before leaving. That was Eraserhead. The same one who had seen him vomit blood and then pass out. Hopefully that wasn't too bad of a first impression. Once the class recovers from the shock, everyone rushes to grab a uniform, heading to the locker room. Izuku takes his into the bathroom, changing in the privacy of it instead, still keeping his accessories on because he's a coward. Eventually everyone makes it outside, Aizawa-sensei looking at the class and sighing. 2 minutes longer than it should have taken. You all are UA students, I expect improvement next time. Aizawa-sensei holds a softball in his head. Your previous schools had you do fitness tests without your quirks. That's illogical. He tosses the ball into the air, catching it as it falls. Genes can affect scores as much as quirks, it's best to let people use everything at their disposal, even if it puts some at a disadvantage. The brown-haired girl glances around confused. Aren't we meant to be in orientation? It's orientation day, after all. We don't have time for that. Aizawa-sensei sighs. The orientation is full of information you could get from the school website. I'm allowed to run my class however I want, and I chose the rational and logical option. We don't need to waste time. Now, back to what I was saying. He turns to Kaken. Bakugu, how far could you throw in middle school? Kaken grins, petting Scorch. 67 meters. Scorch meows in confirmation, rubbing on Kaken's leg. Aizawa-sensei tosses him the ball. Get in the circle and try it with your quirk this time. Don't hold back. Got it, teach. Wait here, Scorch. Kaken walks to the circle, taking a moment to stretch and work up more of a sweat. Once he does that, he steps back as far as he can, rearing his hand back. He shoots forward, launching the ball with an explosion the second it leaves his hand. The ball soars through the air into the distance. The device in Aizawa-sensei's hand beeps. 705.2 meters. His classmates start talking, chatting about how cool this is going to be. The second someone says the word fun, Izuku sees Aizawa-sensei's eye twitch. Aizawa-sensei looks at them. Fun? You're not here for fun and games. You're here to train to be heroes, saviors of the public. But if you want fun and some competition. He takes a step forward. Then be prepared to compete, because whoever comes in last place will be immediately expelled. The entire class starts yelling, all protesting over each other. That's not fair. He isn't sure who even said that, with so many people speaking. Aizawa-sensei glares at them to shut them all up. Are natural disasters fair? Are villain attacks fair? No, they aren't. Life isn't fair, and I plan to show you that. Now let's start the first test. While the first group goes for the 50-meter dash, Izuku feels something poke him in the side. He turns to see Ace, floating there. What, you're supposed to be at home? He keeps his voice down so he's just whisper yelling at her. Kaken walks over. What are you yapping about, nerd, is that a FING Mew? Izuku covers Ace with his body as he turns to Kaken. What are you talking about, Kaken? There's nothing here. How do you even know that they're Pokemon anyways? He tilts his head. I never told you. You are the shittiest at lying. He rolls his eyes. And I figured it out on my own, I'm not an idiot. As soon as Scorch evolved I got curious. Now show me the DMN Mew. He sighs, stepping aside. Ace floats into his arms. This is Ace, I have absolutely no clue how she got to UA, I left her at home. Kaken steps forward. UFING lucky BSTRD, getting a Mew. How many others you got? Even if he's acting a bit nicer, he's still clearly Kaken. I have 4 Pokemon of my own, though Mom has one too. He pets Ace, watching her nuzzle his hand. Scorch gives him and Ace a curious look. Kaken is about to speak, but Aizawa-sensei calls them over for the test. Kaken glares at him. We'll talk later, DMN it. Izuku walks over with him, Ace following right behind him. He gets right behind the starting line, crouching down. Aizawa-sensei looks at Ace and sighs. I don't even want to ask. Just get ready to run. A machine signals for them to start. He starts running on all fours, forming metal claws to dig into the ground and pull him further. It feels foreign yet natural, on all fours leaping forward again and again. He keeps going until he launches himself over the finish line. The scoreboard says his time is 6.14 seconds, good enough. Next up is grip strength. None of his moves could help him, so he just gets a score of around 60 kilograms. Above average, at least. The standing long jump gives him an idea. Hey Ace, want to help? She nods as he pulls his mask down. He gets to the sandbox, jumping towards it before flipping around, firing off a dragon breath. Ace shoots one right at his, and the two colliding repels Izuku back. He lands on the other side of the sandbox, pushing himself off the ground. Good job. He pulls his mask back up. All of the other events he goes through pretty normally. He can't use his quirk for most of them, and even Ace has her limitations, so he settles for above average scores. Then he gets to the ball throw. Izuku glances at Aizawa-sensei. Would you disqualify me if I had Ace carry it? Aizawa-sensei nods. Yes, I would've. He sighs. Smart thinking, though. Since it survived Kaken's explosion, he has an idea. He pulls down his mask, focusing dark energy on his teeth to cover them in fangs. He uses Bite on the ball, holding it in between the sharp teeth. Carefully trying not to let go of Bite, he focuses draconic energy in his lungs, feeling more of it build up than he expected. Dragon breath fires out of him, much stronger than intended. The ball gets launched away while he's slammed into the ground by the force. The breath doesn't stop until he feels his quirk getting cancelled. Izuku sits up, coughing into his hand. When he pulls his hands away, there's a few droplets of blood. Got it, can't use 2 at once still, DMN, that hurts. Dark Shadow moves over beside him. Are you alright? Come on, you can't die during class, you've already gotten hurt enough. Ace is also fretting over him, floating right beside Dark Shadow. It's alright, Dark Shadow. Only a bit of blood. His voice is much more raspy than he likes. He turns to Aizawa-sensei. What's my score? Aizawa-sensei looks at him. You got 700.8 meters. That was incredibly reckless, kid. Why shouldn't I just expel you now? He tries to act tough and cold, but Izuku can still see the worry and curiosity in his aura, though it's mixed with annoyance. Izuku wipes his bloody hand on the dirt before standing up. I made sure to only test this here, in a safe environment. Can I please go to the nurse after we get the results? He coughs again, blood droplets falling onto the ground. Aizawa-sensei sighs. Fine. Get back in the group for now. He walks back to the group, waving off their concern as he pulls his mask back up. His throat still hurts like hell, it feels raw and itchy. He can even feel some cuts in his mouth. A holographic display shows them the results. Izuku can see himself at a respectable 7th place. In last place is a girl named Hagakure, who seems to be the invisible girl. She's already panicking, everyone else trying to comfort her. Also I lied, no one is getting expelled. He gives a wide, creepy grin that looks unnatural on his face. It was a logical ruse. Hagakure sighs in relief, her clothes showing the tension leave her body as she leans forward. Phew. I thought I was a goner. The entrance exam was hard enough. Aizawa-sensei turns away. You all can go to lunch and get some food, I'll go take a nap. Your schedules are in the classroom. He walks off. Mina turns to Izuku. I'll get the group together at a lunch table, you go get healed. Izuku nods. Yeah, my throat hurts so much. He walks off. He wanted to say more, but speaking feels like too much effort for now, so he just walks away. After a scolding from Recovery Girl and a healing from Curry, Izuku walks to the lunchroom. He can already see Mina, Tokoyami, Dark Shadow, Toga, and Baby Eraser sitting there, along with 2 others. He sits down with them, holding his lunch. He has to pull his mask down to actually eat. I'm all healed up now who's who? Ace floats into his arms. A girl with dark green hair and sharp teeth grins. I'm Tokage. She turns to the boy beside her. You know, together and apart, the one who got a better score than you at the entrance exam. The boy with blonde hair shoves her away. Oh hush, I'll get back at you for that. I'm Monoma, aka Mirror Image. Quite a clever username of mine. Baby Eraser rolls his eyes. Yeah. I'm Shinso, so you all don't need to keep calling me Baby Eraser. Izuku grins. Alright, Baby Eraser. Shinso just groans. Mina leans forward. Let me guess, you 3 got stuck in 1B, huh? The rest of us got 1A. Monoma nods, taking a bite out of his onigiri. I had planned to make whatever class we got the best in UA history, but since we're split. He grins, leaning back. We'll just have to make both classes the best. Shisno yawns. Vlad King has tried to focus on making us compete and have a class rivalry, but honestly cooperation sounds better. He eats some of his rice. I agree. Tokoyami has his own packed lunch, which he doesn't let any of them look in, moving the container each time they try to look. He even leans in so they can't see what he's biting into. Constant rivalry sounds tiring. Dark Shadow floats around, taking bites out of people's food. Yeah. Let's all just be great heroes together. Toga giggles, reaching over to pet Dark Shadow. I think Vlad King might be salty he didn't get to have me in his class. He probably thought since we both had blood quirks, he should have had me. Izuku nods. Yeah, he might have even tried to adopt you if another hero didn't beat him to it. He pets Ace, feeding her some of his rice. Tokage leans back, chomping into her onigiri. Who knows, you might even tell us who Soft Apex is one day. I know Greenie is just dying to know, he spent hours searching for clues for every hero under the sun. Hey! Izuku pouts. I only spent 3 days, last week. Toga slurps up some of her soba before speaking. Still not telling you. I like leaving you guessing anyways. All of them keep chatting throughout lunch, talking about random things like they always did on the server. Even if Izuku feels nervous being surrounded by many people, he also feels safe with them. Once lunch ends, they all end up going home. Izuku walks to the train station with Mina and Tokoyami until they eventually go their own ways home. He's already looking forward to tomorrow. Izuku yawns as he sits up in bed, feeling an extra weight on the bed. Mighty is still asleep next to him like always, with Ace in between the 2 of them. And on the other side of him, he spots an egg. The top half is gray, fading into dark gray at the bottom. Near the top, there's 2 raised spots, swirls with a small curved spike at the top of each. Touching it, he can tell it's for Aizawa-sensei. How? Oh right, quirk usage also activates it. Sheet. He sighs as he looks at the egg. Hopefully he won't be mad. Ace wakes up, looking at the egg and giggling. Izuku sighs. Oh shush already. Mighty yawns, sitting up. He tilts his head as he glances at the egg. An egg? We haven't had one since you first used OFA. Whose is it? Aizawa-sensei's. Izuku rubs the egg. I just need to actually get it to him and pray he won't strangle me with his scarf. If I PSS off Eraserhead, my younger self would kill me. He stands up, getting ready to prepare for the day. His mom had given him permission to take the egg and give it to his teacher, so he did. Carrying it on a crowded train was nerve-wracking, but he managed to get it to UA. Once he got to class, he walked up to the podium, seeing Aizawa-sensei in his sleeping bag behind it. "Sensei?" Aizawa-sensei sits up, still in that bright yellow sleeping bag. "Yes?" He looks at the egg. "Is that one mine? Odd, I don't remember touching you yesterday at all." Izuku rubs the back of his neck. "Well, you used your quirk to cancel mine, and that still counts." "I see." Aizawa-sensei pulls out his phone, pressing a few buttons. One of the floor tiles near them moves away, a small table raising out of the opening with a blanket on top of it. "Don't question it, Nedzu's doing." Stepping over to the table, Izuku feels the blanket. Soft. Good, should help. He wraps the egg up in the blanket, sitting it and the table near a window. Aizawa-sensei lays back down. "Thanks. Now go get to your seat." Izuku nods quickly, speeding over to his desk. He can see Ida already in his seat. "Hi Ida." Ida turns to him. "Hello Midoriya. I apologize if I was being rude yesterday. I just can't stand people breaking the rules, especially in such a prestigious school. Is that outfit an allowed exception?" He tries not to laugh at Ida, both looking and sounding like a robot. "Yes, it's Nedzu approved." He sits down in his seat. The rest of the class starts to pour in, so he starts to prepare for his first day of normal classes. Nedzu sits in his office, sipping tea. Speaking human languages is a bit of a strain on his throat over time, and after his long speech yesterday he needs this tea to soothe it. He doesn't regret it, it's always so much fun to see the expressions on the student's face after he speaks for an hour straight. A small notification has him checking some of the cameras in the forest. There aren't many, since Hound Dog patrols out there, but he has some. He spots a bunch of creatures walking through the forest, following a pink floating creature. He quickly recognizes them from Midoriya's file. They're the Pokemon made from his quirk. The pink one, Ace, leads them through it. That's a first. He watches as they uncover his secret vent entrance, which was hidden in a hollowed-out tree. Not all of them fit it, but Ace and the slime one, Wreck, go in. A moment later they manage to unlock his other vent entrance, which is large enough for the other two. They let them enter before shutting it. Nedzu grins. "Not only did they figure out where my entrance was, even with how well hidden it is, but they also figured out how to use my controls." He laughs maniacally. "This is going to be a fun 3 years, I can feel it." Through the cameras, he can see them heading through the vents towards the classrooms. English with present mic was actually enjoyable. Sure, he had way too much energy for this early in the morning, but he was kind to the class. He would even walk over and pet Aizawa's egg occasionally. About halfway through the class though, he hears something. Glancing up, he sees a vent cover. Ace is hiding in the vent. He slowly shakes his head up at her, and she just nods. He shakes his head faster and she literally smirks at him. Present Mike turns to him. "Hey, little listener, you alright?" The cover crashes to the ground as 4 Pokemon fall out of it. Mighty lands next to him, Chip falls ungracefully onto the floor, Wreck plops onto his desk, and Ace floats above him. There's a moment of silence before Izuku sighs. "Why are you like this?" Mina is already doubled over laughing with Toga. Kaken turns to him. "How the hell did you get 4 Pokemon for yourself, nerd?" Izuku doesn't need his aura reading to see that he's slightly sad, his palms crackling and popping. Izuku sits up, glaring at Ace half-heartedly before looking at Kaken. "Don't worry about it." He turns to present Mike. "I'm sorry about this, sir, they're clingy. I don't even know how they got into UA, trust me." Present Mike chuckles. "It's alright, little listener. They can stay here as long as they don't cause any huge problems." He nods. "Got it, sir." After that, class continues mostly as normal. Mighty sat in a beanbag that present Mike had gotten, petting Dark Shadow for most of the class. Chip sat next to Aoyama, enraptured by his sparkles and constantly trying to grab them. Rek had spent a few minutes trying to explore the classroom, but eventually got bored and took a nap under Izuku's chair. Ace decided to float around the room, even helping present Mike pass out papers. Once classes switched, then Ace decided to be more of a little sheet. Midnight had entered the classroom, starting to teach, only for Ace to jump scare her by popping out from under the podium. Izuku made sure to apologize immediately, holding Ace for the rest of class. Midnight taught art history, specifically modern hero art history. She's a good teacher, even if her occasional teasing jokes leave most of the class blushing, including him. Literature with Cementos was a bit boring, he'll be honest. He had to hold on to Ace so she didn't get bored and play more pranks. Ectoplasm taught them math, and he was pretty good at teaching it too. He explained concepts thoroughly, and he helped those who needed it. Plus seeing him using his clones to pass out papers was so cool. Then it came time for heroics training. Toga leans over her desk. I wonder who our heroics teacher will be. Maybe it'll just be Aizawa again. Mina grins. Whoever it is, it'll be a fun class. More fun than all that boring schoolwork. Tokoyami fiddles with the pen in his hand. I doubt they would make it easy. He's hunched over his desk. UA clearly wants us to fight tooth and nail to prove we are worthy to be the next generation of heroes. Dark Shadow looks over at him from Mighty's lap. Geez Fumi, don't be so serious about it. Even if it's difficult, let us have some fun. Jiro winces. I can hear some heavy footsteps coming, the teacher's close. She covers her ear jacks with her hands. I am coming through the door like a normal person. All Might bursts through the door, strutting over to the podium. The class erupts with noise, making Izuku flinch for a moment. All Might stands at the podium. Welcome to heroics training. We'll be starting off with combat training. He presses a button, making numbered cases come out of the wall. But to do that, you all need to look good. Get dressed with your costume cases and meet me at ground beta. He speeds out of the room. They all quickly grab their costume cases, heading to the changing rooms as fast as they can. Izuku goes into the bathroom to change instead, with his Pokemon just going straight to ground beta. Opening up the costume case, it's almost exactly what he wanted. Most of it is a dark green, with some lighter green accents and some dark red parts. The symbol for the Wheel of Arceus is on the chest of it, a fitting reference in his mind. The belt has a Pokeball on it because he just has to include a Pokeball somewhere. His shoes look similar to his regular ones, but they're darker and are much more like boots. The rest of it is hard to see without putting it on, so he does. Looking in the mirror, it feels right. He has a pouch on his stomach to hold Pokemon in if needed. The mask looks a bit creepy, with the red metallic teeth. Pressing a button on the side, they all pop open and point straight out to expose his mouth, a second press closing them. He really likes the glowing eyes, they automatically manage to match his mood with the pupils turning into symbols occasionally. It's purely cosmetic, but he likes it. The hood is especially nice, the ears on it subtly referencing Lucario's ears. He wishes he could add more little references, but it could have made it impractical. Izuku walks out, seeing about half the class already out. There's so many cool hero outfits already with all of them. Mina looks down at Izuku. Oh, that's cool. A bit creepy, but also a bit cute with those eyes. Her hero outfit has a belt, she didn't originally want one but he insisted it would help her. Oh, nice. Dark Shadow zooms over, looking at him. What do you think of Fumi's? She drags Tokoyami over. Tada. Tokoyami sighs. There's no need to drag me, I would have come willingly. He's wearing a simple robe, though at least it seems his body still has some muscle under it, so he took Izuku's advice. We all look so cute. Toga walks over. Her hero outfit is mostly dark red, tight but still loose enough to let her fight. Her belt has knife holsters, and she has spots to put vials of blood. Perfect for underground work. Mighty turns to them, nodding. You all look great. Ace is floating around above everyone, Chip is staring at Aoyama again, and Rek is of course just picking up trash. Not as bad as your old design, nerd. Mine is still better. Kaken walks out, wearing a design Izuku had made him years ago, just modified a bit. Scorch is rubbing against his ankles, purring when she gets pet. Everyone is here, so All Might raises his voice. You all are here to be heroes, and now you look the part. Now let's get started, you zygotes. Someone in armor raises their hand immediately. Excuse me sir. From the voice alone that's definitely Ida. This is where we did our entrance exam, does that mean we'll be doing more urban battles? All Might shakes his head. No, we're doing indoor battles. While the average villain attacks outside, the truly devious and intelligent ones hide in the shadows. You need to learn to battle indoors without destroying the building you're in too much so you can fight these villains. We'll have you fight in 2-on-2 indoor battles, heroes versus villains. He grins at them. Any questions before I explain the scenario? Everyone immediately starts talking, questions filling the air with their voices overlapping. Will we be expelled if we fail? How will we divide ourselves into teams? Am I allowed to stab people? What determines victory? Is my cape fabulous enough? All Might claps to silence them. Quiet down, I don't have super hearing. He sighs, pulling out a script. The villains will be hiding a nuclear weapon in the building, and the heroes must disable it. The heroes must capture all the villains or secure the weapon, while the villains can either wait it out or capture the heroes. Teams will be decided with lots. He pulls a box out of nowhere. Ida tilts his head. Why with lots? How does that make more sense than choosing teams ourselves, or teachers deciding the teams? Izuku perks up, stepping forward. Well, heroes often have to pair up with others in emergency situations, and they have little choice in the matter. This is a good reflection of Dash. Yes it is. All Might cuts off his rambling. Now come on, draw your lots. There's also earpieces in here, take them. Once he draws his lot, Izuku sees an A on it. After a moment of searching, he finds his partner, Mina. At least we already know each other. He puts on his earpiece. Mina grins, patting his head. We're gonna do great, Green Bean. All Might reaches into 2 more random boxes. Moving on. The villains are Team D, while the heroes are Team A. Looking over, he can see that Team D is Kaken and Todoroki. Izuku raises his hand. All Might? Yes, Midoriya? All Might turns to him. Do you have a question? He fiddles with his gloves nervously. What do Kaken and I do about our Pokemon? Can they fight with us? All Might goes to answer before pausing. That is a good question, Midoriya. For fairness, you each can bring 1 Pokemon. We'll need to figure out something for this eventually, so I'll bring it up with Nedzu and Aizawa. Now go on. They get to the building, the villain team entering first to prepare. Within a moment the whole building is frozen over. Mina blinks in surprise. Geez, Todoroki is pretty DMN strong if he can do that. What's the plan? My acid can melt through that, but it'll take too long. Izuku steps forward, placing a hand on the ice. Very solid yet jagged, probably because of how fast he did it. He turns to her. Alright. I can break through this, don't worry. Kaken will definitely go for me out of habit, so I'll need you to handle Todoroki. Remember the acid bomb idea I had last summer? She nods. I got the stuff for it, yeah. She looks at the orbs on her belt. I'll try my best against him, that's all I can do. He turns to his Pokemon. Mighty, you can come with me. The rest of you can watch with the class, don't worry. Chip and Rek pouts at him, but they leave. Ace tries to give him puppy dog eyes, but he just shakes his head and she leaves. Let's do this. All Might speaks through their earpieces. Preparation time has ended. The battle trial starts now. Bakugo Katsuki glares at Icy Hot. Are you FING kidding me? You just froze the place over without asking, and my quirk needs me to sweat. FING Hot Pocket has the nerve to keep staring away from him. Doing this will let us win. They won't be able to get us in time. Katsuki facepalms. So you're stupid. One of them has acid, the other has a FING Lucario. Even if the acid would be slow, those FING furry fists of justice can punch through your ice like goddamn drywall. Scorch, the sweet BSTRD she is, keeps firing off embers around him to try and let him sweat at least. Half and half size. I hadn't considered that. What do you suggest? He pets Scorch. Alright, here's the deal. Katsuki holds up his other hand, letting it spark. You stay here and keep the bomb safe, I'm gonna go give the nerd a DMN Pokemon battle. He walks off, not giving the icy hot BSTRD a chance to respond. Izuku and Mighty both rock smash their way through the ice. The floor is covered in it too, but Izuku's shoes can stomp through it. They walk through the halls carefully. They're close, prepare. Mighty prepares an aura sphere in his hands. Kaken comes around the corner, Scorch at his side. There you are, Poke BSTRD. I'm guessing you sent Pinky after half and half. That doesn't matter, I'm gonna show you that I'm still better, nerd. He points at Mighty. Scorch, he's yours. Scorch immediately speeds at Mighty, dodging an aura sphere and tackling him into another hall. Izuku crouches down. I've learned some things, Kaken. He lowers his hands, feeling all the dust and dirt on the floor. Using Sand Tomb, he raises his hand up and makes a miniature sandstorm engulf Kaken. Kaken coughs, sparks crackling in his palms. You little sheet. An explosion blasts away the sandstorm, Kaken shooting out of it towards him with a right hook. Izuku grabs his arm, using his momentum to flip him over and slam him into the ground. Izuku takes a deep breath, preparing some metal claws. You still lead with that same attack, Kaken. I remember it, even now. Oh shut up. Kaken pushes himself up, blasting towards him in seconds. A kick slams into Izuku's side before he can block, sending him into a wall. Pushing off the ground, Izuku swipes up. Metal claws slice through Kaken's shirt as he approaches, throwing him backwards. When he's airborne, he's easier to throw away. Kaken blasts him in the chest, sending him flying backwards. Stop yapping, nerd. You can't keep me down for long. Sparks crack in his palms threateningly. Better put up an actual fight, Poke BSTRD. Don't hold back on me. Izuku coughs as he stands up. Got it. He presses the button to open his mask. As Kaken blasts towards him, he uses disarming voice. Kaken flinches for a moment, and Izuku immediately fires out Dragon's Breath, tossing him back. Instead of waiting, he dashes forward as dark energy gathers on his teeth. Kaken's arm stretches out to blast him, but he dodges, biting the exposed bit of skin. Ow! Get off me, you feral F-. Kaken shoves him off, but Izuku can still taste blood in his mouth. He tries to gather acid in his mouth, stepping back. Kaken dives at him with an explosion, blasting him in his stomach and making him spit out acid and blood. While Kaken panics from the acid, Izuku Rock smashes him in the side of the head, taking the opportunity to run. He speeds off in the direction Kaken had come from, ignoring the yells behind him. Mighty ducks, Scorch soaring over his head as she misses her attack. Nice try. At least they can communicate, better than fighting Bakugo. F off. Scorch's teeth burst into flame as she hisses, crouching down. As soon as Mighty steps back, she spits a small ember at him. He dodges, but he also slips on the ice, his head slamming into the ice. The moment he's on the ground she pounces, fire fang burning into his arm. Gah, that burns. Get your teeth out of me. He grabs her head, trying to shove her off as he feels the flame burning through his HP. The pain turns into force as he prepares to use counter, the fighting energy gathering in his skull. Get off me! Mighty rears his head back before headbutting her, sending her flying off. Using Life Dew, he heals the bite mark slightly. She managed to land on her paws, hissing at him. There's a small crack in the wall where she hit it, slightly scorched. Fucker! She launches at him again, fire fangs ready. Back off. Force palm strikes her in the stomach. He watches her body crash straight into the wall. Mighty doesn't stop, scraping his metal spikes against each other to make a horrid metallic screech, infusing it with metal sound so it can weaken her. Are you going to use anything else? Scorch forces herself off the ground. You know, I'd like to use any other move, but Fire Fang is the best FING move I have against you. She crouches down again. I'll try to make this quick. Mighty takes a deep breath, pulling on his aura. He makes direct eye contact with Scorch as the aura forms into a ball. Try me. Die. Scorch leaps forward, trying to pounce on him again. Her fangs are glowing with flame. He's faster though, launching his aura sphere right into her teeth. She slams straight into the same spot in the wall, hitting it hard enough to go through the concrete. Perfect time for a tactical retreat. Mighty sprints away, trying to see if he can find the ice kid instead. Mina slides along the ice, searching each and every floor. It's pretty boring work, but the bomb could be anywhere. She holds onto one of the ball from her belt, filling it with acid as she moves. Once it's full, she puts it on her belt and starts filling the next one. The acid in them isn't too strong, but it's enough to sting, and that's all she'll need. Just enough to hurt, but not cause permanent damage. She doesn't want to scar anyone. She keeps sliding around, searching room by room. It's a mind-numbing task when the rooms are so similar. Despite her attempts to stay on guard, her focus slips as she starts thinking about how cool it is to see heroes as their teachers. Something slams into her side, knocking her to the ground. There's a hole in the wall, and there's a very warm cat on her chest. Bakugo's Toracat hisses at her, hopping off and trying to dash through the hole. Not so fast. Mina tosses an acid bomb, exploding onto the cat's fur. As she stands up, she comes face to face with a now very set-off cat. Sorry? Toracat's teeth catch on FING fire and it starts running at her. I regret my life choices. She scrambles to slide away, hearing claws clacking against the ice behind her. Izuku managed to lose Kaken in the halls, getting to the next floor. While sprinting, he presses the button on his mask to close it again. It at least helps keep his mouth warm. He notices a vent grate on the wall. Well, good thing I'm short. He uses metal claws to latch onto the grate before yanking it off, quickly climbing into the ventilation system and quickly climbing up so he's at the ceiling vent level. The ice didn't manage to get in here, so it's much easier to move through. There's also no fans or anything, so this was probably just made to sneak through. He isn't complaining, that's for sure. Soft breathing comes from one of the vent grates, so he carefully looks through it. Todoroki sits there next to the bomb, most of the room encased in ice. Izuku whispers into his earpiece. Mina, you'll have to handle Kaken, the bomb room is covered in too much ice for you to get in. The response is just incomprehensible screeches and something about a terrifying hellcat. Hopefully she can survive against Scorch and Bakugo. She'll be fine, she's just a bit dramatic even in person. He tries to speak using his aura, hoping Mighty can hear. The bomb room is guarded by Todoroki. If you can find me with my aura, the bomb room is below me, blocked off with ice. I'm in the vents. Izuku waits a moment before he hears a response. I'm on my way. Just stay hidden, I can beat him. He can faintly see an aura flare up through the floor, probably Mighty. His aura is always clearer than any others. Looking at Todoroki, he tries to think of him as just an ice fire type. Fighting moves would probably be the best, though against his ice itself could also be weak to steel. Best to be prepared. Mighty's aura finally gets to the door of the room, the ice quickly getting smashed. Todoroki makes an ice wall, but a hole is quickly punched through it as well. The air gets filled with ice dust, giving Izuku the perfect opportunity to drop down from the vent. He lands on all fours, barely keeping his balance on the ice. Todoroki hasn't noticed him yet, but he still needs to go through him to the bomb. Izuku prepares fighting energy in his fist before sliding over to Todoroki, rock smashing his ankle. A bone can be heard snapping before Todoroki topples over. Izuku catches him, sitting him down gently. Sorry, I didn't mean to break a bone, I promise. He's quickly encased in ice up to his neck. Well, that's just not very nice. His hands are stuck, so he slams his head to the side, barely managing to hit the button to activate his mask. Todoroki tries to stand up, but he's quickly pinned by Mighty. I'll try to make this painless. Todoroki tries to freeze Mighty, but accidentally freezes himself too. Ah, that's not good. Izuku takes the opportunity to gather dark energy around his teeth, using bite on the ice to shatter it bit by bit. Eventually he's able to get up, though he can hear explosions coming closer. He tried to gather both dragon and poison energy in his throat, carefully balancing it. I'm gonna get my payback, you little sheet. Kaken bursts into the room right as Izuku opens his mouth, acid spray and dragon breath shoving Kaken away. The recoil sends Izuku right into the bomb. Hero team wins. Medical bots will come for anyone who's injured, then you all can come back to the observation deck. All Might's voice booms through the intercoms. Izuku stands up coughing out a small drop of blood. Better than last time I tried two at once, at least. He goes over to Todoroki and Mighty, rock smashing the ice. I'm really sorry for breaking your ankle, I was just trying to knock you over. Todoroki looks up at him. It's alright, I've had worse. He tries to stand, but Mighty just picks him up in a bridal carry. This is weird. Izuku sighs. That's just worrying. He looks over at Kaken, seeing him unconscious. I'll carry him, let's just get out of this freezing building. Mighty nods as Izuku picks up Kaken. After getting healed by Recovery Girl and Curry, they all head back to the observation deck. As soon as Izuku enters, he's tackled by an excited Chip, barking happily at him. He giggles in response. Heh, get off of me, Chip. I'm alright, I won. Rek hands him a particularly large poison crystal of his as a gift, which Izuku takes happily. Ace just lands on his shoulder pad, sitting there and smiling. Toga chuckles as she steps closer. You're all so cute together. All Might clears his throat awkwardly. Back to the assignment. What would you say the hero team did well? Yaoyorozu raises her hand. Midoriya managed to be very adaptable, changing plans if needed and using his skills for more than purely combat. His Pokemon, I think he called it? It fought off Bakugo's Pokemon well, and it seemed to communicate with Midoriya without speaking at points. Ashido was exceptional at navigating the rough terrain, and very thorough with her search. Izuku found himself blushing under his mask at how much her outfit exposed her. Very good. All Might grins. And what were they lacking in? How could they improve? Kirishima speaks up. Midobro should have been more careful with his attacks. His acid could have hit someone's eye. Kirishima's outfit made him blush more. DMN it, why did Izuku have to be a disaster by? Kaminari looks up from where he's at, still idly playing with Ojiro's tail. Lucario probably should have been more careful when pinning Todoroki. If he had a hand free, he probably could have broken himself out. Dark shadow rises above everyone to be heard. Mina should have tried to keep her composure more. Her acid could have tripped the Torracat, but instead she flailed around like a headless chicken. All Might was clearly about to scold Dark Shadow, but since Mina just flicks her on the head, it's clear Dark Shadow was just messing with her. Clearing his throat, All Might raises his voice. Alright, what about the villain team? Izuku can see Kavacha, All Might's Kubfu, carefully hiding behind his leg. It hides him pretty well, thanks to all of All Might's muscles. Ida raises his hand stiffly. Freezing the building was a properly villainous tactic, so Todoroki properly showed off his power like a villain would. However, he forgot to properly communicate with his teammate, so he needs to improve his communication skills. Hagakure waves her arm in the air, only noticeable because of the gloves. Wait, was she not wearing anything else? Izuku quickly turned away, blushing under his mask. Bakugo managed to do well even though he clearly was disadvantaged, flying above the ice instead of tripping on it by walking. He definitely needs to be a bit less reckless. Tokoyami turns to Kaken. What do you call your Torracat? I wish to address your Pokemon properly in my review. Kaken is sitting next to Scorch, idly petting her fur. Her name is Scorch, Birdbrain. If the pronouns I'm using aren't already DMN obvious, she's a girl. Scorch purrs, rubbing against his hand. Understood. Tokoyami pats Dark Shadow's head before speaking. Scorch did even if fate was against her. Fire Fang was her only feasible option, as it was her strongest move and it had stab. She also managed to chase Mina, striking fear into her heart and keeping her from helping her teammate. Tokoyami gets flicked on the head by Mina, glaring at her before continuing. However, she still has flaws. Given her limited options, she should have hidden in the shadows and took her prey by surprise, or at least attempted to use some deception to get the upper hand. Most of the class looks at Tokoyami like he's a bit crazy. It can't be for his weird speech, since they all heard him talk like this already. Zero tilts his head. What do you mean by stab? Or moves? It's not like this is a video game monster. Kaken practically growls at Zero. Listen here, you glorified piece of office supplies, she is not a monster, she's my therapy cat. Scorch hisses at Zero. Raising his hands in surrender, Zero steps back. Hey, I don't mean to be rude. Izuku sighs. All Might, can I explain my quirk to them to explain all of this? He gets a nod, so he explains most of it to them. How his quirk works, how Pokemon are from pre-quirk games, that his moves are Pokemon moves, etc. And stab just stands for same type attack bonus. I didn't even realize it was an acronym for years. That's beside the point. It basically makes your attack stronger if it matches your type. Izuku points at Scorch. She's a fire type, so Fire Fang would have stab. Everyone clearly wants to ask more questions, but All Might claps his hands together. All right? Now that that's been dealt with, let's move on to the other battles. The next match has Ida and Shuji as the heroes, fighting against Ojiro and Hagakure. Hagakure had taken off her gloves and boots, and kept tripping Ida whenever he started running. At least that's why Izuku guesses Ida tripped so much. When Shuji listened for her footsteps, he was able to get her with the capture tape. The bomb was at the top of the building. Ojiro, who stood in front of it, managed to fight off the heroes. He quickly knocked Ida out before using Shuji's size to run circles around him, kicking his knees to knock him over before tying him up with capture tape. Next up was Uraraka and Aoyama against Sato and Koda. Koda had birds pick up the bomb, flying it high above the building. Meanwhile, Sato ate sugar. When the match started, Sato dodged a beam of energy and punched Aoyama in the chest, knocking him over and letting some of Koda's rats tie capture tape on his arms. Uraraka did the smart thing and ran, making Sato punch lots of walls. She cancelled gravity on chunks of rock so she could use them as ammo, throwing them at his face and releasing them when they floated above his head. Even with this, it took one slip-up for Sato to punch Uraraka to the ground, stepping on her chest so she'd stay down as rats tied capture tape on her. Kaminari and Jairu against Yaoyorozu and Toga was interesting. Toga had asked Izuku for some blood beforehand, which he easily gave. She had transformed into him, wearing her outfit but using his hood and mask. Yaoyorozu spent the prep time rigging the place with traps. The Bubei traps weren't harmful, but things like tripwires that launch capture nets could trap the heroes, and sensors that dump non-toxic paint from above were annoying. Thanks to Toga's suggestion, there were also speakers playing Cotton Eye Joe, bass boosted to high hell, on loop the entire time. Once they actually got to the bomb, Toga fought them off with Izuku's muscles and speed before Yaoyorozu threw an insulated blanket on the heroes. Kaminari managed to just take out Jairu with the shock, so Toga quickly wrapped them up with capture tape. Tokoyami, Dark Shadow, and Azui fought against Kirishima and Zero. Zero had filled the halls with tape to try and make it difficult to get through while Kirishima stood guard in front of the bomb. Dark Shadow just tore through all of the tape like it was paper. Zero tried to swing in and hit Azui from above, but she just kicked him into Dark Shadow, who held him still so Tokoyami could wrap capture tape on him. Meanwhile, Azui went ahead to Kirishima. She picks him up with her tongue, but Kirishima punching her tongue made her drop him. By then Tokoyami had caught up, Dark Shadow starting to pummel Kirishima while Azui touched the bomb, winning them the match. All Might seemed pleased with their results and sent them to change before they had to go back to the classroom. After the battle trials, they all were sent back to the classroom, where Aizawa was waiting for them. He seems normal, but he's scratching against the fabric of his capture scarf. I'm going to strangle that blonde oaf for sending you into battle trials on the first full day, but besides that, you all did well. Aizawa sighs before sitting down some papers on the podium. These are permission slips for all future field trips. Get them filled out, since for some reason the school board says we need it even for on-campus field trips. He goes back to taking a nap like usual. Kaminari walks over to Izuku. Dude, your Pokemon are so cool. I love retro games like that. Izuku smiles. Thanks. Lucario is named Mighty, Gabite is Chip, Alolan Grimer is Wreck, and Mew is Ace. He points to each of them as he says their names. They're lots of fun to have around. Tokoyami pets Chip. Rough skin, but it doesn't harm my skin. Just like you described it on the server, it seems to only be harmful when it's in combat. Standing up, Izuku stretches. I'm going to go ahead and head home, since class is over. My mom will be worried if I stay here too long. He waves goodbye to the class before climbing up into the vents with his Pokemon. He chuckles as he hears the confused shouts from his classmates. Izuku follows Ace's lead through the vents, hearing the others following behind him. Izuku steps into his house. Mom, I'm home. And I brought the others back too. He takes off his shoes at the door, taking off his extra layers and his backpack, tossing them into his room. His mom is in the kitchen, fixing some curry for them. I tried to stop them from sneaking out, but Ace is just too cute to deny. She chuckles. Also, Mighty just picked me up and moved me when I tried to block the door. I couldn't have stopped them. He snorts at the mental image from that. At least they didn't cause too many issues. Also, I got to fight Kakin today. He's definitely better now that he used to be. Izuku walks into the kitchen, sitting on a stool they had. He's still brash, but less like a bully and more like Aunt Mitsuki. That's good. His mother smiles at him. Mitsuki said he was getting better, but it's nice to hear you confirm it. Maybe we could invite them over for dinner again eventually. Izuku nods. Maybe, that'd be nice. He hops off the stool, quickly washing his hands in the sink. Can I help you with cooking? She thinks for a moment before nodding. Alright, I don't see why not. We need a lot, since Springy loves her curry. Springy waves her ribbons excitedly from where she sits on top of the fridge, making the two of them chuckle. Izuku wakes up to see another egg. Oh god damn it. One half of it is a light reddish-brown, with reddish-orange fur at the top in curls. The other half is covered in white fur, with icy blue fur on the top in adorable swirls. Todoroki's egg? This one is unique. He takes it to school with him like he did with Aizawa's. His Pokemon just gets on the train with him, even though he tried to stop them. Once they got to the school, he could see the horde of reporters outside the gate. Vents? All his Pokemon nod before heading into the forest. Izuku drops out of the vent, landing beside his seat. He sits the egg on his desk before holding his hands out, catching Rek and sitting him in the seat. He catches Chip too as she falls out of the vent headfirst, carefully sitting her on the ground. Mighty manages to stick the landing on his own, and Ace just floats out of the vent. What the hell? He turns as he hears Jairu's voice, looking around to see the rest of his class looking at him, surprised and confused. Jairu points one of her ear jacks at him, and the other at the door. Why didn't you come in through the door? Izuku puts the vent cover back on the vent. You all saw the front gate, I entered through the vents to avoid that. He walks over to the podium, setting the signed field trip permission slip from yesterday on it. Tokoyami shakes his head. What a mad banquet of darkness. I see your team has infected you into becoming a vent goblin. He seems disapproving, but Izuku can see the amusement in his eyes. Aoyama watches Chip walk over to him, patting her head. This one is very mignon. She appreciates my scintillate, so she clearly has an eye for fashion. Izuku chuckles. No, she just likes shiny things. You're the shiniest thing in the room. He walks over to Todoroki, sitting the egg in his seat. This one is yours. Either your ice or me punching you yesterday activated my quirk, sorry. Todoroki reaches out, feeling the egg. My home isn't a good place for pets. Izuku notices how restrained Todoroki's aura feels. Oh. Izuku doesn't know why, but maybe Endeavor's aggression carries over to his home life. Then you could ask Aizawa or Nedzu to let you put it in here then. A few moments after he says that, a noise comes from behind him. There's now another table with a blanket on it near the window. Todoroki stands up with the egg in his hands. Did you do that? He tilts his head. Izuku shakes his head. No, it was probably Nedzu. He helps Todoroki wrap the egg up. There we go. Just leave it here until it hatches. Thank you. Todoroki heads back to his seat. His aura still feels just as restrained, the emotions barely visible. As he goes back to his own seat, he sees Rek climbing up into Mina's lap. Get up here, us poison types gotta stick together. She pets his head gently. I may not be a Pokemon, but I'm basically a poison type. Aizawa enters the room. I'm not even going to ask. We're starting homeroom with one of the most difficult choices of this year. The class sits in suspense for a moment. Choosing a class representative. The entire class erupts with noise, but his glare shuts them up. Decide however you want, I'm taking a nap. He climbs into his sleeping bag and gets under the podium. I want to be the class rep. I'm manly enough for the position. My magnifique style makes me the best option. The strongest should take the position, damn it. I'll bake everyone cookies if I get the position. I'll take it, why not? Still, Izuku uses disarming voice to make everyone flinch, stopping everyone from yelling over each other. Yelling is just going to make us argue. Ida raises his voice. We should do this in a diplomatic manner, making this class like a fair democracy. I suggest an election so everyone has a say. He keeps chopping his arms in the air, almost hitting Ace with them. Tsu turns to look at him. Ida, we haven't been around each other long enough to build trust. We would just be voting based on first impressions, Karo. Kaminari tilts his head, still running his fingers through the fur on Ojiro's tail. Also, wouldn't everyone just vote for themselves then? That just means whoever gets the most votes is truly deserving. Ida chops his arms again. This time Ace gets hit by it, flying up to Ida's face and kicking him for it, glaring at him and making Ida frantically apologize. Ojiro leans back. Couldn't we just ban voting for yourself? Then it'd be much more fair. He glances at Kaminari, sighing fondly. Yaoyorozu looks at him, nodding. I'll make the stuff we need. She makes a box to put the votes in and sits it on the podium. Then she starts to make all the papers, letting Ace and Mighty help her pass them out. Izuku looks at his own paper. While he's friends with Toga, Tokoyami, Dark Shadow, and Mina, none of them would be good for the position. Maybe Tokoyami, but even then his unique speech patterns might confuse people too much for him to have that position. While Ida seems like a good option on paper, he's too stiff. He feels almost like an NPC, so he might honestly be too strict for the position. Yaoyorozu seems to be smart and analytical, so she could be a good choice. He doesn't really know most of this class yet, but she's also a recommended student, so he'll pick her. Ida tallies up the votes once everyone has finished voting. The votes are in. I've written the results on the board. Yaoyorozu, 8. Midoriya, 7. Ida, 5. Aizawa wakes up, crawling out of his sleeping bag. It seems that Yaoyorozu is the class representative, and Midoriya is her vice rep. He stands up fully, standing behind the podium. Now let's continue with class. After going through some more classes, they get to go to lunch. His Pokemon just get their food and head outside to eat, while Izuku goes to sit with his friends. Tokage takes a bite of her tonkatsu. So, who's your class rep? We got Kendo for that position, and Monoma was our vice rep. Dark Shadow peeks out from behind Tokoyami. Yaoyorozu was our class rep, and Midoriya was our vice. It would have been a tie if I was allowed to vote though. She pouts, leaning her head on Tokoyami's shoulder. Monoma grins. Well, I think we'll both be great vice reps. We'll make this year's hero classes the best in UA history. He eats some of his udon. Izuku chuckles, pulling down his mask so he can eat his curry. Yeah. We'll try our best, at least. Mina eats some of her natto, not at all deterred by its strong scent. Good thing we don't have heroics class today. I don't want to get chased down by a set-off Toracat again. She glances over at Kaken's table. Shinso snorts, covering his mouth as he chuckles. That sounds like an experience for sure. He sips his miso soup. Monoma glances at his phone before choking on his udon, coughing it out while laughing at the same time. Guys, you've got to check HeroTube. Search for All Might and you'll see what I meant. Now you've got me curious. Izuku looks at HeroTube, already seeing All Might on the homepage. He clicks on the first video. He sees All Might standing in front of a group of criminals. Instead of defeating them himself, he's watching as Kavacha fights them. Kavacha ducks under a kick, a punch to the back of the knee makes his attacker topple over. Two others tried to shoot at him, but Kavacha just jumped up, punching one of them in the wrist. The other one tries to punch him with an enlarged fist, but he disappears behind the fist. He shows up again, climbing up the fist before kicking them in the nose. That's my boy! All Might yells praise from the sidelines. Izuku drops his phone as he snorts. Oh my Arceus, of course he would do that, he's so dash. Izuku devolves into a fit of giggles, doubling over and clutching his stomach. Oh DMN. Tokage laughs heartily, throwing her head back. That Cubfo is badass. It kicked those fuckers' buttes in no time. Tokoyami covers his beak to hide a chuckle. It seems this legendary bear is now by All Might's side. Quite fitting, a fighting type to match All Might's raw strength, and a legendary fitting with his #1 status. Dark Shadow grins. The media is going wild. Everyone is confused, no one knows what Cubfu even is. She eats something from Tokoyami's lunchbox. They're all uncultured dum-dums, it's hilarious. Toga, who was giggling with Izuku, finally calms down. How did All Might get a Cubfu anyways? She blinks before turning to Izuku. Why'd I even ask? Of course it would be because of you. When did you even touch All Might? Izuku stops giggling, turning to her. Well, it's a bit of a long story dash. A loud alarm blares in his ears, the cafeteria lights turning red. Everyone starts to panic, people shoving against each other as they try to force their way out. People are crushing others, and they're going to get hurt if they keep on. Izuku climbs onto the back of his seat. He can see out the window from here. It seems like the media just managed to get in, makes sense. He doesn't know how, but that's not the point. He looks through the crowd, searching carefully until he spots Yayorozu. Yayorozu. Toss me a megaphone. She seems to barely hear him, but she still tosses him one that he catches. He brings the megaphone to his mouth, turning it on. Still, he sees everyone flinch and sink from the use of disarming voice. All of you are acting like children. Is it just the media, not villains? Either get back to your lunch or evacuate in an orderly faction. Everyone looks properly chastised by that, even his own classmates. They all listen to his instructions, the alarm silencing and the lights returning to normal. Izuku falls back into his seat, landing on his head. Ugh. I hated that. Yelling at people is so draining. He decides just to stay like this, upside down in his seat. It's surprisingly comfy for the moment, though he'll regret it later. Mina flicks him in the stomach. Get used to it, you're planning to be a hero. She chuckles before going back to eating her natto. He topples over in his seat from the flick, collapsing into Tokage's slap. Oh come on. That was mean. He pouts as he sits up, fixing his scarf and his hat. Tokage grins. I don't know, I didn't mind having a lap full of greenie. She chomps into her tonkatsu. Izuku blushes, sputtering before putting his head in his hands. He groans as everyone laughs and giggles around him, cursing both his bisexuality and how everyone around him was hot. They head back to their classes. Izuku's Pokemon make themselves comfortable in whatever spot they get in, and he focuses on the class. Instead of heroics training, they had Snipe come in. He spent the class talking about weapon safety. Despite him only using his pistol in fights, he knew about swords, knives, spears, all kinds of weapons. At one point, Kaminari raised his hand. Snipe, how do you know so much about these weapons? You've never fought with them. Snip turns to him. Well, partner, I went through a lot of changes in my original costume. At first I was going to be a samurai. That gets some surprised snorts from the class. Because of that, I figured I might as well train with a lot of different weapons in case I changed my mind. The guns are my favorite, but I can still wield lots of other weapons. Izuku makes sure to write this down in his notebook before raising his own hand nervously. Snipe-sensei, have you ever used your quirk for things other than bullets or knives? Of course, it works for all projectiles, even thrown ones. Snipe pulls out a smoke grenade. These are my personal favorites. I toss them at a villain and they can't see, but I can still shoot. I've also used actual bombs before, but those are too destructive for my liking. Thank you, Snipe-sensei. He quickly writes that down in his notebook too, Ace peering over his shoulder. When classes end, Izuku looks at Mighty and points at Kaken before climbing up into the vents. A moment later, he can hear Kaken. Let go of me, you furry mutt. Izuku sighs. Kaken, just come on. I want to show you something, so don't blow up Mighty. He can hear a groan, but no more violent struggling. Scorch managed to get here too, the annoyed hissing is a clear sign. Also don't insult my team, you don't need a round 2 with Mighty. Kaken practically growls at him. Don't bring that up, that was years ago. Scorch is going to kick his butt with me next time. Sure, Kaken. He giggles before he focuses on leading them through the vents carefully. They end up at Dagoba Beach. Kaken walks over to the crater in the sand. It's been somewhat smoothed over by time, but it's still noticeable. This was the trash beach? Why's it clean? What the hell happened here? Izuku grins. That would be me, Kaken. I cleaned it, and the crater is from when my quirk evolved. Mighty is already leading the other Pokemon, doing some stretches. Kaken blinks. What the hell? What even happened to your quirk, anyways? He stares incredulously at the crater. Well, he sighs. I gained the ability to use Pokemon types. The issue is that it's far too powerful for my body. That, he pointed at the crater, broke my arm and a couple of ribs because I used aura energy. Seeing how speechless Kaken still is, Izuku continues. I learned that I could channel that energy by using Pokemon moves. I've only got some weak ones now, but they're helpful. Mighty has started sparring with Chip, attacks flying everywhere and sand getting kicked up into the air. Rek and Ace also spar against each other, hit her, Ace staying low to the ground to make it fair. Scorch watches from the sidelines, tilting her head curiously. Kaken turns to him. FING lucky unlucky but nerd. You got all this power but can't even FING use it yet. Well, you better get stronger, I need some good competition, and you aren't too shitty. Izuku grins. Of course, I gotta get stronger if I want to take the number 1 hero position. You can't have it, poke BSTRD. That spot's mine. Explosions pop in Kaken's palms. He giggles before walking over to Scorch. Can I learn Fire Fang from her? I don't have any fire-type moves yet, and that could be helpful against Todoroki, Zero, maybe. Kaken lightly hits him on the back of his head. Oi! You're getting into your DMN mutter spree again, nerd. Izuku can't help the flinch, trying to shake off the uncomfortable feeling quickly. Sorry, Kaken. So, can I learn it? Yeah, go ahead, poke BSTRD. Kaken sits down on the sand, scoffing. Izuku can feel the shame in Kaken's aura after that, but he'll drop it for now. He crouches down by Scorch. Okay, so I want to use Fire Fang. Should I focus on heat? Scorch nods at him, sitting down. It's a hotter day out, so Izuku focuses on the warmth filling the air. He pets Scorch, focusing on the restrained heat still leaking out of the fur. After a moment of doing this, he can feel it. He can feel the heat in the battles nearby as they clash against each other. The heat beneath Scorch's fur is mostly pooled into the bell of fire on her throat. Izuku can even feel the heat in Kaken's palms, ready to spark. So I guess it's like using bite, but with fire? Scorch nods. She uses Fire Fang, the flames covering her teeth and making them pulse with heat. So do that. Got it. Izuku pulls down his scarf before baring his teeth. Heat from the air around him gets pulled into his mouth, forming around his teeth. The flames don't hurt, they feel comfortable as they sharpen into flames. He chomps on the air in front of him, letting the heat fizzle out after the attack. Now that he focuses, he can feel some heat gathering into his body. Looking at his body, he focuses enough that his eyes start to hurt. He can see different energies gathering inside his body. Most of it is gathered around his heart, though there are some in other parts, like a bit of steel energy at his fingertips, and fighting energy in the muscles of his hand. The energy around his heart is pure and raw, while the energy at other parts is more refined and specific. Kaken, I discovered something. He turns to him, already grinning even though everything looks too bright since he strained his eyes. Kaken tilts his head. What did you figure out now, nerd? Izuku takes a deep breath. So I think my body might have reserves for the Pokemon types. It's mostly just raw energy around my heart, but it even gets some at my fingertips, teeth, and probably my throat too. Since I learned Metal Claw, I have steel energy at my fingertips, and Rock Smash got fighting energy in my hand muscles. And when it can't use the reserves, it takes from the environment instead, like using heat from the air. And how does this help? Kaken leans back as Scorch comes over to sit next to him. What could you even do with this information, poke BSTRD? He blinks. Well, okay, I can't really do much with it. Isn't it just interesting to know things, Kaken? Izuku pouts. Kaken grins. Nah, you're just a shitty nerd. Izuku whines dramatically. Kaken only cackles in response, but moments later, some sand hits him right in the side of the head. Eh? Who the hell did that? I'll kill ya. None of his Pokemon fess up, but Izuku snorts at the barely hidden pleased look on Chip's face. Don't kill her, Kaken. Izuku giggles to himself as he watches Chip sprint away from Kaken, who's still screaming profanities that would make a sailor blush. Izuku sits in class the next day. The main classes flew by, even with his Pokemon occasionally causing some chaos. Ace taking a nap on Cementos' head in the middle of class was the highlight for sure. They're finally at their heroics class. Aizawa stands at the front of the class. Alright, today we'll be doing rescue training at another on-campus location. Immediately, the class fills with noise as people start chatting about it. Still, disarming voice from Izuku and the old Eraserhead glare shut them up. I wasn't finished. Aizawa sighs. We'll be doing this alongside Class 1B so you can learn how to work well with unfamiliar heroes. He pinches the bridge of his nose. And one of the students in that class won't shut up about class cooperation, so we went ahead and did it. He presses a button, making costume cases come out of the wall. You can choose between wearing these or your gym uniforms. Your costumes might not be useful in all situations, after all. Now get dressed. Aizawa walks out of the classroom. Everyone immediately scrambles to get up and choose between costumes and gym uniforms. It seems like basically everyone got their costumes. When they walk out to wait for the buses, they can already see Class 1B waiting. Izuku walks over to Monoma. Nice outfit. Monoma looks like a butler with that fancy outfit, clocks on his belt. He grins. I know, I made it look perfect. Yours looks good too, of course. Mina looks over at Monoma before speaking in a mocking voice. Could you get me a drink, butler? She laughs before dodging his slap. Don't be so violent, butler. Dark Shadow gets in between them. Oh come on, stop acting like children. Even if it is funny. That's Bakugo's job. Luckily Kaken wasn't listening. Monoma sighs before quickly reaching over to flick her forehead. I had to get my payback somehow. Tokoyami runs his hand down his face. Trying to keep you all in line is like herding cats. Izuku can still see the fondness in his aura even as he grabs the back of Mina's shirt to stop her from retaliating. Izuku turns to Shinso. You really are Baby Eraser. His outfit looks like Eraserhead's outfit, just with a slight lavender tint and a voice modifier. Shinso gives him a glare with no heat behind it. Shut your wear mouth, Midoriya. He gets head-butted in the shin by Chip, jumping up. F dash. Rude, that hurt. Chip just laughs at him. Tokage walks over. What do you think of my hero costume, Greenie? She has a skin-tight bodysuit made of lots of tiny purple scales, the same material making up her eye mask. Her hands are covered by fingerless gloves with tan three-piece wrist guards. Izuku blushes, lucky his mask hides it. It looks good. Oh really? She grins, about to tease him before she's interrupted. Yaoyorozu yells to them all with a megaphone. The buses are here, come board them in a timely manner. Tokage rolls her eyes. You're saved for now, Greenie. I'll tease you more later. She gets on the 1B bus. Both classes slowly get into the buses. There's one for each class, so at least they don't have to hear bickering the whole time. After the bus starts moving, Azui turns to him. I usually say and ask what's on my mind, Karo. So I must ask, why do you wear so much extra clothing, even out of your hero costume? Izuku blinks. Ah, well Azui dash. Call me Tsu. He nods, leaning back. Alright, Tsu. I wear all this because of how my quirk works. When I was young, other kids had found out, and well, I figured it was best to cover up. Toga sighs, fiddling with a knife in her hand. Kids are assholes. The sheet I got for my quirk in school wasn't fun, that's for sure. Sata looks at Ace, who's floating in the air. At least the Pokemon that are here are pretty nice. Ace's tail gently hits his nose. Even if they're pretty mischievous. Kuda is letting Mighty sit beside him, having a small whispered conversation together. Mina is holding one of Rek's crystals like a prized treasure, Rek clapping happily while sitting in her lap. Chip is staring curiously at the armor of both Aoyama and Ida, occasionally headbutting their chests so she can feel the metal. Izuku chuckles. Yeah, they're some little pranksters. But they mean well, at least. He leans back, listening to the conversations around him and relaxing. It's nice to be around people he can somewhat trust not to touch or bother him, letting him just relax. Of course, that's interrupted by Toga sitting in his lap, making him blush and sputter. She just grins at him. What? It looked comfortable here, hee. They have to deal with Ida's lecturing the rest of the ride. They arrive at the USJ, getting off the bus at the same time as Class 1B. They quickly enter, and Izuku sees a hero. It's 13? Both Uraraka and him shout in unison. Uraraka turns to him. You like 13 too? Oh, they're such a cool rescue hero. I love their space theme. Izuku nods, smiling under his mask. Yeah, they're probably one of the most popular rescue heroes, and dash. Mighty pokes his shoulder. Focus, they're about to start talking. You can tell her your analysis later, I'm sure. He gestures at the teachers. He turns back to the teachers. He can hear 13 mention All Might and hold up 3 fingers, so he probably ran out of time again. 13 turns to them. As you all know, I'm a rescue hero. But my quirk can be dangerous too, I could easily kill with it. All quirks can be dangerous, just one slip-up can kill. All Might's battle assessments taught you how to use them to fight, but today we want to show all of you how they can be used to save people. 13 gestures at the class. Both Izuku and Mighty turn towards the center of the building, right by the fountain. A small ball of aura is there, but it's so many auras condensed into one spot. There's something wrong, Aizawa. I can feel something dash. The lights flicker as a portal expands, people streaming out of it. Izuku flinches, the aura of one of them feels so wrong. Kirishima steps forward. I thought this was a rescue exercise? Why are you giving us people to fight? Aizawa steps in front of them all. Get back, these are villains. He readies his scarf, standing alongside Vlad King. The man covered in hands steps forward. All Might was supposed to be here? I hate it when the quest info lies to me. He sighs, his voice low and raspy. I guess it can't be helped. But maybe a few dead kids will attract the big man. Villains rush forward, but so does Aizawa. He leaps down the stairs, tripping people and usually his scarf to slam them into each other. Vlad King is right behind him, shooting blood at villains and punching them away. Izuku looks on in awe. They're doing so good, even while massively outnumbered. Hey! He gets picked up by Mighty. Ida yells at them. Let's evacuate, follow Yaoyorozu and Kendo. There's no time for analysis. A portal of darkness forms in front of them, glowing eyes on it. I'm afraid I cannot let you do that. We are the League of Villains. We have come here to end the life of the symbol of peace. While we expected him to be here today, the revised schedule is but a minor inconvenience. My role is still unaffected. Right as 13 is about to attack, Kamakiri jumps forward, trying to slash at the portal. Oh, F off, we'll just tear you to shreds, stop talking fancy. Kurogyri just makes a small noise of acknowledgement before his shadows start to grow. Begone, suffer until your last breaths. Prepare to write in agony as your life fades away. Izuku's Pokemon grab onto him as the shadows get closer. He's consumed by the portal, and he screams as pain flares through every single nerve. Kaminari Denki lands on his back, feeling water hitting him in the face. Ugh, opening his eyes, he can tell that they're in a city-like area, and it's raining. Well, this SCKS. Looking around, he sees the vine-haired girl from 1B fall out of a portal. She uses her vines to get a safe landing. You're from 1A, aren't you? I am Shiozaki Ibara. She doesn't touch the ground, holding herself slightly off the ground. I'm Kaminari. He stands up before walking over to her. I bet there's villains nearby. I might not be the best in a fight, but I'm sure a pretty girl like you will do great. Shiozaki lets her vines start to grow out on the ground, soaking up the rain to grow longer. I would prefer you not lust after me in the middle of battle. I am a Christian woman, I shall not date sinners who flirt at first sight. Denki blinks, looking at the white robe she's wearing. I should have noticed that sooner, my bad. Let's just fight our way out before I embarrass myself again. A large, hulking villain starts charging towards them, getting tripped by vines. The villain is picked up by a bunch of vines and thrown into a crowd of villains. I suggest we attempt to leave. She doesn't walk forward. Instead, she has her vines start to carry her away. A group of set-off villains starts to speed towards them, one making lightning shoot down from the sky above them. Yeah, let's get away from imminent death. Denki starts sprinting away, ignoring the said shouting behind him. Horns shoot past them, making Shiozaki abruptly turn back. Pony! She's fighting the sinners with one of your classmates. We should assist them however we can. She lets her vines stretch out. Denki turns around, seeing the horned girl from Class 1B, probably Pony, firing horns at the crowd of villains. Some of the villains seem to get hit by an invisible force, but that could just be Hagakure. He tries to run closer, but then lightning shoots at him, leaving no time to dodge. Denki winces, expecting to short-circuit. But he doesn't. Denki's muscles pulse with electricity. Well, this is new. He sprints forward, speed, dash, and immediately crashes into the villains, barely staying standing. As for the villains, they tumble into an ungraceful pile. Denki releases the excess electricity, fully defeating the villains. He can hear Hagakure's footsteps now. Whoa, what did you do there, Kaminari? I didn't know you had super speed. Denki shrugs. The guy struck me with lightning, and it caused that. Definitely useful, though. Pony points in a direction. I can see exit. Let's go. Her Japanese is a bit choppy, but Denki still follows her when she starts sprinting. Hopefully the others are winning their battles. Kirishima Ijiro stands beside the black-haired girl, Kodai, watching Bakugo and Ojiro fight. The place they're in is full of fire, so Scorch is hiding in the flames and ambushing villains randomly. He had tried to help, but between Ojiro's skill and Bakugo's power, Ijiro and Kodai didn't have much to do. When he follows Kodai's gaze, he realizes her eyes are trained on the two of them's buttes as they fight. Why are you staring at them like that? Not manly, I'll be honest. Kodai shrugs. It looks nice, though some of your classmates had better ones. She must have noticed his shocked look, because she continues. At least I admit to staring, others wouldn't. Ijiro sighs, shaking his head. I guess I can't stop you, still not manly. One villain tries to sneak up on him, but even he can hear their footsteps. A quick hardened punch to the face knocks them out. Geez, that was kinda easy. His classmates are definitely winning if all the villains are weak. Yayorozu Momo lands in a random grassy area of the facility. She forms a bow staff, holding it tightly as she cautiously walks around the area. She's the class president, she has to set the right example. She sees Jairu fighting off a villain by a door. The villain looks like an angry minotaur, charging at Jairu again and again. Momo sneaks up behind the villain, carefully producing a taser and some soundproof headphones. Momo puts on the headphones before making eye contact with Jairu, mouthing now. A loud sound wave is muffled by the headphones. Momo hops on the villain's back, tossing him right in the neck with enough voltage to knock him out. She takes off her headphones. Are you alright? Jairu brushes herself off, nodding. I'm good. The guy was trying to get into this room. She points her ear jacks at the door. Said it was a control room. I see, it's a good thing you fought him then. There's no doorknob, just a keycard slot, so she can't get in without breaking the door. Let's protect this room, even if we can't get in. The girl in a mushroom outfit comes over. Hey, it's me, Komori. She holds up some odd-looking weapons, almost like guns. You two are from 1A. I heard something about defending this place. Momo nods. That room is a control room, it needs to be kept away from villains. Komori grins, holding up her gun-like things. Then I'll help. I can create mushrooms, so I'll make any attackers choke on some Amanita muscaria. Maybe that's too mean, nah, better than Amanita phalloides. Jairu steps back. I'm gonna guess those are mushroom names, she shrugs. Whatever, if you fight on our side, you can be a bit weird. Momo smiles at the exchange before changing position completely, preparing to fight. It seems her instincts were right, as within seconds they're fighting again, protecting the controls. Shinso Hitoshi likes to think he's hard to shock. He's dealt with the chaos of his friend group, after all. However, he'd say swinging by his capture scarf around a mountain while being chased by some birds made of rock is pretty DMN shocking. Help me you dumbass. He can see Mina, and instead of helping, the pink sheet is laughing at him. He dives at her, going above her head and rolling behind her. Mina turns to him. Huh, She's getting pecked at by the rock birds, cutting into her skin. Get them off of me, baby eraser. Hitoshi glares at her for using his username. You're lucky you're my friend. Hananuki, soften these birds. He can already hear the other boy trying to protest. I don't think they're organic, just try. Hananuki walks over, sighing. Let's see if it'll work. He uses his quirk on the rock birds, watching them turn to mud, falling to the ground. Even when they harden once his quirk releases, they don't come back to life. That makes these much easier to handle. Definitely. Now go help the other two. Hitoshi glances over at the gravity-canceling girl from 1A and Rin. The girl canceling the gravity on Rin's scale so they could shoot out faster was smart, but clearly it only helped with the smaller rock constructs. Sighing, Hananuki heads over to the other two, even as Hitoshi and Mina start to bicker about who deserved to get pecked at by the birds more. Azuitsuyu sits on a boat, surrounded by water and villains. She's already saved some of her classmates, though she only recognizes Aoyama. Who are you two, Karo? Call me Tsu. The guy with an odd-shaped head with several holes in it speaks up. My name is Bondo. I can spray out fast-acting glue. I'm Fukudashi. The other guy, who has a speech bubble for his head, speaks up. I can make physical onomatopoeias. They even have the effect of the word. For example, boom explodes. Aoyama stands in front of them. I am Aoyama. I can dash. She cuts him off. He shoots lasers from his belly, but it makes him sick quickly. When he pouts, she sighs. If you explained it, it would have taken forever and involved too much. French, Karo. Tsuyu looks over the edge of the boat. The villains seem cautious. Anyone got a plan to handle them? The sound of cracking fills the air as one of their attacks hits the boat. Aoyama slams into the boat, starting to make it sink. Aoyama turns to her. It seems less criminals were not as cautious as you thought. I cannot die, it would ruin my briller. Fukudashi's speech bubble gets a mischievous union beside anjoin with union on it. I got an idea. First off, can you carry us all if you jump to the shore? No, Karo. She shakes her head. If I tried it I would fall short, and even getting a boost would just leave us open for the villains to attack. He nods. Thought so. Alright then, he whispers something to Bondo before turning back to them. You can carry us after we do our part, and Aoyama, you can be backup if anything goes wrong. Tsu shrugs, looking at the crowd of villains. Do what you need to. Fukudashi takes a deep breath as he walks towards the edge. Splash. It turns into a giant word, falling down in the water and creating a massive splash. Bondo sprays glue into the water, all of it gathering at the center where the villains are getting pulled back to. Tsu grabs the two of them and Aoyama with her tongue, leaping away. She hears someone yell, zoom, when they start to slow down, and suddenly she's the one getting yanked through the air, seeing Fukudashi gripping onto a giant word for dear life. They end up crashing into a forest, Fukudashi yelling something else, letting them land on something soft. At least they got out. Toga Himiko climbs onto Monoma's back. Come on, I can't walk on ice. You copied the guy's quirk, use it. They're in an area that looks like a landslide. At least it did before Todoroki had frozen over the ground. Monoma tries to throw her off before sighing. Fine, you're lucky we're cousins. If you were Tokage, I would have thrown you off. He uses Todoroki's fire, melting the ice around them. Almost immediately, a group of villains pops out of the ground, the dirt shifting around them. Monoma tumbles backwards from a punch, forcing Himiko to leap off of him. She slashes at the attacker, hitting a pillar of dirt instead. Himiko ducks under a punch from the side, sweeping the attacker's feet. She stabs him in the shoulder, letting her special knife drain some blood. Something slams into her back, forcing her to roll with the momentum and let go of the knife. She pops up into a standing position. The guy she stabbed is starting to get up, so she yanks the knife out of his shoulder. She drinks the blood from the knife, starting to transform. A large, bulky body. Slower, but stronger. You're gonna get it now. Himiko picks up the guy she stabbed, throwing him into someone else. Over here. She runs over to Monoma, who's controlling the dirt with a copied Quirk. Ready for a home run? Himiko grins. I was born ready. The dirt moves and shifts, picking up the collapsed people and yanking those still standing into a pile, gathering it all into a ball of dirt. The ball gets launched towards them. She waits for a moment before punching with both fists, launching the villains far away. Home run. Himiko giggles as her form melts away, leaving her in her hero outfit. That feels much better, that guy was so not cute. Monoma rolls his eyes. Oh come on, you can't be picky. I don't like the Quirk I copied either, it's too sluggish, but I still used it. Now let's go. The two of them bicker playfully as they walk off. Izuku falls on his back, taking deep breaths as his nerves slowly stop pulsing with pain. He feels himself get picked up, opening his eyes to see Tokage. The hell happened to you, Greenie? He groans. That felt like too much. That portal guy isn't normal, it felt like my Quirk got activated more than once from one person. He felt like more than one person. He gets sat on the ground, standing up. He can see a ruined city around them. Tokage stretches, ignoring the sounds of fighting around them. I would say we should go fight, but your Pokemon are doing that for us. Mighty is running circles around the largest villain, distracting him and counterattacking him over and over again. He sees Chip trapping several villains in mounds of concrete and dust, stealing anything shiny they have. Some villains are having to dodge acid spray from Rek, who looks like he's having the time of his life. Finally, Ace is flying above everyone, using hit-and-run tactics over and over again. Izuku sighs, feeling the pain finally fade away. Were there any others here with us? Dark shadow pops out of an alley. We're here. Ah? Izuku ends up jumping back out of surprise, the back of his head pressing into Tokage's melons. He looks up to see her sheet-eating grin. Not a word, Tokage. Tokage pats his head. Oh, this is definitely going to the group chat, Greenie. She just laughs at his embarrassed groan. A villain flies past them, unconscious. Tokoyami sighs as he steps out of the alley. As amusing as your bisexual panic is, this is still a villain attack. What should we do, Midoriya? Izuku steps forward, getting off of Tokage's chest. Well, we should probably go help Aizawa-sensei and Vlad King, there were a lot of villains there. He turns to his Pokemon. Still, disarming voice gets their attention. We're heading out, come on. Tokage grins. Great. Ace could probably lead us, since she can literally float. She looks up at Ace, who nods and starts flying forward. They all follow Ace as she flies through the air, bringing them to the plaza. Aizawa and Vlad King are fighting in sync, Aizawa grabbing villains with his scarf for Vlad King to shoot blood at. The guy covered in hand seems to be ranting to Aizawa and Vlad King, but then Izuku notices the person, the monster beside him. A body covered in dark bluish-gray muscles, one with 4 hulking arms. The mouth had a beak around it, unnaturally sharpened beyond its original state. Its brain is exposed, 3 head crests sticking out of it, all the same beige color of the beak. It wears a black belt with a golden belt buckle. The buckle that should have AP on it instead has LOV on it in red writing. When he looks into the eyes that poked out of its brain, he can see life, but no true soul. Greenie? You alright? He hears the voice beside him, but he can't focus on anything other than that creature. That feeling he had all those years ago, time and time again. He learned to ignore it when he woke up. Clearly it had been more than just his mind playing tricks on him, if this twisted beast stands here. Izuku has always felt a slight connection to his Pokemon through his Quirk, even Kaken's Pokemon. And with this beast, he can feel a connection, twisted and mangled after years of torture. It's one of mine. What do you mean by that, Midoriya? Tokoyami's voice is laced with worry. Izuku takes a shuddering breath, feeling rage in his veins as he speaks, his voice quiet but clear nonetheless. That's a Pokemon. Bakugo Katsuki walks out of the flaming city, Scorch at his side and the other idiots behind him. Alright, let me go beat the sheet out of the portal fucker, Scorch? Scorch stops dead, staring towards the center of the USJ. Katsuki's about to ask again, but then he feels it. An aura of rage fills the air, almost suffocating with its intensity. The rage pulses through the aura with waves before it suddenly seems to fade. But Katsuki knows better. The anger just found the target to aim it all at. Scorch doesn't meow, she hisses loudly as Katsuki curses. F-. We need to get the hell over there. He doesn't wait for the others, he just starts blasting, propelling himself with explosions. Anything that makes the nerd that angry is a problem. Izuku sprints forward, ignoring his friend's yells. He rock smashes the air, sending him flying faster and faster. Opening his mask, he flips around and breathes out dragon breath to propel him even faster. He flips back around right as he gets to the plaza. What did you do? Izuku doesn't give Hand-Man time to react, acid spray firing out of his mouth. Who the hell are you to mangle my Pokemon? The man dodges the acid. Such a rude NPC. I'm Shigaraki, I guess you're where the doctor sourced his Pokemon from. This Nomu is a mix of Machamp and human DNA. I would have preferred a normal Machamp, but that wasn't the quest reward, so I had to take what I could get. Metal claws form at Izuku's fingertips, flaming fangs growing in his mouth as he bares his teeth. You turn my Pokemon into a monster? You fucker. He slashes forward while also preparing to chomp down on his neck only to meet the chest of Machamp, taking the hit instead. The same feeling of too much pulses into him, but the pain fades away much faster now that he's used to it. Nomu has shock absorption and regeneration, perfect for taking hits. Shigaraki chuckles. You know, it isn't very hero-like to go for the neck. Izuku pulls his fangs out of Machamp. I know. He slides under Machamp, glaring up at Shigaraki. Good thing I'm not a hero yet. He slashes at Shigaraki again, only for a hand to press on his chest. The clothing disintegrates first, but he screams as his skin cracks and turns to dust, the disintegration even eating away at his muscles. A ball of aura knocks Shigaraki away, leaving Izuku gasping for breath. Izuku hears Aizawa yell his name, but he ignores it. He tries to steady his breathing, taking a few steps back. Rek chomps down on Shigaraki's leg with poison fang, getting toxins into his blood. Shigaraki tries to disintegrate him, but a rock smash from Ace breaks his hand. You little sheets. He reaches out with his other hand. Mighty picks up Rek and takes the hit, howling in pain as his back gets disintegrated. He still manages to dive out of the way, right as Chip stomps the ground, bulldoze shaking the earth to knock Shigaraki over before cracking the ground, the rubble piercing his skin. Izuku wants to help, but the pain is keeping him from moving. A portal comes out of nowhere, placing Shigaraki a bit away next to the Misty guy from earlier. His Pokemon are all trying to tend to Mighty, a large chunk of his fur and skin on his back missing. Shigaraki is talking to the Misty portal guy. You let one get away, damn it. Fine then. Be useful and get rid of those Pokemon for me, though. Spread them out. Before Izuku can say a word, his Pokemon are teleported away. He stumbles forward, pouring blood out of the wound as he tries to push past the searing pain. Nomu, go play with the heroes, they're getting annoying. Shigaraki sends the Nomu towards Aizawa and Vlad King. You're pretty weak for an aspiring hero. Do you rely on your Pokemon for everything? This isn't Pokemon, you can't just use your team. Izuku can feel the adrenaline pulsing through him, starting to numb the pain. I'm not just a trainer. I can do so much more, and I'll show you. Shigaraki is about to respond, but Kakin pounces on Kurogyri. Shigaraki growls with anger, scratching his neck. I needed my DMN fast travel, stupid FING NPCs, disabling it. Izuku shoots forwards, grabbing Shigaraki by the wrists. Oh? You lost your fast travel? Why not try out? Fly? Izuku apologizes to Recovery Girl in advance. Aizawa Shoyuta feels the giant hands of the Nomu shoving him down into the concrete. Vlad King is unconscious next to him, and Shoyuta himself is barely staying awake. He watches Bakugo trap Kurogyri, which was admittedly a smart decision, even if a student shouldn't have to do it. A moment later, Midoriya grabs onto Shigaraki and shoots into the sky, the wind force throwing everyone away. Shoyuta flies through the air, slamming into a patch of grass and hearing his bones crack on impact, nearly puking from the pain. His wounds flare with pain, but he still pushes himself up so he can see the plaza. Shoyuta watches a blur of wind and speed soar through the sky before suddenly flipping down and flying towards the ground. Shoyuta grips onto a nearby tree, barely staying grounded after the next blast of wind. When he looks up again, he can see the Nomu has a massive hole in its chest from the hit. Midoriya though, he's missing lots of his skin, probably torn off by the force of the wind. Shigaraki looks just as worse for wear, though they both still manage to stand. Shoyuta tries to yell out to his student to leave it to the pros, but he can feel his eyelids getting heavy as he drifts off into unconsciousness. Izuku glances at the Machamp. The hole in its chest slowly starts to patch itself up, the muscles regrowing and interlacing, the skin growing over it. As for him, even the adrenaline flowing through his veins can't mask the pain. The disintegrated crater in his chest pours blood, burning with pain each time he moves. But he pushes past it, his anger keeping him conscious. He turns to Shigaraki. You're no better than Team Rocket. Experimenting on humans and Pokemon like this? Despicable. Izuku focuses on the sand and dust on the ground. Shigaraki glares at him, hissing in pain just from standing up. I'm not the one who did the experimentation, I just took the result, ACK. Izuku uses Sand Tomb, watching the dirt get into Shigaraki's wounds. He takes the chance to rock smash Shigaraki in the stomach. I'm not just a Pokemon trainer, Shigaraki. I can use all their moves? I'm like another Pokemon. And I'll show you. He grabs Shigaraki, looking into his eyes as flying-type energy spins around them. To fear me. Everyone stops as they see the blur of light shoot into the air. Wind swirls through the air currents all leading to the center of the building, becoming visible as flying-type energy pulses through it. Every bit of electricity gets filled with electric-type energy. It arcs across every surface, climbing up and up. A storm cloud forms at the very top of the USJ, gathering all the electricity within it. When that isn't enough, the lights flicker and fizzle out as their electricity is stolen, leaving only the arcs of lighting on the storm cloud as a source of light. Bright lighting cleaves through the center of the USJ, illuminating the building in its pure white glow. A moment later, thunder rumbles through the air, loud and all-consuming as the sound crashes into their eardrums. The excess electricity arcing along the air currents. Then they can hear the screaming. Two people at the center, screaming in agony as the lighting flows through their body on its path to the earth. And then, the storm cloud fades, and the two of them fall down, the glow of the lighting shining from their bodies. Katsuki looks down. Sheet, Portal Beach. That purple portal prick teleported away while he was distracted by the lighting. He looks up at the nerd, seeing his body glowing with electricity as he falls. A massive creature comes out of the darkness, catching Izuku with one massive hand. The light makes it shrink before sitting Izuku down. He sees Bird Brain walk over, so it was probably his DMN Quirk. They both run over to Izuku, seeing electricity still pulsing from his body. Oi, nerd, don't die on me. Izuku grins, even as he spits up blood. This hurts like hell, but I did a number on Shigaraki. My heartbeat feels weird. Two gloved arms, floating arms, not attached to a body, come out of nowhere and pick him up. I got him, these are insulated, thanks to one, as rep, where do I take him? Katsuki sighs. Alright, Potato Head dash, before he can speak, another glowing body comes charging out of the darkness. The nerd sits up in Potato Head's arms, spraying acid at the crusty BSTRD. Seeing electricity arc through the acid is kinda badass, he won't lie. Krusty F stumbles backwards, tripping over his own feet and landing on his butt. This isn't over. A portal of shadow swallows him up. The door to the USJ finally slams open, revealing All Might, arriving far too late. Nedzu sighs, leaning forward. Extracting the children required them to have their support students recharge the backup generators with electric quirks, as even they got drained of power. Almost all the villains were left there and were knocked out, but the ringleaders escaped. A shame, truly, but at least they left the beast. The creature called Nomu was put in the basement. Normally he would have sent it to the police, but he sees how much Pokemon DNA is in it. He'd be a fool not to be curious about what Midoriya would do to it, later, of course. Only a few students required medical attention. Most of them were physically fine other than a few scrapes and cuts, just shaken up by the unprecedented villain attack. Midoriya though. They had to force-feed him one of Chansey's eggs so he could have the energy for Recovery Girl's healing. The arrhythmia was especially severe, having so much electricity flowing through his body messed it up severely. They also had to give skin grafts, many skin grafts. The other students weren't doing well either. He's prepared mandatory therapy appointments for them all. He's looking into hiring another therapist. Hound Dog is going to be overworked at this rate. Mental scarring isn't the only issue, though. Yaoyorozu Momo almost lost an arm to a villain when the lights went out, but she managed to fight back. Uraraka got her leg broken by tripping down the mountain, and Yanagi got partially caught up in one of 13's attacks, meaning they had to repair her skin too. It was unfortunate. As for the teachers, they were all heavily injured, but they would make a full recovery. Mild scrapes, compared to Midoriya. Nedzu has taken the time to try and up their defenses. The wall and gate both need an upgrade, though the most he can do is infuse them with anti-quirk metal, which is extremely costly, even for him. He'll do what's needed for the students. The USJ needed a unique approach. Nedzu has decided to order in some quirked crows that are made of pure energy. They can easily travel through the walls of the USJ to alert the staff of the disturbance. It's the best he can do, as mechanical defenses can be shut down. He has a much better idea for Kurogiri though. On every UA facility, he started installing towers. At the top of all of them is a glass sphere, containing a beacon. The beacon itself is made by having someone with a quirk that allows them to copy energy copying from many different teleportation quirks and mixing the energy together to make the beacon. The machinery in the tower can use the beacon to check for any teleportation in the vicinity and check the DNA, so they can exclude the student's DNA from the system, but that's irrelevant, even if it interests him. While they can't prevent teleportation or warping, they can at least alert themselves of it. They cost a lot of time and money, but they're worth it all. They should be able to finish the defenses upgrading within a week. Though he expects to see some complications before they finish, so they may need to add something else. A problem for later. For now, he has to go meet the HPSC president. He just needs to remember not to mention Midoriya or the Pokemon, they aren't poaching his students again. Izuku wakes up in a void. He's floating through the vast darkness, peaceful and silent. But then it changes. Lights start to spark in the void, stars glowing and fading. At first it's infrequent, occasional lights, fading in seconds, but then more and more start to form. They swirl around him, going past him and all starting to collect in one spot before shining brightly, leaving a body made of pure light, one he recognizes. Arceus? The god of all Pokemon stares down at him. I see that thou has arrived. Welcome to my realm, far outside of time and space. I am that which you humans call Arceus. Arceus' form solidifies from light into a true body, the one he recognizes. Thou art a curious child. Thy power pierces the fluid of Palkia's space and surpasses the binding chains of Dialga's time. Thou art from another universe, yet the uses creatures I created. Izuku looks up at the god in front of him. Are you here to try and stop me? He tilts his head. I'm honored by you speaking to me, but I have to ask, why? He leans back, feeling soft light behind him. Because thou interests me. Arceus stares at him, the gaze of a god looking deep into his soul. A child, pure of heart. Fate has dealt thee the worst hand in many universes, and yet thou often perseveres. I shall give thee a gift. I will only ask one question before thou leaves, where does thee want to awaken? He thinks for a moment. I want to go home. Then by Arceus' will, it shall be done. Arceus shatters into a cloud of light. Stars swirl around Izuku, the light consuming his body and tearing him out of this void. I will do this for thou only this once, child. Izuku's body shoots out of bed, but his mind stays dormant. Light controls him instead, taking the place of thought. No eggs have formed yet, his body was too weak to produce them while unconscious. Making them here would be safer, but Izuku wanted to go home, so home is where he'll go. He stands up, the IVs getting yanked out of his veins by the movement. There's a window in the room, but the landing spot isn't ideal. He tries the door, but it's locked. No matter, a blast of light knocks the door off his hinges, even as his orifices begin to pour blood. Present Mike tries to grab him, saying something he doesn't hear. He ignores the hero, slipping under his arms and walking past him with precise steps to get out of his reach. Midnight also attempts a similar tactic, trying to block off the hallway. He collapses to the ground, twisting his body as he crawls in between her legs to get past her. The surprise lets him get out of her range fast enough. In a window, he spots his own reflection. His eyes are wide open, glowing with light. From the right angle, he can see the wheel of Arceus replacing his usual pupils, blood leaking from his eyes as the power of a god puppeters him. He pays his appearance no mind, leaping out the window. Glass pierces his flesh, but he walks until he's surrounded by nothing but grass. Life drains from the plants around him, turning into pure light that fills him. The glass shards pop out of his flesh as the cuts heal, the skin grafts properly sealing to his flesh as the light heals him. He expands his radius, draining more life until his veins glow with light. He harnesses that light for one moment, teleporting himself back into a familiar room, his own bedroom. The light has already faded, and the deed is done. He passes out, collapsing into his bed. Shuzenji Chio sits at the staff meeting. She pinches the bridge of her nose. And how exactly did you all manage to lose a child? I was on break for 5 minutes, and he wasn't meant to wake up for another couple of hours. Yamada leans back, sighing. I'm sorry, really. It's kinda hard to stop a kid if his eyes are glowing, he's leaking blood, and he's moving unpredictably, you dig. Kayama cleans her whip with a wash rag. Yeah, he dodged every grab, in the weirdest ways possible. He didn't seem to be trying to hurt us, but he also didn't seem fully there. Midoriya even leaped out a window. He leaped out of a window. Chio takes a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Did anyone else see something? Snipe nods. Yep, I did. I was out there, testing my gun on the new defenses. Then I just see Midoriya leap out of the window, and then just start draining life from the plants, healing himself. Then he just, poof. He leans back. Nezu smiles, sipping his tea. Yes, it is true. I believe he was being controlled by something. The room fills with worried and panicked shouts, but Chio stays quiet. If Nezu is still cheerful, clearly things haven't gone to shit. Now, quiet down. Nezu sits his teacup down. I've been informed by Inko Midoriya that he simply appeared in his bedroom and passed out. I'm guessing whatever controlled him was not malicious. We will question him about it before school starts back up. Chio taps her cane on the ground beside her chair. At least his condition was stable when he left. If it wasn't, I'd be beating the lot of you. Nezu passes her some chamomile tea. At least he's safe and stable. Now, let's get back to discussing the defenses. Hatsum from the support department developed a delightful new turret design. Izuku wakes up on his bed. When he sits up, the first thing he notices is the eggs. The first one is a sky blue, with light cyan-colored clouds on it. The clouds on it are fluffy, while the rest of it feels smoother. The next one is black, smooth to the touch. The most noticeable part is around it. Purple smog swirls around it, thick and dense. It smells bitter, stinging his nose. As for the third egg, it looks like a solidified nebula. A black void covered in blues and purples, all mixing together to create a beautiful tapestry. White dots are littered all over it, showing the stars all over it. When the light from the window shines on it, the stars glow brilliantly. He can feel it. There should be 3 more eggs. 1 for Shigaraki, and 2 for the Macamp made into a monster. Instead he just has 3 for Kurogyri. God damn it. Izuku turns around, about to try and go tell his mom. Izuku sees a familiar phone. His own phone is broken for sure, but on his bedside table he sees a phone. Specifically, an ARC phone. You know what, that's a problem for later. He looks down at his arm, seeing Lichtenberg scars littering his skin. Along with those. He leaves the room, going to find his mom. Shigaraki Tamura sits on a stool in the bar. The doctor's healing left him feeling sluggish and sore, but at least he isn't dead. He still has the Lichtenberg scars, though. Kurogyri comes out of a portal leading to the daycare brat's room, 3 eggs dropping out of it along with a vial of Mew blood. This is what the doctor requested. The first one has a solid white shell, lines separating the segments of it. It even had a layer of mud caked up at the bottom, visibly hardened and solid. The second one was green, looking almost like it was made of solid rock. It has a red rhombus on the lower middle of it too, which looks smoother. Finally, the last egg was a light shade of blue. It has red spikes going down the back of it, and it has a yellow stripe that looks almost like an arrow pointing down with how it connects. He feels an odd connection to this one. Before Kurogyri can send the eggs to the doctor, Tamura yanks the blue egg away, holding it in his arms. Mine. Kurogyri tilts his head. The doctor can make sure the Nomu for that one goes to you dash. No. Tamura tightens his grip around the egg, carefully holding his pinky finger up on each hand. I want to keep this one for myself. This was the one made for me anyways, I can feel it. Kurogyri stays silent for a moment before sighing. All right, I will inform the doctor that you wish to keep that one. He won't be pleased. Tamura turns away. I don't care. He hears Kurogyri leave through a portal. He gently rubs the egg. I want to destroy a lot of things, but not you. I guess I'll get a Pokemon partner, huh? He chuckles, standing up. Let's go get you somewhere with some sun. He walks off, carefully carrying the egg. Izuku looks at himself in the mirror. He's taken his shirt off, so he can see his scar. Most of the wound healed all right, but he has a handprint scar right in the center of his chest. At least it wasn't anywhere visible. The Lichtenberg scars, of course, were very visible. His skin was absolutely covered in them. They weren't just the normal ones that were light and faded within a day, no, these were much darker, and they weren't going anywhere. I look so ugly. Izuku quickly puts his clothes on, including his scarf and hat. Izuku picks up the ARC phone. Not only does it have normal phone functionality, but it also has a detailed map of everything around him, even his own home. It probably has more he hasn't noticed, too. Rek is sliding back and forth on the ground, whimpering with worry. At least he isn't melting through the floor. Chip sits on the floor, tapping a metal chunk she got from Mighty with her claw. Her usual happy energy is gone, leaving her hunched over with tired eyes. Ace is asleep, curled up on the pillow Mighty always used. It clearly isn't a restful sleep, she keeps whimpering and shivering. Izuku sighs. You all are worried too, huh? At least Recovery Girl should be able to fix him up. He wants to go out and practice with his quirk, but he can't. He overused it, so any strenuous quirk usage would probably not go well. It also wouldn't feel the same without Mighty. The sound of his mom calling his name makes him step out of his room, stepping into the living room. Principal Nezu enters the living room, sitting on the shoulder of a detective. Hello, Midoriya. I have lots to talk to you about. But first, someone is back from Recovery Girl's office. Mighty steps out from behind the detective. Hopefully the scar doesn't look too bad. When he turns around, there's a handprint scar on his back, but it's much harder to see than Izuku's. It isn't too bad, don't worry. Now go, the others are still worried. Izuku sends him to the bedroom, where he can already hear the sound of Mighty getting tackled to the ground by the others. His mom turns to the detective, handing him some coffee. You can sit on the couch, you too. Though I have to ask, what's the UA principal and a detective doing here? The detective shakes his head. I'm fine to stand. We're just here to ask some simple questions on behalf of UA, if that's all right? Izuku nods. Yeah, I can answer some questions. You probably did this to the others anyways. Izuku sits down on the couch. The detective starts a recorder, speaking into it. I am Tsukachi Naomasa from the Mizudafu police force. My quirk is called Human Lie Detector. Please state your name and age. He sits the recorder in the middle of the table. I'm Midoriya Izuku, 15 years old. He leans back on the couch. Tsukachi sips his coffee before setting it down on the table. Could you please recount to us what happened during the USJ? He nods, starting to speak. Most of it is simple, getting on the bus, listening to 13 talk once they arrived, etc. Most of this stuff they probably heard from the others, but he still said it. Then he gets to Macamp. I saw it and I just got so angry. He feels his teeth start to heat up and his nails starting to sharpen, so he takes a deep breath, deactivating his quirk. Tsukachi writes something down on a notepad. And why did you get so angry? Izuku sighs. That creature, they call it a Nomu, but it isn't, it's a DMN Macamp, is a Pokemon. My quirk lets me produce Pokemon eggs. They took one of my DMN eggs, evolved it, and mutilated it into a monster, even shoving quirks and human DNA in there. He practically growls in anger, purple draconic smoke coming out of his mouth. His mom turns to him, surprise and horror on her face. They did what? Springy hopping down into his lap startles him, but he starts to pet her. Her fur feels like a fluffy blanket, the softness soothing him. Tsukachi sips his coffee, giving him a moment to calm down. How do you know for certain that they took the eggs from you? Why couldn't they get them through any other methods? Well, Pokemon are fictional creatures, so another quirk that makes them is extremely unlikely, though possible. But I felt a connection with Macamp. His mom's hand on his back calms him. I know it's mine. Tsukachi writes something else down, sighing sadly. Understood. What happened after that? He goes on to explain his fight against Shigaraki, how he went overboard to make sure he sufficiently defeated him. Izuku pets Springy's head. Also, from what he said, it seemed like Shigaraki didn't really want the Macamp in this monstrous form, but it was all he could get from some doctor. Tsukachi nods. I see. When you were hospitalized, you suddenly left to go home. Would you like to explain that? Nezu even leans forward on his shoulder. Well, Izuku sighs, hearing Springy purring in his lap. Arceus met with me while I was unconscious. For clarification, Arceus is the god of the Pokemon world. He hears a gasp of surprise from his mother, and he can see Nezu's eyes gleaming with interest. He continues, leaning back. They told me I essentially broke through time and space to use Pokemon, but I was allowed to do it since they were interested in me. Apparently it was because of my perseverance. They got me home by controlling my body, and they left me with this. Izuku pulls his phone out of his pocket, holding it up. This is the Arc phone. It has normal phone functionality, a far too detailed map, and probably a bunch of unknown features. How interesting. While the detective writes stuff down, Nezu grins at Izuku. That should be quite interesting to use. What about your eggs? His grip on the phone tightens as he grits his teeth before taking a deep breath. 3 out of 6 eggs were stolen before I woke up, Nezu. I had to wake up to that feeling of loss, knowing what it truly means, even though I could do nothing about it. Acid drips out of his mouth, sizzling as it hits his pants. Tsukachi presses a button on the recorder. We got the info we need, thank you. Though knowing you, you have more to say, don't you, Principal? He raises an eyebrow. Nezu nods. Right you are. I meant no ill intent, Midoriya. This simply confirms something we had been considering for a while. His grin seems to get almost sharper. UA should become a boarding school. His mom speaks up immediately. What about me, then? Since I have a Pokemon, wouldn't I be in danger too? I thought of that. Nezu pulls out a contract. You can become one of UA's main lawyers and join our staff, meaning you get your own dorm room. What do you think? She pauses for a moment. Well, it is a good offer? I'll consider it. Get me a contract, and we'll see. A grin grows on her face, one that he's seen a lot when she's working on a case. Nedzu grins. Got it. We'll talk to the other parents about the dorm idea as well. He reaches out, shaking her hand. Contagious laughter. You all got into another villain attack? This is Pokemite's third and Alien Queen's second. Alien Queen, hey, at least I fought back this time. Baby Eraser, by fight back, you mean get pecked at by stone birds. Alien Queen, you're the one who let them go after me. Peekaboo at anxiety manifested and I were so worried for all of you. He's currently asleep in my lap because he exhausted himself crying. Crimson Cat, might be the inappropriate timing, but gay. Peekaboo, I can tease you on one of your many crushes, don't play a game you can't win. Smiley face. Crimson Cat, I regret my decision immediately. Contagious laughter, how are you all feeling? This was your first villain attack, and your only first years. Do I need to send a list of therapists? Mirror image, for a hero who focuses on jokes and laughter, you're such a worrywart. You're like a mom. Together and apart, you say that like you weren't crying out of worry as that Pokemite got taken out on a stretcher. Mirror image, all I hear are lies and slander. Contagious laughter, shush, I am not a mom. Also, what happened to him this time? Is he okay? Pokemite, I'm alright. Just had a few small issues, the teachers were probably hurt worse. Corvus, you can't be serious, right? You were practically dead by the time I caught you. Pokemite, well that's an exaggeration. Together and apart, Greenie, shut it. I saw you fight that man before literally taking him into the sky, crashing down, going back up again, and then having lightning strike both of you, and draining the entire USJ's power for the lighting. Revelry Corvus, I saw chunks of skin peeling him off from the powerful winds, and his veins were alight with pure electricity. Soft Apex, what? UA is meant to be a safe space to train, first years shouldn't almost die. Alien Queen at Revelry Corvus also told me that the monster the villains brought was a mock amp, so that makes things worse. Contagious laughter, how'd they get one of those? Pokemite, they stole some eggs of mine, but I don't want to talk about that again, it pisses me off. In other news? I may have met Arceus. Izuku can't help but chuckle as the tons of confused and surprised responses pour in from them. His phone dings like crazy with notifications, the notification noise being some kind of holy bell noise. Pokemite, while passed out, I got to talk to Arceus. Long story short, I got an ARC phone when I got home, a genuine ARC phone. Baby Eraser, I mean hey, at least you didn't get sent back into the past to get brutalized by Pokemon. You got the same phone without having to go through the same hellish environment. Contagious laughter, the urge to wrap you all in bubble wrap and throw you in a vault after this is strong, I'll tell you that. Mirror image, like I said, worrywart. Contagious laughter, oh shush, kiddo. Izuku sits in his room, at his computer. Rek is currently asleep in his lap, snoring softly. Yes, gotten better again handling contact with his Pokemon, at least. He leans forward as Pokemon Legends Arceus loads on the screen. Getting the ARC phone obviously made him think of this game, so why not go back to it? He starts to play through the intro, getting to where he gets some Pokeballs. Laventon. Now, I've mentioned already that Pokemon are strange, marvelous creatures. What's so strange about them, you ask? Well, each and every Pokemon can shrink itself down to minuscule size. And that's where Pokeballs come in. Izuku goes to click and move on, but then he pauses. Hold on, he stares at the explanation for a moment. Can we make Pokeballs? No, we couldn't, of course not. But, he groans, slamming his head into his desk. I should have thought of this years ago. Damn it. A shimmering noise makes him sit up, seeing his phone screen glowing. Seeing a recipe for making Pokeballs just had him slamming his head into his desk again, mighty patting his back as he groaned. A few days later, Izuku heads to the beach again, turning to Mighty. Okay, clearly some people want me for my quirk. I need to be stronger so I don't have to resort to using pure type energy again. The quirk overuse symptoms faded, so he can practice again. Rek and Ace carefully mold the sand in one area, walls and pillars forming into a surprisingly large sand castle. Chip sprints around, grabbing trinkets with his mouth to decorate the castle. Mighty nods, titling to the side as he starts to stretch. I agree. I can show you my favorite, Aura Sphere, if you want. Izuku follows Mighty's example, stretching. Yeah, that'd be perfect. I don't have any good long-range options yet, and that can help. Currently, I only really have close and mid-range options. Then I'll show you how to wield Aura. Mighty holds out his paws. You want to draw from the auras around you and pull them into your hands. The farther apart your hands are, the larger the sphere. Aura is drained from everyone in the area, getting pulled into his paws until the sphere is complete. The sphere goes from an amalgamation of different colors to a pure blue as it solidifies. Izuku nods. Right, guide the emotions, don't let them in, and the hands matter. Not too different from what you said the first time I tried this. He holds out his hands, pulling from all the auras within his range. The auras gather into a ball, slow but steady as he keeps the balance to not let them in. It eventually solidifies once the top and bottom almost touch his hands, colored a viridian green. They both throw theirs, watching them tear through the sand. Mighty's sphere goes further, but Izuku's attack still made it a decent distance. Good, much better than when you last tried it. Mighty smiles, patting him on the back. Izuku chuckles. Oh come on, I had broken my arm just a bit before that, it was understandable. We're lucky for recovery girl, that was a painful way to find out I could use moves. Mighty grins before pointing to the others. Yeah, without her you'd still be in a cast. I'll go over there, you can try to learn from the others. Mighty walks over to them, punching his paws into the sand as he starts to dig out a moat for them. Hey, Chip. Chip turns towards him. I need to learn some moves. What can you teach me? Chip comes over, clapping her claws together excitedly. So, what do you have for the dragon type? She holds out her claws, draconic energy flowing into them and making them both glow purple. Her claws slash through the air, leaving a purple trail that fades seconds later. Izuku nods, stepping back. So it's Dragon Claw, hopefully not too difficult. He focuses on something extending from his fingernails, except instead of metal, he focuses on the greed of dragons. Draconic claws extend from his fingernails, translucent with a purple glow. He slashes downwards, watching the purple trail as it cuts through the sand. Nice. It's stronger than Metal Claw, but I'm sure both have their uses. He lets the claws fade away. Now I just need a few more moves. He spends the next hour learning from them. Chip teaches his bulldoze, stomping into the ground to shatter it around her. Useful for close range, and it might startle his opponent enough to allow a combo. Rek teaches him two moves, Knock Off and Toxic. Knock Off lets him knock anything someone is holding out of their hands, which could be useful in hero work if someone is using a weapon. Toxic lets him secrete a powerful toxin from his hands to throw them on opponents. It'll probably be useful eventually, if he doesn't accidentally kill someone with it. Once his limbs get sore, Izuku spends the rest of time relaxing. Building a gigantic sand castle is pretty fun, even if Chip keeps trying to steal his phone to use as a decoration. Izuku carefully sets some of their bowls into a box, his mom currently packing up the pots. Do you plan to keep this apartment once we move into the UA dorms? She pauses for a moment before shaking her head. No, I don't think I will. If I save up, I could get a full house whenever you graduate, maybe before that if we want somewhere to go outside of UA. Izuku tapes up the box he filled, handing it to Mighty. His mom hands a box to Chip as well, though she has a harder time holding it with her claws. Yeah, that's fair. Mighty and Chip both carry the boxes outside to the moving truck, sitting them in carefully. The truck is about halfway full so far. Ace flies around above, using her psychic abilities to pull things from higher shelves down, sitting them in the appropriate boxes. Meanwhile, Rek is sliding around, picking up stuff on the ground they couldn't reach and carrying it over. His mom takes a book from Rek. They're so helpful, it would have taken days to do it with just us two. Izuku nods. Yep. Except for Springy, but that was expected. Springy is asleep on top of the moving truck already. Oh my. His mom chuckles before taking a teacup from Ace. The two of them continue packing, the Pokemon helping them. Even with Mighty going to take a nap, they get done on the same day. The two of them head to UA early the next day, meeting Nedzu at the gate. A bunch of robots automatically take their boxes, taking them along a paved path. Nedzu grins. Hello. If you follow the carrier bots, you'll be able to see the dorms. The two of them follow him down the path. There's what looks like a large park in the center, completely circular. Sakura trees are scattered around the area in a natural fashion, pink leaves blowing through the air. A large lake sits in the center, beautifully clear water filling it. The student dorms surround the park in a circle, the staff dorms right by the path to the main building. Izuku stares in awe. Wow, this place looks beautiful. How did you do this? Chip claps her claws together in excitement. Oh, there was a visiting hero nearby. Nedzu smiles as he leads them towards the 1A dorms. Her nature-based abilities allowed for this beautiful park to be created. The trees can even stay bloomed during the winter. His mom looks up, pink leaves flowing past her. UA really lives up to its name with such a beautiful area for just the dorms. Nedzu nods. We try our best. Ace floats behind them, holding up the 3 eggs with psychic energy, moving them slowly to keep them safe. Chip walks alongside them, holding the box with her hoard inside on her head. Rek is sliding along the path, while Mighty is just walking right behind them all. They all get to the dorms, Aizawa already standing there. I'll take it from here with Midoriya. You two can go on to the staff dorms already. He's using crutches, one of his legs covered by a black cast. Izuku's mom hugs him before nodding. All right. Remember Izuku, I'm only a few minutes away if you need me. Have fun, you too. Netsu grins before walking off, talking with Izuku's mom. Aizawa walks inside. Come on in. Izuku walks inside, seeing what looks like a living room with a kitchen nearby. Right in the back though, he can see it leading into another large, open room. This is the common area, and that's the kitchen. Through here. They walk into the other room. Dot is the hatchery. The floor was made out of soft padding, comfy to walk on. There were a bunch of different areas, some pools and ponds, others nests and even small dens. This is made for any eggs in the class. My own egg is here already, along with Todoroki's. Izuku steps forward. Whoa, Ace floats around, carefully sitting down the eggs. The cloudy egg goes on a bird nest, the black egg gets sat in a pile of blankets, and the nebula egg, it randomly starts floating in the center of the room. Well, that's definitely a psychic type then dash. Aizawa stares for a moment before sighing. Sure, of course. He gestures. Up. The dorms are separated by gender, and the maps for the rooms are by the elevator. He uses one of his crutches to point over at the kitchen area. You all have to fix your own food, but you can request ingredients from Lunch Rush. The rules are with the maps. You can message the teachers if you need anything, for now I'll go take a nap. He walks off and out the door. Looking around, Izuku can see 2 other eggs. Aizawa's is almost hidden inside a small rocky den, the shadows covering it. Todoroki's egg is sat on top of a pile of ice, the reddish half of it melting, the ice touching it. Izuku heads out of the room and to the stairs. On a table nearby there's a stack of pamphlets, with the layout of the dorms and a list of rules written on it. He takes it, going up to the 2nd floor. Chip seems to have the most trouble getting up the stairs, though Rek isn't much better. When he enters his room, it's empty except for a bunch of his boxes. He sighs. All right, we've got some work to do. Ready? Mighty nods. Let's get to work. A portal drops Tamura into Sensei's room. The man himself stares down at Tamura. Why do you insist on keeping that egg? The doctor could make it so much stronger. Tamura tightens his grip on his egg. Sensei, I don't want a mindless monster. I want an actual Pokemon, a pet and a battle partner. Sensei steps forward, cords and wires dragging behind him. Tamura, you need power to defeat All Might and end this wretched society. And with the Mew splicing project, there's a chance it'll keep its mind. Just hand over the egg. He reaches out, his hand almost touching the egg. No. Tamura jumps back. I'm sorry Sensei, but I'm not relying on RNG for it. He clutches the egg to his chest. I don't want to be like Team Rocket anyways, they're worse than All Might. A hand grabs onto his shoulder, locking up his muscles. You misunderstand. Team Rocket has the right idea, doing what they must to gain power. I'm simply following in their path and improving it here. Sensei reaches towards the egg. Tamura struggles, but his limbs can't move. Please, just let me keep the egg, Sensei. He begs him, even though part of him is screaming at him to obey Sensei. Sensei sighs, the glow of a quirk engulfing the egg. Fine. I increased the flow of time around it for a moment, so it will hatch sooner. But if you talk back to me again, I will take it away and give it to the doctor. Understood? Yes, Sensei. A portal engulfs him moments later, dropping him down into his room. I talked back to Sensei. He reaches up, starting to scratch at his neck as he paces around the room. Sensei gave me all I have, what right do I have to talk back? But he kept trying to take the egg, I can't let him do that. He can feel blood getting under his fingernails. He's probably so sad. Why did I dash? The egg shakes in his arm slightly, breaking him out of his rant. Right, sorry. You're a needy little one, huh? He sighs. Tamura sits the egg down on his bed. You'll hatch soon, right? Wonder what you'll be. He grabs his phone, opening up an emulator as he sits on the bed, wrapping his legs around the egg. Time for some heart gold today. Izuku looks around his room. Merch covers the walls, showing heroes and Pokemon alike. His bed is halfway covered in a mound of Pokemon plushies, including a giant Spheal. Chip crawls under the bed to her den of blankets underneath, tidying up her remade hoard. As for Rek, Izuku had to put the trinkets from him on a separate bookshelf with how many they are, though it still looks good, especially when light from the window reflects off some of them. Mighty lays on the bed, wrapped up in blankets and surrounded by plushies as he sleeps soundly. Those pain meds really do make him sleepy, huh? Izuku sighs. He heads out of the room, the 3 awake Pokemon following behind him. He takes the elevator, mainly because he knows Chip would absolutely launch herself down the steps if given the chance. Once he gets out, Mina waves at him. Hey, a green bean. How are you doing? She's leaning on the back of the couch. Izuku shrugs. I've been better, but I'll live. I just got done decorating my room. A claw tugs at his pant leg. He looks down to see both Rek and Chip pointing at the door. Oh, you want to go outside? Probably to play in the park area we saw earlier. They both nod. I got it. Kaminari walks over to the door. I was planning to go out there anyways, I can take these 2 out for you. He gives Kaminari a thumbs up. Thanks, Kaminari. I'm feeling hungry, so I don't feel like running outside right now anyways. Chip and Rek both go over to the door. Chip smiles at Kaminari, while Rek holds up a shiny piece of copper for him. Kaminari smiles at him as he opens the door. No problem. He takes the copper piece. Thanks, man. Kaminari heads out with the 2 Pokemon following behind him. Izuku looks at Mina. Is anyone fixing food yet? Ace floats around him before laying on his head. Mina nods, pointing over at the kitchen. Bakugo took over the kitchen after Toga accidentally blew up the toaster. He's fixing dinner. I'm helping him, then. Izuku rolls up his sleeves. He's going to put in enough spice to kill a Snorlax if I let him fix it all himself. Plus he hasn't gotten to fix his own food since the USJ, because of his mom's worrying. He walks into the kitchen area. Kaken is busy fixing enough Katsudon for the entire class, having Scorch help him with the cooking by using her fire. What the hell are you doing in my kitchen, nerd? You should be resting your butt right now. Izuku rolls his eyes. Kaken, I'm alive, I'll be fine. I'm here to help you cook. Ace gets off his head, floating beside him. And what are you and your OPFTS going to do? Kaken holds a pan above Scorch's head as she lets small embers burn out of her mouth. Some utensils float over to Izuku thanks to Ace. Kaken, my mother is Midoriya Inko, and I have a Mew. I'm probably the most qualified to cook alongside you in the class. Kaken scoffs before nodding. Fine, make yourself useful. Gladly. Izuku grins under his mask. He's going to enjoy this for sure. Chip leans forward as she sprints through the park. There doesn't seem to be much shiny stuff here, but at least it looks pretty. The yellow-haired human sits down on a bench, pulling out a pencil and notebook. Alright, this is going to look great. Perfect atmosphere to draw in. He leans back, starting to doodle. Human speech has always sounded weird to her. Ace and Mighty seem to be fine with it, so maybe it's because she isn't fully evolved? She isn't sure. Rek reaches up into the air, barely missing a leaf. He tries to pick up one off the ground, but it's swept away by the breeze. Every leaf he tries to grab slips away too fast. Chip jumps up, catching some of the pink leaves flying through the air. She crouches down, letting him grab the leaves from her mouth. Rek grins. Thanks. He carefully weaves them together, creating a flower crown before putting it on Chip's head. Oh, it's pretty. Thanks, Rek. She grins at him. Rek gives her a thumbs up. He turns his head at a noise, immediately sliding towards a pencil on the ground. Oh, a trinket. Perfect gift for Izuku. The human, who seems to have dropped the pencil, stands up. Hey, I need that. Give it back, dude. You'll never catch me. Rek slides away as the human chases behind them. Chip just looks away, glancing at the biggest tree in the park. The human probably would have stopped her from climbing it. While they're gone, Chip digs her claws into the tree, pulling herself up before preparing it again and again. Eventually she's at the top of the tallest tree. Looking around, she spots something shiny far off, near the entrance gate. She leaps off the tree, gliding from the park towards the gate. Once she lands, she notices the golden item right by the entrance. There's a golden circle on the ground, with a small hole in the center. She picks it up, sticking her claws in the hole to get a good grip. Shiny. Perfect for my hoard. The feeling of eyes on her makes her turn around, seeing what looked almost like red eyes in her shadow for just a second. Where are you, Chip? The voice of the human makes her turn, forgetting whatever that was to sprint back over towards him. Today is the day, they're finally starting school again. He was getting tired of doing nothing. But before they start, Izuku walks through the halls. Ace is the only one following him today. Chip and Rek wanted to stay with Mighty. He's just glad Mighty won't be lonely. Izuku enters the nurse's office, a cane swiftly smacking into his ankles. Recovery girl scowls at him. Next time you're that injured, don't let a god puppeteer your body. He winces at the sting in his ankle, but it fades quickly. Don't worry, I don't plan for that to happen again. Good. She lowers her cane, looking up at him. Kari is standing right beside her, smiling happily. What are you here for then? You only have scars, no injuries, and I can't heal scars. Izuku steps forward. Well, I actually came here to ask something. Ace sits down on his shoulder as he speaks. I can learn Pokemon moves, so I was going to ask if I could learn a healing move from Kari? It could help me as a hero a lot. Recovery Girl puts her hand on her chin. Fine, just be responsible with it. Don't abuse it by going all out and then healing yourself. I won't. He walks over to Kari. I bet I have to focus on normal and basic stuff for you, yeah? Kari nods. Izuku focuses on basic things in reality. Things like cats, dogs, and pigs. When he feels the energy, it's odd. It feels like it's permeating every inch of the world. Even if the energy of another type covers it up, it's still always there. That's unique. He shakes his head, the feeling settling into the back of his mind. Alright, what move do you have for me? Kari holds her hands out, an egg appearing in the air and breaking as the healing energy comes from her hands. I've seen you do that without the egg though. How? She says something, but he can't understand. Ace points at her before tapping his forehead. Izuku tilts his head. Huh? Oh. I have to imagine it. He holds out his hand, imagining an egg cracking and breaking in two. Gray healing energy surrounds his hands before fading away. Nice. Thanks, Kari. He pats her head, getting a beaming smile from her. Recovery Girl sighs. Hopefully it's useful for you, and you don't do something reckless. Now go on, get to class. Yes, ma'am. He quickly speeds out of the nurse's office, not looking to get more cane hits to his ankles. Ace giggles from her spot on his shoulder. Izuku sits down in his seat in the classroom. Ida is the only one who got in here before him, like always. Glancing over, he sees a textbook open in Ida's hands already. After a bit, the rest of the class starts to pour in. Toga leans on his desk, grinning. Hey Zuku. Where's all your Pokemon at? Ace pokes her head out of Izuku's scarf as he pets her. Well, Mighty is still on pain meds, so the other two stayed to keep him company, and Ace came to make sure I didn't get lonely. Ace nods in agreement. Ah, how cute. Toga reaches out, petting Ace's head. She takes a sip from her blood bag in her other hand, grinning. Tasty. Dark Shadow lays her head on Izuku's desk. Got any snacks over here? She leans forward, stage whispering. Fumi and I are hungry, but he doesn't want to admit it. Toga shakes her head. Sorry, I don't have anything. I just have the blood bag. Izuku chuckles before reaching into his backpack. I've got something just for this. He pulls out a bag of gummy bears, opening it up and holding it out to her. Here you go, hope it's good. Perfect. Dark Shadow takes the bag. We just gotta sort out the colors first. She goes back over to Tokoyami. Let's do it, Fumi. Tokoyami ducks his head down. I told you not to bother them, he sighs. But fine. We'll eat the gummy bears. They start to sort them out by color, laying the piles out on the table. As soon as Aizawa enters the class, they all quiet down. He's still walking with crutches, though he looks slightly less tired. His glare sweeps across the class, silencing everyone quickly. His classmates all rush to their seats. It took you all 5 seconds to quiet down. Decent. He glances over at Uraraka's raised hand. Yes? Uraraka points at his leg. Aren't you still injured? Why didn't you get a substitute so you'd have time to recover? Yaoyorozu nods in agreement. Yes, you got very injured, and it looks like Recovery Girl hasn't healed you up completely. She taps her pencil on the table. Aizawa leans forward on the podium. My welfare doesn't matter right now, after all, your fight isn't over. Everyone visibly tenses as Aizawa lets the silence linger for a moment. The sports festival is only a month away. That's so ordinary? Ida starts chopping his arms. But Aizawa-sensei, why are we still doing it right after the villain attack? It isn't right after, it's getting pushed back to be a month from now. Aizawa's glare silences them all again. Nedzu says if we cancel it, then we'll seem weak to the public, making the villains bolder. There will be more police personnel there, and many heroes will be both attending and guarding the event. Kaminari grins. Those heroes will be looking for potential sidekicks. We'll just show them how good we can be. He fidgets with the fidget spinner in his hand. Jairu rolls her eyes at him. Yeah. If you aren't good enough, you'll just become a permanent sidekick. Aizawa sets his crutches to the side, using the podium to stay standing. Heroes will be able to choose students as interns, so make sure to do well. This will influence your future after UA, and you only have 3 chances, 1 sports festival each year. Make them all count. The whole class cheers with excitement. Izuku walks through the hallway. It seems like Ace has made herself comfortable in his scarf, sleeping soundly in there. So, how are the 1B dorms? His friends surround him as they head towards the lunchroom. He tries to focus on feeling their movements through their auras. It's good practice. Since his aura sensing works even on people he can't see, just weaker, it could be helpful. Shinso shrugs. They're decent enough. Though after a room tour, we had to stop Shiozaki from bathing Kurwaro in holy water to cleanse him of the occult sin. That was eventful. That was funny as hell to watch. Tokage chuckles, taking long strides as she walks. Toga giggles, tossing a knife between her hands. That does sound funny. All we had was Kaminari and Mina getting stuck in the elevator. She puts the knife back in its sheath for a moment as they pass by a teacher. Mina playfully shoves Toga. Shush. That was a scary experience, especially since Kaminari almost shocked me. Dark Shadow eats her last gummy bear before laying on Monoma's head. Seems it's been pretty eventful for all of us. How fun. Monoma nods. Yes, the dorms have been quite interesting. The closer bonds will just help us be the best classes, anyways. And our dorms are close enough for visits, just saying. As they get to an intersection in the hallway, All Might pops out from around the corner. Midoriya, there you are. Wanna eat your lunch with me? He holds a bagged lunch, looking small in his hands. Izuku blinks in surprise before turning to his friends. Do you guys mind if I go eat lunch with him? Shinso gently pushes him towards All Might. That's the #1 hero, you don't need to ask us for permission. Go on, have fun. Toga nods. Yeah, we can talk after school anyways. Thanks, guys. Izuku turns back to All Might. Lead the way, please. He follows behind All Might until they get to one of the private rooms, watching the man deflate as soon as they shut the door. Izuku takes the bag from Tashinori's hand, opening it to see a burger and some fries. Of course, American food. Tashinori sits down. You can't blame me. It tastes good, even if it's greasy. There's another bag on the table, which he opens to show his own burger and fries. There's also 2 drinks already on the table. Kavacha is lying in the corner, wrapped up in a bunch of blankets. The blankets are all Might merch, though he doesn't seem to mind. He sits down as well, already starting to eat. So, I'm guessing this is more than just a friendly lunch? Yes, unfortunately. Tashinori sighs. First, I'm sorry I didn't get to the USJ faster. Because of that, you had to fight the main villains yourself when I should have been there. Izuku shrugs. It's alright. Besides, it was personal. They stole my Pokemon and mangled them, so I had to make them pay. He eats the fry in his hand, partially crushed from his tense grip. The two of them eat in silence for a moment until they've both eaten all they can. Tashinori looks at him. First off, did anything feel different to you about that Pokemon the League used? He puts down his empty drink. Well, it felt like there was too much with both it and Kurogyri. He leans back. Tashinori sighs. I was afraid of that. Some of the arrested villains spoke about how it had multiple quirks. I believe All for One is alive, and is the true leader of the League. Izuku is silent for a moment. Of course. He takes a deep breath. I already hate him, and that Dr. Shigaraki mentioned. Who knows how many more of my Pokemon they have. Acid drips from his lips as he leans forward, melting the paper bag. A hand gets placed on his shoulder. When he looks up, he sees Tashinori, leaning over the table. I know you're angry, my boy. I would be too. Just, don't let the anger consume you, alright? Getting blinded by my anger is what gave me my wound, after all. His anger starts to melt away. You're right. Izuku sniffs, feeling tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Could I have a hug? Please? Tashinori stands up, walking closer to him with a soft smile on his face. Of course, my boy. Izuku wraps his arms around Tashinori, burying his face into his shoulder. Tashinori hugs him too, gently rubbing his back. It's alright, my boy. I'm here. After the rest of his classes, Izuku heads to the development studio. Ace is awake again, floating above his head as she follows him. Izuku opens the door, only to immediately get knocked over by an explosion. When the smoke clears, there's a girl laying on top of him, pink dreadlocks hanging in his face. He blushes when he notices her chest pressing against his. She puts a hand on her chin. Too much voltage, clearly. I'll need to reduce it without losing effectiveness. Oh. She looks down at him, the crosshairs in her eyes focusing on him. Hi there. What do you need? As soon as she stands up, he gets up too, seeing Ace giggling at him. I need a support item made. Then you've come to the perfect place. I'm Hatsume. She walks back into the development studio, dragging him along. So, what do you need? I've been working on a jetpack, but I could also whip up some hover boots. If you need a weapon, I have a missile launcher dash. Izuku shakes his head. No, I don't need any of that. He pulls out his arc phone, showing her the Pokeball blueprints. I need you to make some of these. She leans forward, her face almost touching the phone. A blueprint? I haven't seen anything like this before. Interesting. She takes his phone, quickly typing something before her own phone dings. There. Send it to me now. I have to ask, what is it for? He takes his phone back from her. My quirk lets me make these creatures called Pokemon. Ace plops down on his head, waving at her. Ace here is one of them. These Pokeballs can store them. It's pretty interesting, with how it uses their natural ability to shrink to minuscule sizes to turn them into light, or perhaps data. I wonder he gets broken out of his muttering by Ace tapping his forehead. Sorry. Hatsum grins widely, pulling out her phone to look at the blueprints again. I don't mind, this is interesting. So much more unique than what Power Loader Sensei makes me create. These will be my best babies yet. Babies? Izuku blushes before sighing. Oh, you meant your inventions. She picks up the exploded invention off of her desk, putting it with a pile of charred scrap metal. Of course. I put so much care into them, they're my adorable babies. Izuku nods. I guess that makes sense. So, when should I come back? Tomorrow, I'll be finished with the prototypes by then. Hatsum tosses materials onto her now empty desk. Now shoo, Ball Boy. Ball Boy? Before he can fully question the nickname, a tiny robot grabs his ankle, tripping him before harshly dragging him across the messy floor, out of the room. Ow, ow, ow. Tamura walks through the doctor's Nomu lab, ignoring the urge to GG at the sights. Tanks of Nomu fill the room, Pokemon with human DNA forced into them in one way or another. He already felt uncomfortable with this before, but now that he has an egg? Tamura can feel the nausea in his stomach. He has to step over wires and tubes as he walks through the massive main room. Scratching his neck relieves some of the nausea, even if it bleeds a little. Some of the Nomu only have minor alterations, but others are so changed that they even gain new typings. The ghost types and some others even have human brains forced into them so they can be given quirks. Disgusting, the doctor scoffs. My work is not disgusting, don't be a baby. Tamura pulls his hand away from his neck, wiping off the blood. Why did you call me here, anyways? Well, since you won't give me that egg, you're paying for it by supervising an experiment. The doctor starts to walk away, gesturing for Tamura to follow him. He follows right behind the doctor. Don't you usually ask Sensei for this? He's more interested in your work than I am. The doctor sighs. Unfortunately, he's busy with a project of his own. The two of them enter an elevator. This one has a high chance of going wrong, so you're here for disposal. The elevator starts descending, deeper into the lab. Why do the experiment if it'll probably go wrong? Seems a bit dumb. Tamura leans against the wall of the elevator, trying to resist the urge to scratch his neck again. The doctor rolls his eyes as the elevator comes to a stop. Of course you would say that. You can learn from failures, just like you with your last attack. He follows the doctor out of the elevator. Ugh. He didn't want to admit the doctor was right, so he chose to just shut up. Eventually they make it to a testing room, an unconscious boy laying in the center, wavy blue hair on his head. He's still wearing a high school uniform. A weak water quirk, usually not very useful for my experiments. However, the doctor pulls out a small syringe. Mu DNA on its own does nothing to humans, but let's see how it does when some trigger is mixed in with it. He walks to the boy, injecting the mixture into his neck before quickly sprinting out of the room. Tamura looks down at the boy. Geez, must have gotten unlucky to end up here. Rah! The boy shoots up, clawing at his scalp. Water swirls around him, the clear color of it getting tinted pink. What the dash? Tamura tries to step forward to disintegrate him, but pink water tendrils wrap around his wrist. Hey! Let go! Water covers the boy's head, specifically over the same spot where a Nomu's brain would be. He opens his eyes, a pink glow emanating from them. What is this? Who am I? His voice sounds like two voices overlapping, the loudest one sounding almost like a Pokemon. I am Mizuko Mew. The boy grabs his forehead. It hurts. A blast of psychic energy shoots out of him, throwing Tamura into a wall. Why does it hurt so much? Water tendrils flail through the air erratically as he screams. Tamura lays against the wall, each breath jostling his definitely broken ribs. You're Muko, there. Calm down. Muko? His voice settles, sounding almost natural. I like it. The tendrils of water recede back into him, his skin absorbing them. Tamura sits up, hissing at the pain. Oh, that's gonna be a beach to heal, ugh. Muko floats over to him. I feel like I can. A pulse of pink energy comes off of his hands, flowing into Tamura. He can feel his ribs heal, even the cut from him scratching his neck heals. Thanks dash. The door to the room opens, the doctor walking in the door. Dispose of it now, before it can dash. Muko grins, his teeth visibly starting to sharpen. Nope. The tips of his hair start to slowly turn pink. Bye-bye. He teleports away in a flash of pink. The doctor groans, muttering to himself like Tamura wasn't in hearing range. Stupid, such a wasteful choice, he sighs before speaking up. Call Kurojairi and get out of my lab, clearly you can't help me right now. The man walks off, grumbling to himself. Tamura stands up, finally breathing easily. That was something. That guy is just loose in society now, huh? He sighs as he pulls out his phone. That was too much for one day? I just want to hug my egg. He's already started calling for Kurojairi so he can get out of this place. Izuku lays in his room after getting back to the dorms. Well, that was an experience, at least I'm finally going to be able to get pokeballs. Mighty yawns as he sits up, stretching. I feel much better after that nap. I don't think I'll need more pain meds, at least. Rek hugs Mighty's leg, Chip hugs him from behind, and Ace floats over to nuzzle his chest. I get it, you all were worried. Izuku chuckles at the sight. Well, they're definitely happy now that you're okay. I'm glad you're alright as well. Rek tugs on Mighty's leg, pointing at the door. They want to go show me around the park outside. Will you be alright if I go? Izuku nods. Yeah, don't worry about me. I'll go hang out with my friends, you have fun with them. Mighty smiles at him, waving goodbye before walking to the balcony door, opening it. He and the others all leap over the balcony, landing safely before running off. After shutting the balcony door, Izuku heads out of his room down into the common room. He immediately sees Kaminari getting chased down by Dark Shadow while Tokoyami is unconscious in the corner. Still, both of them flinch, Kaminari tripping and falling on his face. Izuku sighs. Alright, what happened here? Dark Shadow points at Kaminari. He hurt Fumi. I'm trying to make him pay. Kaminari crawls over to the couch, grabbing one of the couch cushions and holding it like a shield. I didn't mean to, he startled me. My quirk goes off when I'm startled, I can't help it. Izuku pinches the bridge of his nose. Of course. Luckily, I can help. He walks over to Tokoyami, holding out his hands and imagining an egg cracking his mind to use soft-boiled. Even though it's meant to be used on himself, he can force it to work on Tokoyami instead. There. He picks up Tokoyami, laying him on the couch. Now he's healed and safe, he's just getting an impromptu nap. Dark Shadow pouts. Fine, I'll stop attacking. She retreats back into Tokoyami. Kaminari puts the couch cushion back before standing up, his hands slightly trembling. Thanks, man. I thought she was gonna kill me or something. Izuku shakes his head. She wouldn't kill. She probably would have done something more scary than dangerous. Still, thanks. Kaminari walks into the kitchen, grabbing a chocolate bar before walking towards the stairs. I just came for this, I'll be going now. Talk to you later, Midoriya. Bye, Kaminari. As soon as leaves, Izuku sits down on the empty couch. He puts a slight focus on the auras in the building, trying to feel who's here without focusing on their movement, since that'd probably be an invasion of privacy. Most of the class is still here, of course. Most of the class is here, just Mina and Toga are missing. Extending the reach of his aura reading, he can feel Toga and Monoma hanging out in the 1B dorms. Guess I'll go there then. He leaves the dorms, trying to ignore the slight headache from straining his aura reading. I could enter the dorms normally. He looks at the 1B dorms, already feeling how many people are in the common room. Yeah, nope. Izuku lets metal claws extend from his fingernails, starting to use them to climb up the side of the building. There are some barely visible indents that he can use to get a grip, pulling himself up. Eventually he gets to the balcony, climbing up onto it. A soft knock on the glass gets their attention, Toga opening the door. Hiya, Zuku. Want to sit with us? Monoma is sitting on the edge of his bed, holding a controller. If you want to hang out, be my guest. Izuku nods. Yeah, that sounds nice. He walks in, sitting down on the bed. There's a TV in front of the bed, showing a split screen with two robots. Are you two playing Portal 2? Yep. Toga shuts the balcony door before plopping down beside Monoma. It's pretty fun. She picks up her controller. Monoma nods, turning to look at Izuku. Yeah, it is fun. I just wish she was a bit better at puzzles. As Toga shoves him playfully, she sticks her tongue out at him. Oh shush, USCK at them too. She ducks under his attempt at shoving her back. Izuku adjusts his scarf so he can speak easier. Oh, I remember 100% completing this game a while ago. If you want, I can give you 2 hints if you get stuck. Toga grins. I'll take it. Better than getting stuck a million times anyways. She leans back on a pillow, dangling her legs off the edge of the bed. Monoma chuckles, turning towards the screen. Of course you completed it. Seems like you've done that to most of the retro games on the list you sent to us. Hey, I've only completed a chunk of those, not that many. He pouts as the two of them just laugh. Toga giggles. Yeah. Now come on, scoot closer so you can see better. She reaches over, grabbing his shoulder and dragging him closer. Izuku pushes her hand away, scooting closer. Alright, I'll get close. Don't want to rip my hoodie. He lays down between them, watching as they start the game, already bickering as they try to solve the puzzles. The city is dark, illuminated only by the lights from houses and cars. After escaping that lab, Muko has spent hours teleporting around, especially after getting chased by the police. Now that he's finally eaten some food, he can feel something is wrong. Muko teleports into an alleyway, hissing in pain as he doubles over. He can feel his body changing already. His ears recede into his flesh, leaving him surrounded by silence. His head starts to throw with pain. A silent scream rips out of his throat as something tears out through his scalp, his hearing returning and letting him hear his screech. Everything is so loud. He can hear droplets of water slamming into the ground. Footsteps sound as loud as thunder, making him reach up to cover his new ears. A new pressure forms, this one at his tailbone. No dash, he screams as something bursts out of there, his new tail slowly growing and throbbing with pain as the bones shift and reform. With the pain clouding his mind, he barely notices the next pressure. His fingernails grow and sharpen along with his toenails first, a mostly painless process. Muko hissed as he felt the nails tear through flesh and become rooted in his finger bones, forming into true claws, tearing out of his socks. The pain finally fades, leaving him gasping for breath. He looks in a puddle, staring at his new appearance. Wavy pink hair covers his scalp, 2 pink cat ears coming out of the sides of his head. He can see his new fluffy pink tail, long enough to wrap around his torso a couple times. Along with the claws, he also has sharper teeth now. Am I still human? As if responding to his thoughts, his body starts to shift again. No. Luckily, the shifting stops this time. Getting on all fours feels almost natural like this, his claws tapping on the concrete. He experiments moving his tail around. The prehensile tail feels like another limb, feeling almost foreign at first. The intense hearing has become a bit more familiar, even if it's still overwhelming. He can even wiggle the cat ears slightly. Since he now has some new fangs, he curiously runs his tongue along them. He hisses as it draws blood, but the cut heals in seconds, leaving him to swallow the metallic fluid. He stands up, trying to get used to the tail affecting his balance. So weird, a scream echoes out several streets away. Might as well help, I can test out some stuff. Muko tries to teleport onto a nearby rooftop, but he ends up a bit farther away than he intended, having to fly over and stare down into the alleyway. A man with a crab claw for a hand can be seen pinning down a random woman. He's using his other hand to try and slip off her clothing. The woman looks up, making eye contact. Please, help me. She struggles in the man's grasp. As soon as the man looks up, Muko focuses on the rain. Droplets turn pink as he controls them, forming into tendrils of liquid that yank the man away. The man tries to claw at the water, but a quick slam into the wall knocks him out. The water freezes before it turns back to its normal color. Muko glances down at the woman. Do you have a phone? She nods. Then call the police, they can get him. She looks up at him. Are you a hero? What should I call you? She quickly pulls down her shirt. He thinks for a moment. Call me Hybrid. I'm not a hero, I just wanted to help. As she calls the police, he waves goodbye before teleporting away. Muko ends up in the air, floating in the clouds. I need to work on my precision with that. Now that he finally has a moment to think, he considers what he should do. His previous memories are a bit fuzzy, but he can remember his previous home wasn't ideal. I'll just make a new home. Teleporting by instinct, he ends up in an abandoned mineshaft. I really need to get these under control. He picks up a sleeping bag. But first I need to sleep. Muko crawls in it, falling asleep surprisingly fast. Izuku wakes up, yawning as he sits up. He already spots 3 different eggs around him. The first one was hot pink with a lighter pink section at the very top. An unrefined spike comes out of the center of it, almost diamond-shaped. The metal spike is tinted a shade of purple as well. It feels like it's Hatsum's. The second one is pure purple, and it's slimy to the touch. This one is definitely Monoma's, and it's about as simple as Ace's egg was. As for the final egg, it was mostly light gray. It had extra bundles of white fur around its neck and on its head, both fading into red. The whole egg was fluffy to the touch as well. This was definitely Toga's. Of course this happens already, he groans as he gets up, climbing over Mighty's sleeping body. After changing his clothes he picks up the eggs, heading out of the room. At least his strength makes carrying all these eggs easy. The elevator definitely helps though, going downstairs with these would be a pain. Izuku enters the hatchery, finding spots for the eggs. Hatsume's egg goes into a rocky section of the room, wrapped in a metallic blanket. Monoma's egg simply sits in the grass of one area, already adapting to the temperatures. Toga's egg goes in the same icy area as Todoroki's egg, laying inside of an ice cave. He takes pictures of Monoma's and Toga's eggs, already sending the image to the group chat. Pokemite, well we have the first eggs of the group. Attached image. Alien Queen, ah man, I wanted to be the first. Baby Eraser, how'd you get both of them at once? Mirror image, he hung out with us as we masterfully made our way through Portal 2, of course. Crimson Cat, by that he means we begged Zuko for hints for over half of the levels. Together and apart, yeah that tracks. Mirror image, hey! I'm intelligent, I just so happen to have trouble communicating my ideas to others. Contagious laughter, no need to get defensive. Just admit you weren't thinking with portals. Laughing face. Mirror image, had it not been for the laws of this land, I would have slaughtered you. Baby Eraser, we all know that if anyone killed her everyone in this chat would riot. Peekaboo, we'd absolutely break the Geneva Conventions for our chat mom. Contagious laughter, don't commit crimes for me, you all. Pokemite, after what you had your class do, that's probably the most hypocritical thing you could say. Contagious laughter, those were special circumstances. Eigengrau Corvus, didn't she vandalize the house of Toga's old parents while at Soft Apex was preparing a case against them? Revelry Corvus, vandalism is an understatement for what she committed. She covered the building in paint laced with the scent of a skunk, along with infesting the mansion with approximately 20 different types of insects. Contagious laughter, those were also special circumstances. Anxiety manifested, she also used excessive force on at Peekaboo and I's old principal. Though we didn't mind. Peekaboo, I mean he deserved it after what he did to you but it was still illegal. Contagious laughter, shhhhhh. Soft Apex, just admit you're a hypocrite and move on, every hero has broken a few laws, be glad ours were for good reasons. Crimson Cat, oh? Does my dad have some illegal secrets to share? Soft Apex, over my dead body. Izuku snickers as he reads the chat. Some of the others already are starting to get up, so he heads to the kitchen. He definitely needs some food in him before class starts today, his stomach is already growling. When Heroics training comes, All Might is teaching it again, but with Aizawa beside him. All Might looks towards the class. Aizawa has informed me that the battle trials I had you all do were a bit much for a first training session. So today we will have you all doing supervised sparring instead. Aizawa is still using his crutches. You can use your quirks, but don't go overboard. As heroes, you need to practice restraint so you don't kill villains. You can choose your opponents, too. Toga walks over to Izuku. Hey Zuku. Want to spar against me first? She twirls a knife in her hand. Izuku nods. Yeah, we haven't gotten to fight yet. Do you want my Pokemon to help me, or should they sit this out? Ace is curled up around his neck. They can help. I like a challenge. She grins. The two of them walk over to a training mat to spar on. Izuku gives a feral grin under his mask. Ready? You know it. She crouches down, preparing her knives. He already has a plan to handle her. She dashes forward, slashing at him. He ducks, hitting her in the wrist with knockoff. Both knives clatter against the ground as she drops them. While she's shocked, he stomps the ground. Bulldoze knocks her over, though she rolls away as he uses Dragon Claw. Just as slippery as Soft Apex said. When he looks up, her aura seems to have just disappeared. Then he feels it behind him. Not so fast. A punch to the back of his head leaves his vision blurred for a moment. Dragon breath bursts out of his mouth as he spins around, pushing back the blur he assumes is Toga. I've got her, be ready. He sees Mighty, holding onto Toga's arms. As soon as he lets her go, he force palms her in the back, knocking her forward. Izuku and Ace move to the sides to pincer her. Their dragon claws slice through the air, but hit nothing. How is she doing that? It feels like her entire aura and presence just disappear somehow. A giggle echoes from behind him. It's a secret, her knife slams into his hand, making Izuku yelp in pain as it pins him to the ground. She flips through the air, barely dodging Rex acid spray. Toga still gets hit by Chip's bulldoze once she lands, stumbling right next to Rek. She hisses as he bites her leg with Poison Fang, holding her leg down even as she tries to yank it away. Izuku pulls the knife out of his hand, getting up and pulling aura into his hands. Ace flies right next to Toga, using disarming voice in her ear right as Izuku throws Aura Sphere. Rek lets go of her leg at the last second, so she falls over. Mighty pins her to the ground before she can get up. I think that's enough. Izuku nods in agreement. We should stop for now, Toga. She sighs, nodding. When Mighty lets her go, she stands up. That was fun. Though that bite makes my leg feel much less responsive. Why? Oh, I actually was curious about this too. Izuku grins. When we were training, I took a sample of the poison and tried to study it as best I could with what I had. It seems like it isn't lethal, instead trying to knock the target unconscious. I tried it on myself, it takes a very high dosage to do that, and the sleep only lasted an hour. I'm rambling, sorry. He smiles apologetically. Toga blinks as she processes that. You tried it on yourself? I'm telling contagious laughter. Izuku pouts. Don't do that, she'll rant at me for being reckless for an hour. Ace lands on his shoulder, curling up on it, while Rek slides beside his leg. Too bad, I'm doing it anyways. You deserve the rant. She tries to step back, almost falling because of her sluggish leg. He steps forward. Let me help. He uses soft boiled on her, healing her wounds. Using it on someone else makes him feel sluggish, but then he uses it on himself, restoring his stamina and the knife wound. Also, how did you make your aura disappear like that? She moves her leg experientially, smiling when it seems more responsive. Thanks. Also, it was something I learned on the streets. I just clear my mind, trying to blend in as much as possible and erase my presence. It's harder in open spaces like this, though. Izuku nods. I see. It makes sense, clearing your mind clears your emotions, and that basically makes your aura invisible. Aizawa speaks up. It's time for you all to switch sparring partners, find someone who can challenge you. Toga walks over to where her knife was, pulling it out of the training mat. That was a fun fight, even if I probably bit off more than I could chew. I'm gonna go try against Todoroki next. Izuku waves goodbye as she walks off. He looks around, trying to find his next opponent. Izuku walks over to the development studio. He's holding Hatsume's egg in his arms, since he feels obligated to at least show her the egg. Rek is following him, wearing a plastic crown on his head he got from Mina. At least he seems to like having it on. When he gets to the door, he steps away from it, Rek being confused but still following him. Moments later, an explosion slams both the doors open. Hatsume rolls out of the room and pats out the embers on her shoulders. Well, clearly using gasoline as fuel for that was a bit too volatile. I'll need a different fuel source. Oh, hi ball boy. He waves at her. Hi Hatsume. Are the pokeballs finished yet or no? Rek hides behind Izuku's legs, understandably scared by the explosion. She nods. Oh yeah, I got a lot of those done. Hatsume walks into the development studio. I even managed to get an extra thing done for you. And just call me May, much faster. She glances at the egg, tilting her head. Oh, is that mine? Izuku follows her there before nodding. Alright, May. And yeah, this egg is yours, just wanted to show you a dash. The egg gets ripped out of his hands. Perfect. I can test out my hatching baby. Before he can protest, May shoves the egg into a machine, turning it on. Through the clear glass, he can see the metal casing inside the machine move away to show an odd metal, glowing rainbow. The egg starts to hatch within seconds, light shining out of the machine as it happens. A small Pokemon comes out, with hot pink skin. Its head and arms are larger than its torso and legs. The metal bit on the egg now shows up on its torso, covering up most of it. A small section of hair on the top of its head is tied up, going from a lighter pink to an almost white shade at the top. It has a worried-looking expression as it glances around. You got a Tinkadink. I always loved that line of Pokemon. Izuku smiles. I guess it makes sense she doesn't have a hammer yet, she was just hatched dash. He dives forward to protect Tinkadink as the machine explodes, rolling out of the way. May sighs. I figured that one wouldn't be able to handle that much of it for long. She walks over, taking the Tinkadink from him. I'll name her Crafty. With an I instead of a Y, just because. Izuku stands up, brushing the soot off his clothes as they both ignore Power Loader already yelling at May for this. Of course. What was that, though? She turns to look at him. That was a Quirk-infused metal I got by begging Sensei for it. She pulls some of the metal out of the wreckage. It's still glowing rainbow, though the color is fading fast. Since you gave me the Pokeball info, I researched about Pokemon. I found that some Pokemon can speed up the hatching speed of eggs. She grins. So I just had to find a way to replicate that. Luckily, there was someone who used their quirk to make this metal. When charged with electricity, it emits energy that can speed up the hatching Pokemon. I'm not sure how their quirk exactly managed to do that, but I don't ask those questions. Izuku takes in the information as Rex slides over to him. That's an interesting quirk. I'll have to research it later. Well, why'd the thing blow up? Mei points at all the metal. There was too much of it, which basically supercharged the quirk effect but also made the metal and machinery overheat. I already started making a weaker version though. It just won't speed it up as much. That's fine with me. What about the pokeballs? He walks over to her desk, seeing a bunch of basic pokeballs sitting there. She reaches into the desk, pulling out a pokeball that looks almost like a love ball, but with a gear instead of a heart. These are finished. Though since you got me crafty. Here, I can test out one of them, my personal one. She taps Crafty's head with it. The pokeball opens, a beam of light coming out of it. Crafty's body shrinks and turns into light too, getting pulled into the pokeball. It shakes a few times before making a clicking noise. Mei grins. It worked. Perfect. Now let's see if the other function works. She presses the button on the ball, making it open and fire out a beam of light, the light shaping into the silhouette of Crafty before she fully forms, a bit dizzy but still alright. Izuku nods. Yeah, that definitely works. Mei tilts her head as she picks up another pokeball. I wonder, it doesn't hurt to try. She throws the pokeball at Izuku. Wait a minute dash, he feels himself get pulled into the pokeball, his vision getting filled with light. Once the light fades, he's in a flower field, a rainbow of different flowers covering the ground. I guess it makes sense. I technically have some Pokemon DNA in me, apparently enough to go into a pokeball. Before it can fully capture him, he lets the power of every type fill his body at once, before it all explodes out in a violent blast. And he pops out of the pokeball, tumbling to the ground as he adjusts to being physically here again. Ugh, Rek taps his shoulder worriedly. Izuku sits up. Yeah, that definitely works. Mei places down the now broken pokeball. Who knows, that could be useful in some situations. She has a bite mark on her ankle, leaking some purple fluid. Izuku looks at Rek. Don't go biting people when you're worried. He sighs, using soft-boiled on Mei. Well, can I take the pokeballs, since they work? He stands up, brushing more soot off of his clothes. Yep. She puts the rest of the pokeballs in a bag, handing them to him. There's 20 in there, if you need more ask me. He nods as he takes the bag. And what about the thing for the hatchery? She points at a half-finished machine, all the wiring and machinery still exposed. I should get it done pretty soon. When it's done I'll just have Sensei put it in the hatchery, so you'll see it then. Now shoo, I have babies to make. This time he managed to dodge the robot trying to grab his ankle, he and Rex sprinting out of the development studio together. Izuku gets in his room, laying out the pokeballs on his desk. Too bad they're all basic, removes the uniqueness. His phone dings with a notification. When he looks over, there's a new app called Modify Pokeballs. Clicking on it gives the instructions, place a pokeball on the phone and then it can be changed into any type of pokeball. And when it says any type, it means it, because some of these pokeball types aren't even available easily or at all in-game. Some are from the anime, manga, and TCG. Well that's definitely useful, he turns to Mighty. Hey, do you want me to actually catch you now that I can? Yes, I do. The others agree as well. Mighty walks closer to him, the tip of his spike poking against Izuku's back. Luckily, it isn't sharp enough to hurt. Izuku places one pokeball on it. Alright, good to know. Anyways, I think a heavy ball would fit you well, color-wise. Mighty looks over his shoulder, seeing the image on the screen. Gray for my steel spikes, and blue for my fur color. I think it fits well enough. He nods in agreement. Izuku presses the button, and watches the pokeball glow as it gets changed into a heavy ball. He picks it up, feeling the extra weight of it. Nice. Ready to try it out? It might feel a bit weird, I know it did for me. That I shouldn't be surprised that these work on you. Well, go ahead and catch me. Mighty steps forward, leaning down his head closer to Izuku's height. Smiling at him, Izuku taps the heavy ball to Mighty's forehead, watching the light from the heavy ball pull him inside. Instead of shaking several times, it only shakes once before it makes a clicking noise. A critical capture? Maybe it's because he wants to be caught by me. I'll need more testing on that. Seconds later, the heavy ball opens, Mighty coming out. It seems I can enter and exit the ball at will. He almost fell over, but he managed to keep his balance, better than Izuku did at least. That's definitely interesting. That's kinda how it worked in the anime, so it makes sense. Izuku sits another pokeball on the phone. Time to pick out some for the others. Mighty nods, grabbing a book. I have some reading to catch up on, anyways. He plops down on the bed, using Aura to open the book since he doesn't have thumbs. Chip, you'll go next. Chip glances at the heavy ball curiously before walking over to Izuku. Izuku gently pets Chip's head. I think a great ball could fit you pretty well. A lure ball would also work though. What do you think? She seems to think for a moment before pointing at the great ball image with her claw. You want that? Alright then. Izuku presses the button, watching the basic pokeball slowly turn into a great ball. Once it's finished, he grabs it and gently taps it against Chip's head. The same thing happens with her, a critical capture instead of a regular one. He presses the button to let her out, and once her body forms she almost immediately tumbles to the ground, looking dazed. Sorry about that. Chip stands up, having to take a second to balance before grabbing the great ball with her teeth, running to her den. Hey, I need that dash, he sighs. I guess I'll just grab it later from her. Izuku puts another pokeball on the phone. Rek, it's your turn. Rek slides over to him, letting Izuku pick him up and sit him in his lap. They look at the list of pokeballs together, Rek curiously tilting his head. I'm stuck between the strange ball, the dusk ball, and the nest ball. What do you think? Rek points at the strange ball, so Izuku clicks on it, watching the pokeball slowly change colors into the almost ethereal shade of green from the strange ball. Lives up to the name strange ball. As soon as Izuku picks it up, Rek headbutts it to get caught by it. Once again, another critical capture to practically confirm his theory. Izuku presses the button, releasing Rek back onto his lap. He melts into a poison puddle, having the same dazed look. Izuku can't help but chuckle at the sight. Sorry. Once Rek manages to stop being a puddle, he hops off of Izuku's lap, climbing onto the bed to sit with Mighty. Ace floats over as Izuku puts another pokeball on the phone. I could use the Cherish ball, but the Origin ball looks so cool and it fits you pretty well. Do you want it? Ace taps the button for the Origin ball. They both watch the pokeball shift from a smooth material to a crystalline shell, the light from his balcony shining off of it. The ball even gets the button changed into what looks like a latch, along with the extra bit of metal at the top of it. Izuku picks up the Origin ball. Ready? Ace nods, letting Izuku tap her with it. Instead of making a clicking noise, it fires out a small firework. Just like in the game. He lets her out of the ball, watching her float around dazed for a moment before shaking her head, regaining her bearings. Want to come with me to give the others some pokeballs? Ace nods. When he stands up, he realizes that he's still in his school uniform. I should probably change. He looks at his closet. I probably need to try wearing less clothes in the dorms. I'll start by going without the hoodie or mask for now. Izuku puts on a Hawks-themed sweater, Pokeball design pants, a Torchic-themed scarf, along with Fat Gum-themed gloves and socks. He and Ace both leave his room with the bag of Pokeballs. Izuku finds Kaken in one of the gyms, training with Kirishima, Shiro, and Kaminari. Kaken keeps throwing explosions at Kirishima, getting hardened fists to his chest and responding with carefully aimed explosions. Kaminari and Shiro are having a worse time, though. Shiro and Kaminari are doing some sparring, Shiro swinging around and using hit-and-run tactics while Kaminari keeps trying to hit him with electricity whenever he gets close. This would be fine, if Scorch wasn't constantly spitting embers at them, forcing Kaminari to dodge and occasionally igniting Shiro's tape. Ace giggles as she watches the chaos unfold. Izuku decides to sit on a bench, waiting for them to take a break. After a while, they eventually tire themselves out and go to the benches to rest. Kirishima is the first one to wave at him. Heya, Midobro. I would have said hi before, but Bakubro was too focused for me to let my guard down to wave. Kaken punches him in the shoulder. I'm just dedicated to my training. Shiro grabs a water bottle, chugging it. Ugh. I definitely overused my quirk there, my skin feels dry already. Why'd you have to sick your cat on us, Bakugo? Yeah, we didn't deserve that. Kaminari's UA gym uniform has a large burn on the chest of it, though at least the fabric didn't get a hole burnt through it. His left shoe clearly wasn't as lucky, being almost completely charred. Kaken pets Scorch before tossing an empty water bottle at Kaminari's head. Idiots. This helps train you to be prepared if you have to fight while surrounded by fire, like in a disaster. Sparky, you need to learn to watch where you put your dumbass feet. He throws another water bottle at Shiro's skull. And you glorified piece of office supplies, you need to learn to fight quirkless if you're around fire. Shiro laughs at Kaminari when he gets a bottle to the head, only to yelp in pain when one hits him. I get it. Izuku just shakes his head. Kaken, don't be too mean to them. He reaches over, petting Scorch who purrs in response. Kaken rolls his eyes, catching the two water bottles getting thrown back at him by the others. Yeah. Now what's in that bag, nerd? Oh. That's what I came here for. He pulls out a pokeball from the bag, letting his phone float in front of him because of course it can do that. Hatsum May from the support course made me pokeballs, so I figured you might want one. I can use an app on my phone to change the type too. Scorch tilts her head at the Pokeball, while Kakin just leans forward to look at the app on the phone. Want a luxury ball, Scorch? She nods. Then it's settled. Izuku places the Pokeball on his phone, watching it morph into a luxury ball before their eyes. He hands it to Kakin, who catches Scorch with it. Kakin tilts his head at the clicking noise. A crit capture? Kaminari leans forward. I'm pretty sure those are decently rare. I've only ever gotten a couple of them while playing the games. Well, I think if they want to be caught by you, it's going to be a critical capture. Izuku puts his phone away. The only reason I can think of for why it didn't happen with Maze is because Crafty was unprepared, not expected to be caught since she had basically just been hatched. The sound of the luxury ball being opened stops him, Kakin sighing. Don't get lost in your muttering, Poke BSTRD. Scorch is just as dazed as the others were. Kakin pets her as she regains her bearings. Now what are the other fuckers doing dash? He slowly turns his head to see Shiro, Kirishima, and Kaminari all tied up in a ball of tape. Kaminari smiles awkwardly. You see, it's a funny story really. You dumbass F pick a dash. Izuku quickly makes his way out of there, carrying an almost cackling Ace as Kakin yells more profanities than an Irish sailor. He'll leave the other three to handle the consequences of their own actions. He walks over into the staff dorms, finding his mom there first. She smiles at him. Oh, hello Izuku. What's that bag you have there? Springy is lounging on top of the cupboards in the kitchen. Ace is curled up in Izuku's hair, mostly hidden while she naps comfortably. Her occasional purring does feel weird against his head, but she's cute enough that it's fine. Izuku opens the bag, pulling out a Pokeball. Someone from the support course made a bunch of these for me. I already caught all my Pokemon, but I figured you might want one for Springy. His mom looks at the Pokeball. Did Hatsum make those? He nods. Yeah, how did you know? Well, Power Loader keeps complaining about her chaotic tendencies, and he mentioned she was making something for you. She covers her mouth as she laughs. Power Loader yells from another room. She blew up my desk on the first day. And on the 5th day she gave me a new desk which had turrets, an incinerator, and a self-destruct button. I think my ranting is justified after that and everything else she's done so far. Izuku chuckles as he pulls out his phone. I see what you mean. Anyways, with an app on this phone, I can change the type of Pokeball. He sits the Pokeball on the phone. She looks at the list of Pokeballs. I think the Love Ball fits her the best with that heart design. Alright, we'll go with that then. He taps it, letting the Pokeball change into a Love Ball right in front of them before handing it to her. Just toss it at Springy, though make sure she knows you're doing it first. His mom walks closer to Springy. Ready to be in a Love Ball, sweetie? Springy just nods in response before yawning. She gently tossed it at Springy, watching it pull Springy into it before falling back into her hand. It's another critical capture once again. How do I let her out? Izuku points at the button. Just press that and she'll come out. Alright, she probably wants to go back and lay on the cupboards more anyways. She presses the button, aiming the Love Ball so Springy gets put right on top of the cupboards, looking dazed but still comfy on her shelf. Ace yawns, peeking her head out of Izuku's hair. He chuckles, reaching up to pet her. Well, I should probably go give out the rest of the Pokeballs now. Do you know where Toshinori is? His mom almost drops the Love Ball, but she pulls it back with her quirk. He's out training Kavacha right now. Izuku nods. Got it, I'll go find him then. He hugs her. Love you, Mom. She hugs him back. Love you too, Izuku. Have fun. She lets go of him, smiling at him. He smiles back before walking out of the dorms. Just Toshinori and Recovery Girl left to go now, since May already has her own special design one for Crafty. There was only one gym built to handle one for all level strength, so he heads there. When he looks inside, he sees Toshinori as his deflated form sitting on a bench. Kavacha is in the center of the room, training against two moving punching bags. One of them is blue, getting moved around the room quickly in an unpredictable path. Kavacha hits that one with one strong hit each time it gets close. The other one is black, much larger and bulkier than the other. It moves slowly on a straight path towards the center of the room. Kavacha punches that one in a blur, hundreds of punches getting thrown out until the punching bag is slammed backwards. Izuku walks over to Toshinori. Looks like he's doing good. Practicing both styles of fighting he can evolve into. Toshinori turns to him, nodding. Yes, he seems to prefer it that way. As young Aizawa would say, no hero is a one-trick pony. He leans back. Young? Why are you calling him young? Izuku tilts his head. He holds up two fingers. First, it's just part of my vocabulary. Second, I'm 20 years older than him, he's practically a FTS to me. Why do you think I call you student zygotes? Izuku can't hold in the snort of laughter, both him and Ace breaking off into a fit of giggles, taking a moment to recover. I mean, you aren't wrong, but still. Toshinori chuckles before glancing at the bag. What's in there, my boy? He pulls out a pokeball. I got these thanks to someone in the support course. You looked at the games like I mentioned, right? Toshinori nods. Yes, I've been playing Shield, I just managed to get a Cubfo. But because of that, I do know what pokeballs are and what they do. Izuku pulls out his phone, sitting the pokeball on it as he opens the app. Good. This app lets me change the type of pokeball. Which one do you want for Kavacha? He points at the list of pokeballs. He looks at the list of pokeballs. Isn't the evolution of it mostly black? I want it to still fit when he evolves. Yeah, both forms of it are mostly black. He pulls up pictures of the two forms for a moment before switching back to the Pokeball app. Toshinori points at the Ultra Ball. I think that one fits well then. Kavacha should like it too. Ace reaches down off of Izuku's head to press the button, watching the Pokeball change into an Ultra Ball. Izuku chuckles before handing the ball to Toshinori. Just wait for Kavacha to finish first. The two of them watch as Kavacha keeps training, slamming the blue bag away with one hit while giving the black bag flurries of hits. Eventually he gets tired, walking over to the bench and taking a water bottle, drinking it. The bottle looks large in his paws. Once he finishes drinking, Toshinori holds out the Ultra Ball towards him. Ready to be properly caught, my boy? Kavacha nods, punching the button of the ball to open in, letting himself get pulled in. Toshinori smiles. I wonder what it's like inside of those. Hopefully it's nice. Izuku puts away his phone once again. I think it's different depending on the type of Pokeball and the one who goes in there. Ace comes out of his hair, floating down into his lap. Toshinori smiles. That sounds nice. He probably wants to go back to training though, so I'll let him out. He presses the button on the Ultra Ball. When Kavacha fully forms, he's mid-kick, tumbling over onto the ground before standing up, brushing himself off and giving them both a wide grin. Suddenly the blue punching bag slams into his side, knocking Kavacha back into training. Izuku snorts at the sight. Well, it seems the bags also want to get back to training. By the way, how are you going to play off having Kavacha around in both your forms? Simple. Toshinori Yagi is All Might's assistant, so it makes sense for him to help All Might with his Pokemon, don't you think? Toshinori grins at him. Izuku nods. Smart, especially since the public doesn't know your name. Well, I probably need to go give Recovery Girl her Pokeball. He stands up. Ace decides to just float beside him again. Toshinori gives him a thumbs up. Good luck. Try not to let her bash your ankles too much. He chuckles. Yeah. Izuku heads out of the gym, heading towards the main building. As soon as Izuku enters the nurse's office, he has to jump to dodge a cane. Recovery Girl scowls up at him. Don't tell me you got hurt outside of school hours. I already had to handle Ciro's burns a few minutes ago. Izuku shakes his head. No, I actually have something to give to you for Kari. He pulls out a Pokeball. Her expression softens, though she seems confused. What is that? It's a Pokeball. Think of them as a storage space for a Pokemon to go into. Could be useful. Ace grabs the Pokeball from his hand. As soon as he takes out his phone and opens the app, she sits it on the phone. I can also change the design of them like this. She looks at the different options. I suppose the Heal Ball would work best. What do you think, Kari? Kari walks over to them, nodding. Izuku presses the button, handing her the Heal Ball as soon as it changes. Tap Kari with it to catch her, which will be signaled with a clicking noise. To let her out, just tap the button. Recovery Girl taps the Heal Ball onto Kari's head. As soon as she's caught, Recovery Girl lets her out. That could be useful, I'll admit. Izuku smiles. I'm glad I could help. Now get out. She points at the door with her cane. As soon as I finish making sure everything is all right in here, I'm going to my dorm, so don't make me stay longer than necessary. He nods. All right, I'm going. Izuku walks out of the room, heading back towards the dorms. Once Izuku gets back to his dorm room, he pulls out another Pokeball and sits it on his phone. I guess I need one for myself too, huh? Ace nods before floating away, starting to play with a ball in the corner of the room. He selected the Cherish Ball for himself. I guess I can use this to test something, anyways. He sits down on the ground. As soon as the Pokeball fully changes, he takes it and taps it on his forehead. Immediately his vision fills with light. Izuku lands on stone, not dirt. Looking around, he can see a large Japanese temple. He hears a click as he's caught, but he ignores it as he stands up. A large wall surrounds the area, vines running down it. Around the path, wildlife sprouts from the ground. Instead of weeds, it's bushes growing fruits, along with pretty flowers. Izuku spots one almost crystalline flower, the petals shining a beautiful rainbow. He plucks it, but it stays alive. The breeze flows through the air, the sound of birds chirping filling his ears. He walks along the path, entering the shrine. The first room has a large statue in the center of it. It depicts Arceus, fully painted with shining gemstones on the wheel around the torso. There's a small shrine in front of it, so Izuku places the crystalline flower into it. When he walks into a side room, he sees a bedroom. There's a traditional Japanese futon taking up most of the floor. The walls are covered in photos, all showing snapshots of his memories. I've never slept on a futon before. When he re-enters the main room, his eyes are drawn to the shrine. The one flower has turned into 19 massive flowers. 18 flowers have their petals colored to match all the types, shining in the light as all of them are wrapped around the 19th rainbow flower that's much larger than the rest. Izuku looks at the flowers before smiling. That's a pretty sight. Hopefully that means my offering was good. He heads out the back door, seeing a large obstacle course extending into the distance. All of it is above a massive lake, yet none of it seems out of place, every obstacle perfectly matching the style of the area. Nice. That'll be good for training. Now that I've done that, let me test some things. He tries to focus on the outside world, and suddenly a sphere appears around him. It lets him see his room from inside of the cherished ball. When he runs into the side of the sphere, it makes the ball start to roll. Jumping even makes the ball jump up a surprising height. Satisfied, he focuses on the feeling of leaving until his vision fills with light. And then he stumbles into the ground, though he gains his bearings much faster this time. Ugh, still not used to that. Out of curiosity, he puts the cherished ball back on his phone. It still gives him the option to change the type of pokeball. That could be interesting if I want different scenery. He takes the cherished ball off of it, sitting it on his desk. Izuku plops down on his bed next to Mighty. Welp, time to spend hours reading fanfiction. He playfully shoves Mighty as he snickers. Oh shush. Tamura sits on his bed, his controller in his hands. His egg sits in his lap, wrapped in blankets so it's kept warm. Currently he's playing Pokemon Platinum, trying to prepare for the Elite Four and Cynthia. He doesn't need his but getting kicked again. His team is better than he expected, especially since he's doing a Nuzlocke. He's got an Infernape, a Leafeon, a Gyarados, a Mamoswine, a Bronzong, and a Snorlax. Now to hope one of them doesn't get one-shot by a random trainer. A cracking noise makes him suddenly look down. Oh sheet dash, the egg is starting to crack and hatch. He holds onto it carefully as it wiggles around so it doesn't fall off the bed. It keeps cracking, light shining out until his vision is filled by the light. Once the light fades, he's left with a crocodilian Pokemon. Turquoise scales cover most of its body, though there's an almost V-shaped pale yellow marking on its chest. 3 red spines come out of its back, along with one on the end of its tail. Holy sheet, I got a Totodile? The Totodile jumps up into his arms. You're a cute little guy. He carefully pets his head. I'll call you Monty. Monty grins, chomping his jaws excitedly. Tamura smiles at him. Are you hungry, Monty? He gets an excited nod in response. Tamura sits his controller down, standing up. Let's get you some food. The two of them walk into the kitchen together, Kurogyri turning to them. Hello, Tamura, what do you— Oh! The egg hatched? His misty yellow eyes seem to widen. What do you call that one? Kurogyri crouches down to pet Monty. I call him Monty, he's a Totodile. Tamura points at the fridge. I was going to get him food. Meat might be best. Kurogyri nods. Do you wish for it to be raw or cooked, Monty? Monty chomps his jaws twice. I'll take that to mean you want it cooked. Tamura opens the fridge, taking out a steak and handing it to Kurogyri. While Kurogyri fixes the food, Tamura digs through his stuff before pulling out a dog toy and handing it to Monty, who immediately starts chewing on it. That toy usually brings memories of Monchan and his past, but now it can have new memories with it. Hope you like it, Monty. He sits there, playing fetch with Monty for a good while. His usual urge to scratch isn't nearly as strong. After a while, Kurogyri brings out the steak on a paper plate. Here you go. As soon as he sits it down, Monty has already started tearing into it, even tearing apart the paper plate as he tries to bite into the steak. Kurogyri sighs. And that's why I brought a paper plate. Tamura smiles. I think keeping that egg was a good idea. Kurogyri hesitates before reaching over, putting an arm around his shoulder. I think so too, Tamura. Even if I'll have to do much more cleaning now. Monty grins up at them, covered in barbecue sauce from the steak along with bits of the plastic plate. Kurogyri sighs. Much more cleaning. The next morning, Izuku decides to check on whatever Mei was working on. Knowing her, she could have gotten it done this fast if she tried. Izuku walks out and into the hatchery. Immediately, he notices the new thing in the ceiling. In the center of the ceiling there's a metal machine, a sphere of that glowing rainbow metal hanging from it. There's other machines like that in the corners of the ceiling too, speeding up hatching in the whole room. Todoroki walks into the hatchery, turning to Izuku. "Oh, hello Midoriya." He walks over to the icy section of the room, gently rubbing the warm part of his egg with his cold hand. "What are those things in the ceiling?" "It's meant to speed up the hatching process." Izuku walks over to him, smiling at the egg. "I mean you got that egg a while ago, so it might hatch soon dash." The egg immediately starts to crack, light shining out of it. Izuku blinks. "Well, I didn't mean that soon." Todoroki picks up the egg as it almost falls off the ice. "I've got it." He holds it close to his chest as it slowly cracks more and more, an unreadable expression on his face. His aura shows care and kindness, though it's hard to see behind the dull sadness he always has. Once the egg hatches, Izuku is met with a strange sight. One half of the Pokemon has reddish-brown fur, darker brown fur around the paws. A larger tuft of fur on the top of the hair is curled backwards, along with being closer to reddish-orange. The Pokemon's tails on that side are the same color, curled backwards at the end. The other side has white fur, pale blue fur around the paws. The fur on top of its head is also pale blue, though it's more puffy. The tails are the same color, also more puffy. Izuku stares at it. That's a mix of a Cantonian and a Alolan Vulpix. I thought I was limited to just making normal Pokemon, how'd I make a hybrid? Todoroki smiles at the Vulpix, the smile looking unfamiliar on his face. "I don't know, but I appreciate this. I think I'll name her Tayumi." He smiles sadly after speaking the name, Tayumi rubbing against his chin. "May I ask why?" Izuku sits down in the snowy area, feeling the comfy chill around him. After a moment, Todoroki sits down beside him. "Tuya and Fuyumi were my older brother and sister. When I was 6 they both died in a training accident." He opens his mouth, about to say more, before going quiet. Tayumi sees his sadness and rubs against his cheek. She whimpers worriedly before rubbing against his chest too. Izuku turns to him. "I think it's sweet of you to honor their deaths like this. I'm sorry for your loss, though." "Thanks." Todoroki reaches down to pet Tayumi. They sit in somber silence for a moment. After a bit, Izuku pulls out a Pokeball. "Want to officially catch her?" He pulls out his phone too, already getting the app ready. Todoroki nods. "Yes, I think so. None of these seem to fit her, so could I get one and paint over it? If so, I want the friend ball, she deserves the friendship." Izuku nods, pressing the button to make it a friend ball. "Alright, you can paint over it afterwards. Do you want to catch her now, or not yet?" "Later." The two of them sit there, Tayumi purring as she gets pets from the both of them. Todoroki is surprisingly nice to just sit with, despite his standoffish nature. So the two of them relax together, smiling softly. In Mizudafu, Japan sits the Todoroki abode. It's a quiet place now, only Endeavor living there, stewing in his rage day by day. Natsuo moved out as soon as he could, and now Shoto managed to get into the dorms. Near the Todoroki abode sits Sakoto Peak. All the trees in the area have been turned to ash, only small bits of grass and tiny saplings are visible. Footprints are still seared into the dirty, 2 sets of footsteps leading straight to a large patch of black dirt. Only one set of footsteps goes away from it, heading down the mountain. At the base of the mountain sits a lake. Years ago it was a beautiful lake, fish swimming around in the water and plant life growing out around it. Now the area around it is covered in constant snow year-round, the plants all smothered in pure white snow. The lake itself is frozen over, the thick ice unbreakable and unmeltable by normal means. If you look through the ice, down to the very bottom of the lake, you can see the corpse of Todoroki Fuyumi, a hole burnt through her stomach and a sad smile on her face. During the rest of that day, classes go on normally. Some people ask Todoroki about his new Pokemon, but he simply just tells them her name, letting Tayumi sit in his lap all day. When lunch comes, things go a bit interestingly. Izuku sits with his usual friends, eating his katsudon. Suddenly, while they're all talking, Mei just plops down at the table and starts working on some invention. After a second of confused silence, Shinso speaks up. "Who are you?" Mei grins. "I'm Hatsum Mei, future leader of Hatsum Industries." She doesn't even have any food with her. Izuku sighs before letting Ace out of the origin ball. "Ace, please go get her some rice or something." As Ace floats away, Izuku turns to his friends. "This is Mei from the support course, she's the one who made my Pokeballs for me." Mei nods, adjusting on of the gears on her machine. Yep, I love to make my babies, and Ballboy here gave me quite the challenge with his. Tokage grins. Oh? Already making babies with someone, are you? Izuku's face turns red as he sputters. As she calls her inventions her babies, nothing like that is happening. He groans as everyone laughs. Toga giggles, leaning back. Yeah, we all know you're still a virgin, Zuku. She sips from her blood bag before putting some of it on her soba, mixing it in with the noodles. Ace returns, carrying a bowl of rice with psychic energy before dropping it next to Mei. When she doesn't notice it, Izuku sighs, and picks up her invention, some type of gun. You're going to eat before you work yourself into starvation. Mei reached up, trying to grab it. My baby. Izuku holds it away from her. Nope, since you're sitting here, you're my friend now. And I don't let my friends starve. She pouts, but she does start to eat the rice. Your lucky lunch rush is a good cook. Her hands are still covered in soot and grease, but progress is progress. Tokoyami looks at her. She seems like she has lost to madness at first glance, but she may just be entranced with her craft. Dark Shadow comes out, taking a bite of the food Tokoyami is hiding in his lunchbox. Fumi, you could just say she's autistic instead of going all Shakespeare on us. Shinso shrugs. I mean, she wouldn't be the first autistic person in this friend group. Mina nods, pushing her empty bowl aside. Yeah, definitely. She starts tapping her fork on her bowl rhythmically. Nope. Monoma yanks the fork away. I'm not handling that sound grating on my ears as I attempt to eat. Mei looks up from her bowl at them. The sound of metal on metal is actually pretty calming to me. I've fallen asleep to the sound of it a couple of times. Izuku chuckles as the others start yelling about how the hell that works. It seems Mei is already fitting in with the chaos. Then heroics training comes. All Might stands in front of the class while Aizawa is seemingly asleep in his sleeping bag. Because of everything that happened at the USJ, you all missed out on rescue training. While we aren't taking you back there to avoid triggering trauma, we will still take you for another form of rescue training. Aizawa opens one eye to stare at the class. Speaking of trauma, you all will have mandatory sessions with Hound Dog, our school counselor. All Might jumps up, landing on the podium, crouches down. You startled me, young Aizawa. He carefully gets down off of the podium, blushing a bit as the class can't help but laugh. Then have more situational awareness. Aizawa closed his eye again. All Might sighs. Well then, follow me to Ground Gamma. Make sure to get dressed in your hero outfits. They all rush out of the room, grabbing their costume cases. Once they get to the locker room, Izuku decides to change in the bathroom instead. Being around so many people while undressing feels like a recipe for disaster with his past and his quirk. Him being a disaster by also doesn't help, so bathroom instead. When he glances into the mirror, he sees something odd. Normally, he's used to seeing his eyes colored the same dark shade of green as his hair. But they aren't. His eyes shine a vibrant rainbow color, all the colors in his eyes swirling around as he looks at them. Huh, that's weird. Izuku puts on his outfit. The only change is that he replaced the one massive pokeball with spots for all his pokeballs to latch onto, along with pouches for supplies. It's functional enough, at least. He heads for Ground Gamma once he's dressed. All Might is standing there, Kavacha beside him. Now that you're all here, I can explain the assignment. There are a total of 30 ectoplasm clones hidden throughout the area. You must find and rescue as many of them as you can in 10 minutes. But you must do this while avoiding Kavacha here. Zero leans forward. What could that cute little guy do? He yelps as a kick to his stomach makes him fall over. As you can see, Kavacha is strong despite his size. All Might puts Kavacha in the Ultra Ball, tossing it far out into Ground Gamma. Now she'll be roaming out there trying to find you all. Good luck. An ectoplasm clone walks out, handing him the now empty Ultra Ball before disappearing. Izuku rushes into the area, slapping his hand on the buttons for all his Pokeballs. Ready to help? All his Pokemon come out at once. I'll take Rek, you can take Ace and Chip. Mighty lets Rek climb onto his back, his slimy body wrapping around his torso. Got it. Good luck. Izuku runs off, Ace follows behind him as he climbs up a building. Mighty pulls himself onto a roof. Ready for some parkour, Rek? Yup. Rek grins at him, his teeth already tinted purple for Poison Fang. Perfect. Mighty starts to jump from pipe to pipe. Thankfully, the clones all have auras, though they look more dull than usual auras. It makes his job easier, at least. He spends his time heading to the nearest auras, saving the clones. If one is trapped under rubble, Mighty carefully destroys it while Rek eats any large pieces of it that could hurt them. If they're in a crevice, then Rek goes down to shove them up for Mighty to grab. After they get their fifth clone saved, Mighty manages to spot Kavacha. He's using bulk up over and over again, strengthening himself. Mighty crouches down on a nearby rooftop. Raising attack and defense? But not special defense. He grins. I'm glad I'm naturally a special attacker then. Rek pouts up at him. But I'm not a special attacker. Though I guess with this much defense, special moves will be best. Aw man. There. Mighty pats Rek's head. But if Kavacha is going to set up before fighting, so am I. He uses Calm Mind, focusing his mind on strengthening his special abilities. Mighty clears his mind more and more, until all that's left is power. Mighty opens his eyes, glancing at the timer to see only 4 minutes remaining. It seems that it took longer than expected. He holds his paw up. Let's start this strong. Auras from the entire area getting pulled right to him, gathering into a massive ball above his head. Kavacha, who seems to have just finished dragging his 10th unconscious student to the center, looks up and grins at the challenge. The ball of aura flies through the air, getting pulled together and compressed until it's a singular beam of aura. Endure. Kavacha yells right before he's hit. When the smoke clears, Kavacha is still standing, even though the building he was on has been partially vaporized. You can do better than that. Mighty raises his arms to block, but a blur of movement hits him, sending him flying through the air. He has aerial ace. That's a problem. He starts sprinting through the air, solidifying aura under his paws for platforms. Rek moves around until he's on Mighty's shoulder. I'll use acid spray on him for some super effective damage. Good idea. His chest still stings from the super effective hit, but he keeps running. Kavacha. Fight me. He yells out. Mighty hasn't had many good fights, he wants a challenge. Kavacha stands on a rooftop below them. Are you just trying to distract me from capturing students? It's working, but still. He chops his arms forward, brick break shattering the building he's on and sending a shockwave of air at Mighty. Mighty forms an aura barrier in front of him, blocking the shockwave. Seems we're both a lot stronger with this much set up. But it's still 2-on-1. Rek fires out an acid spray, but Kavacha dodges. Kavacha grins. I always love a challenge. Come at me. Rek makes the understandable decision to hop off and run to safety. Mighty starts to pull even more aura from all of UA to his paw. The two of them dash forward, twirling auras and speedy aerial aces colliding in the center. Izuku ducks as an explosion shakes the entirety of ground gamma. What the hell was that? Ace flies up before immediately going back down as a wall flies above their heads. Chip picks up a shiny screw for the ground, though she still looks at all the rubble getting thrown about worriedly. The exercise has been cancelled, please report to the front gate. Midoriya, head to the center of the area. To collect Mighty. Izuku hears All Might's voice over the speakers. Well, that's not good. Let's go see what happened. He starts to run towards the center of ground gamma. Ace flies beside him, using her psychic abilities to redirect any incoming rubble away from them. Chip runs behind the both of them, trying to keep up with them. The closer he gets to the center, the more destruction he sees. Buildings have been reduced to piles of rubble, pipes have been ripped apart, and there's bits of aura lingering in the air, slowly fading away. When he gets to the center, he sees medical bots picking up Mighty and Kavacha. Both of them are covered in lots of scrapes, cuts, and bruises on their bodies. I may have gone a bit overboard. Both of us did, honestly. Izuku sighs. I'm not even going to question it yet, but you're still going to Recovery Girl. He helps the bots wheel the two of them away. So, what happened? Izuku looks at Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl sighs. Well, they're both healed, first off. As for what happened to them, you're lucky Mighty knows how to write. She points her cane at a screen, showing the X-rays of Mighty and Kavacha before they were healed. Both of them have noticeable cracks running through their bones. Thousands of hairline fractures spread across their bodies. Mighty has the highest concentration of them on his upper paws, while Kavacha has the highest concentration on all of his paws. It seems the two of them powered themselves up so much that their bodies couldn't handle it. Recovery Girl points at a picture of the destruction. As you can see, this was not only dangerous to their bodies, but everything around them. Take this as a lesson for when you get these types of moves. Izuku nods. I see, so there's a reason stat boosting moves have a limit in the games. He pulls out a notebook, quickly writing that down. Mighty and Kavacha come out of the other room, both of them are visibly healed but still moving a bit sluggishly. May I go back to my ball? If I don't, I might trip on the walk to the dorms. Reaching down, Izuku pulls the heavy ball off of his belt. He presses the button on it, opening it up and pulling Mighty into it. Curry walks into the room, getting a pat on the head from Recovery Girl. Good job, dearie. She turns to Izuku. They should just need a bit of rest. Now go, take Kavacha back to Toshinori. Izuku nods, picking up Kavacha. Come on little guy, we're going to Toshinori. It doesn't take him too long to get back to the others. To All Might! The entire class turns to him, even his Pokemon who had waited for him. I think Kavacha needs some time back in his ball to rest. Toshi, no, it's All Might in school. All Might nods, pulling out his Ultra Ball and pressing the button. He did well, but he can rest now. Good job, young Midoriya. Izuku smiles sheepishly. I didn't do much. He walks back with the rest of his class and Pokemon. All Might turns to the class. Despite that unexpected complication, you all did remarkably well. As for your scores? The one who saved the most clones was Ida, but the one who provided the closest to proper protocol was Kuda, which is impressive since I didn't even tell you protocol. Ida accepts the praise easily, while Kuda tries to hide behind Izuku. It doesn't work because of the height difference, but at least he tried. All Might grins at them. You can spar for the rest of Heroics training, Go plus Ultra. Izuku points at Todoroki. Come on, I can help you level up to Yumi. She's still pretty low-leveled. Todoroki nods, walking over to him. I see. Well, I'll take what I can get. Yumi follows behind her a few scrapes on her from slipping on Todoroki's ice. Well then, Izuku crouches down, ace floating around him. Let the training begin. That night, Izuku sits on his bed, scrolling through some of the apps on his phone he didn't notice. One of them seems like a Pokédex. It has a lot of information on every single Pokemon. Stuff like average height and weight, eating habits, hunting tactics, fleeing tactics, how they take care of their young, etc. Since it's from Arceus, the high amount of detail makes sense. A few sections of information are labeled as XPLCT, though. I wonder what that could be. To access it, he had to turn off the app's safe filter first, so he did that. He clicks on one of them, and decides to start reading the Lucario entry in this section. A Lucario's mating cycles start dash. Izuku immediately tossed his phone away. He can feel his face heating up. Nope. I don't need to know about that, I didn't even know they had mating cycles. He groans. That's a problem for later, Izuku. Mighty leans over him. Yeah, I've dealt with a couple of those, but usually I just slept through it. Well, I'm not going to worry about that for now. His phone floats back over to him, now on the home screen instead of the Pokédex. I'm not even going to risk clicking the other XPLCT tabs, I don't want to know what's on them either. That's for the best, honestly. Mighty sits on the bed beside him. I have a suspicion on what they are, and you probably don't want to see them. Izuku nods. Yeah, I'm not going to test them. Ace floats over to him as he opens up YouTube. Rek climbs onto the bed, sitting on Izuku's chest. Finally, Chip hops onto the bed, laying beside Izuku as he sighs. You all are too adorable. He opens up YouTube, ready for a distraction. He decides to watch videos about some new vigilante in Muzutafu. A warper of sorts? That'd be very useful for vigilantism, they could easily escape the police. He can't help but start rambling with his ideas. All for One has lived a long time. Back when he was young, he still played video games, even as society collapsed around him. Pokemon had been one of his favorites. So many interesting creatures to collect, it felt just as fun as collecting quirks. As time went on, he had grown to have a fondness for the evil teams. They had interesting ideas, well except for a few, but those were the exceptions. The one thing he noticed was how so few of them even modified their Pokemon. He wished he could do their schemes, but better, though of course he couldn't put himself inside the games. He had thought of it as just an unattainable fantasy, until the doctor found Izuku Midoriya. Over the years, they managed to gain a total of 24 eggs from him. Thanks to one of them being a Ditto, breeding is easy. Now he just needs to check on the doctor's experiments. One of his quirks lets him possess any creature for about an hour. He uses it to possess a Machoke, using its body to walk over to the doctor. Thankfully he had practiced talking in a Pokemon body. Progress update, Doctor? The doctor turns to him. Hello, Sensei. First off, I found out how to force Mega Evolution in a Pokemon. He tilts his head. Oh? Do tell. Having to form bonds for it is a time waster, after all. I inject them with this. He holds up a vial of liquid. It's a mixture of Trigger, Mew blood, and the blood of Midoriya that we got off of Tamura. He placed the vial back on the table. It essentially creates pure infinity energy, which is enough to force permanent evolution. Very useful for our shadow. All for One nods. Yes, indeed. And how is the work on the Ashen Angel? He walks beside him as they go further into the facility. The doctor sighs, taking a moment to clean his glasses. Well, it has been difficult. Its body seems to be trying to reject the quirks, but I've managed to make some progress. I assumed that one would be more difficult than the charged beast was. He follows the doctor through a long corridor with several complicated locks. And how about the evolution tests? He watches the doctor slowly open all of the different locks. Well, unfortunately it failed. Making them Nomus at their first stage and then evolving them just ended up causing the internal organs to fail. The doctor steps into a room with 3 doors in front of them. All for One gestures towards the door. These are the Mu experiments, correct? It seems their area has been reinforced, that's new. The doctor nods. It's a mixed bag. So far, I only have done it on the 3 starter Pokemon. All of them developed the psychic type and unique mutations. He pulls out a clipboard. All of them have developed aggressive behavior, more than any other Pokemon in this facility. They also have all covered their skulls, seemingly to avoid becoming like the Nomus. All for One feels the eyes on this body widen, something he hasn't felt in years. Well, that's interesting. All for One goes to open the door, but the doctor stops him. Sensei. When I say aggressive behavior, I mean they are berserk. When they all mutated, they slaughtered all my extra champions. Let me show you the pictures. The first picture shows what the grass type did. Corpses of Machamp Nomus litter the ground. The air is filled with sickly green spores, flowers sprouting from the bodies of the creatures. Petals made of psychic energy skewer all of their brains. With the fire type one, he gets a much different scene. Claw markings burn into the flesh of several of the Nomus. Magenta flames fill the room, some forming into clawed hands. The flames grab onto the skulls of the Nomu, leaving some of them with a blackened hole where their brain would be. The water type one is much cleaner. All of the bodies have what looks like bullet holes in the center of their brains, giving quick deaths. Floating in the air are some magenta water bullets, some shaped into blades or barbs. All for One winces at the sight. So they're extremely deadly. Is there any way to control them? The doctor shakes his head, adjusting his glasses. No, not these ones. They can be useful to cause chaos, but for any controllable ones we'll need to adjust the experiment. Any ideas, Sensei? He leans against the wall. I have some ideas, but I'll need to research them first. I'll explain them to you afterwards. Understood, Sensei. What should I do with the berserk ones? The doctor points to the 3 doors and the 3 pictures. All for One grins. Oh, I do have an idea. The other 2 can be saved for later, but let's release the water one into Mizudafu. It should be quite interesting to see. The doctor nods. Understood, Sensei. The next day, Izuku gets called down to Nedzu's office. Ace floats around him as he walks there. She seems to prefer being out of her Pokeball most of the time. He walks into Nedzu's office. The walls are covered in bookshelves, large variations of genres and topics covering the shelves. Hello Midoriya. Would you like some tea? He's already holding a teacup. To his side, there's. Izuku nods. Yes please, Principal Nedzu. He sits down at the table, watching Nedzu pour him some tea. Once he gets handed a teacup, he sips it carefully. Nedzu smiles at him, sipping from his own cup. I'm sure you're interested in why I called you here. Don't worry, you aren't in trouble for anything. This is more about the Pokemon from the USJ. A small bit of draconic smoke leaks out of Izuku's mouth. Oh. He takes a deep breath. What did you do with it? I could tell you. Nedzu pulls out a remote, tapping a button. Or I could show you. Izuku watches as one of the bookshelves opens up, showing a staircase behind it leading deeper into the building. Nedzu starts to walk through, so Izuku gets up and follows him. When they get to the bottom, they enter a hallway. The walls are covered by several cell doors, though they all seem empty. At the end of the hall is the largest cell. The mutilated Machamp sits in the cell, hunched over with closed eyes. Izuku steps forward. Why don't the police have it? Nedzu chuckles. Oh believe me, they wanted it. But I kept it because I wanted you to try to see if you could do anything to it. Simple curiosity. He sips his tea as he opens the door to the cell. Izuku places his hand on the head of the Machamp. And he's brought back into the void, Arceus standing before him. Well, this is not what I expected. Arceus stares down at him. Thou has entered my realm once again. I will examine the creature thee has brought here. The Machamp Nomu appears in front of Arceus, golden light flowing over its body. Interesting. Human DNA has been overlaid on top of the Pokemon DNA. It is inefficient and certainly time-consuming. Izuku looks at the poor creature and how mutilated it is from its original form. Can we do anything to help it or something? There is something I could do. I can revert this Machamp to a Machop, though interestingly it will retain the powers of its adult self. Does thee agree with this? Arceus looks at him. Izuku nods. Yes. That has to be better than being stuck in this form for the rest of eternity, after all. He watches golden light covering the entirety of the Machamp's body, compressing it down before shaping it into the form of a Machop. The light fades, leaving nothing there. Arceus steps forward. Thou can do this as well, though it may prove to be much more difficult. Keep it in mind, for I cannot always come to assist thee. Shining light starts to flow through the air. I understand, Arceus. Izuku feels golden light wrap around his body, shining bright. There's an unconscious Machop sitting in front of him. The only sight of what had happened to him that remains is one scar on the Pokemon's shoulder. Oh, now that was truly unexpected. Nezu gets up from where he was sitting, walking closer with his teacup in hand. Well, it had about a 5% probability of happening in my calculations, but still unexpected. Izuku looks at the Machop. What's going to be done with this Machop? He pulls his hand away from it, though he smiles at its peaceful sleep. Nezu takes a Pokeball from Izuku's pocket, catching Machop with it. I'll keep it for myself, of course. Same with any more of those that you save. Change this into a great ball for me, please. He hands Izuku the Pokeball. Yeah, I think that's for the best. He got a bit startled from Nezu already catching it. Izuku pulls out his phone, using the app to change the Pokeball to a great ball. I mean, you're probably the person here who can relate to them the most. Nezu nods. Of course. Us former experiments stick together, after all. He takes the great ball from Izuku. Though I am quite curious on what Pokemon I would get from you touching me, I'll let that happen naturally. For now, you're free to leave. I have some work to do. Nezu scurries into a nearby vent. Izuku blinks out of surprise before sighing. Of course. Ace giggles beside him as they both start to walk back up the stairs. Mighty sits within his Pokeball. The heavy ball makes the air feel thick, every movement feeling sluggish. He stands on a small patch of grass, seeing a couple of flowers blooming. But that's the only bit of grass. The rest of the area has large metallic spikes jutting out of the ground, slowly shifting around. A creature made of liquid metal jumps out at him, its gaping maw wide open. Mighty slams his fist through its chest, letting out a blast of aura to destroy its body. After its defeat, the grass patch grows slightly. Ugh, that still hurts. His paws haven't healed fully yet, probably because he hasn't gone to sleep. This area feels like both training and a reward. He gets to train against these creatures, along with a visual representation of his progress in the grass. Eventually, he may have a meadow here he can relax in. But it will be a well-earned relaxation. Though at least when he wants to relax here now, he doesn't have to worry about being attacked by some metal beast. Mighty turns his whole body into pure aura, sinking through the ground until he reaches a small cave. Even if I can only do that in this Pokeball, it's still useful here. The cave has a large collection of different blankets and pillows, making essentially a large comfy nest. He lays on it, yawning as he sinks into the pile of fabric. I probably need to sleep anyways. He pulls a blanket over himself as he drifts off to sleep. Izuku lays back on the couch in the common room, idly sketching in his notes. It's about that new vigilante, something about them just feels oddly familiar to him. He hears Toga shouting from the hatchery. Aizawa-sensei's egg is about to hatch, guys. Izuku immediately rushes into the room while the others rush to go get Aizawa. When he looks at the egg, he can see it slowly starting to shake, like it's preparing to hatch. Yeah, you weren't wrong. Ida rushes in, carrying Aizawa over his head. I've got our sensei so he doesn't miss his own egg hatching. The rest of the class runs in behind him, though some of them still can't stop laughing after seeing that. Aizawa sighs. Put me down, Ida. He gets sat down beside the egg. Now that he's closer, the egg speeds up its shaking, slowly starting to crack until it finally breaks. The Pokemon is small and humanoid, looking almost like a chibi. Smoky shadows make up its body, shaping into a helmet-like shape on its head. The helmet has two curled horns along with a wispy horn in between them. There's a bump on the back of both of its wrists. A smoky collar of shadows wraps around its neck, along with a trail of shadows obscuring its own shadow. Izuku blinks as he stares at the Pokemon. You got a Marshadao? That's a mythical Pokemon. Marshadao stares up at Aizawa, walking closer to him. Aizawa sighs before patting its head. I'll name him Stalker. Kaken scoffs. Of course he gets the mythical, mysterious but hobo. He ducks as Aizawa's capture scarf flies over his head. Tokoyami nods approvingly. A creature of the darkness is most fitting for him. Underground heroes hide within the dark shadows, a creature made of them is the best. Stalker climbs up onto Aizawa's shoulders, staring at everyone silently. He feels way too light, guess that's from him being made of shadows. Aizawa stands up, using his crutches. Izuku pulls out a Pokeball, putting it on his phone. Want to catch it? Aizawa nods. Before Izuku can ask what Pokeball, Stalker jumps down, pressing a button with his foot before landing on the ground. The Pokeball turns into a Gigaton ball. Aizawa takes it with one hand. It's heavy, makes sense. He tossed it at Stalker, watching it catch him before firing out a firework instead of making a clicking noise. He picks it up before turning to the rest of the class. All right, bratlings, the show is over. Go back to whatever you were doing. He puts the ball into his pocket before leaving the room. Izuku glances at the others. It's almost dinner time, who wants to fix dinner? Kaken immediately starts blasting off towards the kitchen. That's my kitchen, fuckers. No Kaken, you'll kill half the class with your skis. He runs after Kaken, rock smashing the air behind him for a speed boost. Aizawa's scarf shoots out of nowhere, tripping up both of them. I didn't say to start a race indoors, now did I? When the two of them try to get back up, Stalker appears, staring at them. Izuku blinks. He's both creepy and cool. Kaken pushes himself off the ground. Fucking creepy, that's what he is. Aizawa's scarf knocks him down again. Aizawa sighs. I didn't tell you to badmouth my newly born Pokemon, either. Izuku decides to take the opportunity, getting up and immediately getting into a sprint. He heads straight for the kitchen before leaping over the kitchen counter. I'm cooking now. Damn it, nerd. For most of today, Tamura has been playing games while Monty watched. He had already won his Platinum Nuzlocke, so now he was doing a randomizer Nuzlocke on Ultra Moon. By that he means he's doing his 5th run of it because goddamn, this game can be brutal. After sitting here with so many losses, his legs are feeling a bit stiff. Tamura stands up, holding Monty in his arms. Want to go and train, little buddy? Monty nods in his arms. Toto. He grins, showing his sharp teeth. Tamura heads out of his room, walking over to Kurogyri. Hey, could you make me a portal over to the daycare? Kurogyri sighs. Still not calling the crates their proper name, I see. He's idly cleaning out some of the glasses, one shaped almost like a heart. He makes a portal beside Tamura. My name for it sounds better and less cruel. Tamura shrugs before stepping into the portal. He steps out into a long hallway. The walls are covered in cages of all sizes, some even stacked on top of each other. They were all filled with Pokemon like Charizard, Sobble, Bayleaf, Rockruff, Snubbull, and even Ninjask. At the end of the hall is a locked door, labeled the breeding room. That's where they keep all the Dittos so they can get as many eggs as they want for the species they have. Tamura walks to one of the cages, seeing an Absol. Instead of the normal white coat it should have, its coat is tinted gray with a grainy texture. Hey buddy. Want to do some training instead of sitting in here? Once the Absol nods, Tamura unlocks the cage. He walks to one of the training rooms, sitting Monty down on the ground. The two of them get into fighting positions. Monty rushes forward, spraying out water gun. Absol dodges to the side, slashing at Monty. Monty rolls as he gets hit before springing back up. When Absol charges at him, Monty chomps down on his leg with bite, though Knockoff quickly throws him away. Monty sprays water gun at Absol, making it growl loudly. It slashes with its horn, hitting Monty and tossing him a few feet away. Monty sprints at it, his claws sharp and ready. Absol just slams into him with quick attack before speeding at him again. When Absol runs closer, Monty slides under him. His claws reach up and drag along Absol's underside. Absol roars in pain, his scara turning pure black. That's not normal. Monty used water gun again, spraying it on Absol. Absol starts suddenly coughing, smoke pouring out of its mouth. Tamura steps backwards. Absol doesn't learn any smoke-related moves at all? What the F did the doctor do? Smoke fills up that half of the room, leaving only silhouettes in the smog. A slash from Absol cuts through the smoke, making Monty immediately spray water gun in retaliation. Absol speeds forward with quick attack, using his horn to launch Monty into the air. Monty flips around, spraying water gun from above before seeming to claw into Absol's fur as he lands. Absol roars in pain, smoke getting blown back around him. Its pupils shift from their natural red into a glowing fiery orange. It opens its mouth, a red-hot glow starting to slowly get brighter from inside it. Monty fires water gun straight into Absol's open mouth. Absol chokes, vomiting up wet soot before fainting, collapsing to the ground. Tamura glances at it. Geez, Monty runs over to him, and Tamura pets his head. But he can't pull his eyes away from the fainted Absol. What the hell has the doctor been doing to them? Izuku heads into Mina's room, letting Rek follow along beside him. Her room is of course filled with a lot of hot pink and black items, but she also has lots of poison-type Pokemon merch. She even has a poster of Clara from Sword and a poster of Plumeria from Sun and Moon. Mina waves at him. Heya, Green Bean. Ready to do some gaming? She's sitting in a black bean bag by her TV. Yeah, that sounds nice. He sits down on the hot pink bean bag beside her. Rek hops up into his lap. Still adorable. Rex smiles at him, laying in his lap. The TV screen switches to the home screen of Mina's Nintendo Switch. Mina grabs a custom Pro controller, handing Izuku some Joy-Cons. I was thinking about playing Kirby and the Forgotten Land. What do you think? Izuku nods. Yeah, that game had some amazing reviews. Let's play some of it. Mina starts to play through the beginning section of the game, right up until they unlock multiplayer. Come on now, you get to be Bandana Waddle Dee. Izuku joins in. Alright, let's go through the first level. They enter downtown Grassland. Izuku is already trying to get used to the spear. Eventually, they get to the first boss. Whoa, that's a big monkey. Mina leans forward, only to jump back as Kirby gets grabbed. Sheet dash. The big monkey got you now. Izuku chuckles as she manages to finally escape its grip. Even Rek is laughing. The two of them work together to weave through the attacks, defeating it and moving into the second area. The two of them fight the opponents together, slowly getting better at how to fight in it. After a good while of playing, they get the spring hammer upgrade. Izuku reaches over for the Pro controller. I want to try something out, can I? Mina hands it over. Sure. What is it, green bean? She leans forward. Rek hops over to sit in her lap. It's a glitch I saw, let me just. He does a little trick that he saw in a video, failing a few times, before finally. DMN. Mina snorts as Kirby flies off the screen. Izuku tries moving around. Come on, let me just dash. He tries to land, but all he hears is the damage sound effect, and then Kirby is teleported back on screen. Damn it, I fell into a hitbox. Rek just giggles at the chaos, hopping out of Mina's lap to go back to Izuku, leaning against his leg. The two of them keep on playing. They try to get all the Waddle Dees possible in every level, doing their best to be a completionist, though it's hard when they don't know where to look half the time. They manage to get to the fourth area before they both have to give up and go to bed. Nedzu carries the Great Ball with him as he walks through the halls of his school. I need a way to contain Pokemon that is both humane and something they would enjoy. I don't wish to be a trainer, I want them to be more independent. He opens a locked door, entering another hallway. Machop, your species seems to enjoy mountains and caves. Unfortunately, there isn't a mountain anywhere nearby for you to roam, and I can't make one. Nedzu enters an elevator, pressing a button to send himself down. The elevator starts to go down. Cheery music plays over the loudspeaker until he finally gets to the bottom. Nedzu walks out the door. Luckily, a cave is perfectly within my limits. A large cave sits deep. Underground. Stalactites extend from the ceiling, some stalagmites pointing upwards at them. Crystals gleam on the walls, their light serving as one of the few light sources. There are even pools of water and lava further out. Exactly what I'll need. Won't work for flying types as well, but that's a later problem. He tosses the Great Ball onto the ground. Machop pops out. It glances around for a moment, confused, before grinning. It picks up a boulder, starting to practice lifting it up and down like an Atlas stone. It already seems to be adapting to its environment. Perfect. Now I just need to test a theory. Nedzu pulls out a camera, setting it up. He sets it to detect Quirk-related disturbances, as that seems to work for detecting things like Mighty's aura or Ace's psychic abilities. The camera connects to his tablet as the screen lights up. It shows an odd energy coming off of Machop, sinking into the earth around it along with floating in the air. It's distinctly different from the fighting-type aura energy, this feels much more pure. Ah, I think I have a theory. Nedzu grins. This is life force energy. It's what gave life to inanimate objects like boulders and gears in the Pokemon world. Let me test it. He takes out an empty Pokeball outer shell that he got from Hatsum, holding it in the thickest part of the energy. After a moment of it not working, he pulls out a grenade, dropping it in the shell before shutting it again, waiting a few minutes. It shines brightly for a moment, glowing and morphing before finally settling into the shape of a Voltorb. Perfect! The Voltorb rolls off of his hand, falling onto the ground. Nedzu looks at his tablet again. Voltorb is producing significantly less energy than Machop was. Ah, so perhaps purified Pokemon output significantly more? Interesting. With the amount of it that Voltorb is outputting, that process that only took a few minutes would have taken, approximately 5 years. A Geodude forms from one of the rocks, quickly floating away into another section of the cave. I suppose I shouldn't allow these ones to get caught. This should be a free ecosystem for them to develop. Nedzu smiles, setting up a few cameras to connect to his surveillance system before heading back into the elevator. Muko crawls out of his sleeping bag, stretching. The mineshaft he's in is still pretty empty, all he added was a singular table which has a map laid on it. Having a reference seems to help him control his teleportation. The clothes he was wearing originally got ruined pretty quickly. He just wears a black hoodie he found in the trash along with some dark gray sweatpants. He teleports out of the mineshaft, ending up in an alleyway with the moonlight shining down on him. Ah, it's nighttime already. His stomach growls. I guess I didn't eat anything before my nap. I'll just go and get some food from someone. Muko wanders out into the dark streets of Muzutafu. He doesn't know what it is, but something about this place pulls him in. It feels almost like home, but there's something missing. After a bit of wandering, he comes across a shop. The label above the door says, Tokoyami Family Butcher Shop. He steps forward, teleporting inside. Of course it's closed this late at night, but that's fine. Shelves covered with packaged meat surrounding him. He grabs the largest one he can find, tearing it open. Muko tries to focus on his powers. He pulls heat from the air, flames forming underneath the meat. In a practiced motion, he holds the meat up with psychic energy, gathering all the smoke from the fire into a ball. Once the meat is properly cooked, he grabs it off the fire, tearing into it with his sharpened teeth. He swallows it, forming some water in the air that he sips on to wash it down. The fire can easily be put out using the water ball. He mixes the ash and water in with the ball of smoke, teleporting it away right onto the mean doctor's head. As for how he can do that, he found out that some people he can recognize by DNA signatures with his teleporting. Even the nice guy who gave him his name. I should probably pay them back. I know. Muko pulls out a 10,000 yen note, sitting it on the counter. He looks up at the camera. Hiya. I got the money from some mean criminals, hope you enjoy it. He chuckles before teleporting into the sky above the city, floating in the air to get a good view. Muko can spot a group of people in an alleyway. He flies a bit closer for a better view. A group of guys are cornering one little girl in a dead-end alley. He teleports in front of the little girl. Now, boys. This isn't very nice of ya, now is it? One of the guys steps forward. Don't act like a hero, kid. Get out, and no one else needs to get hurt. He floats down to land on the ground, standing up. Oh, don't worry. I'm not trying to be a hero, that would imply some mercy. He bares his teeth at them in a feral grin. That's it, prick. One guy stretches both his arms out to try and punch him, but psychic energy ties his arms into a knot. Another guy, an octopus mutant, wraps his tentacles around him. Muko leans forward, spitting in the guy's eyes. Motherfucker. Tentacles flail around before a psychic blast knocks the guy to the ground. Muko tries to form his water tentacles, but one of the guys absorbs them immediately. Well, that's not ideal. You're gonna get it now. Vines shoot out of the guy's arms, wrapping around Muko. Before he can attack back, he can feel the vines draining him of his energy. He struggles against the vines. Being a water-type SCKS, Muko tries to pull some heat into his mouth. The guy gets a bit closer, opening his mouth to try and gloat, only for Muko to spit an ember right into his throat. The vines slip off of him as the guy chokes on fire. While all of them are distracted, a strong psychic blast knocks them all to their feet. I was going to have some more fun, but you all need to go to timeout. He snaps his fingers, teleporting them into the Muzutafu police station. Muko turns to the little girl, crouching down. Hey, are you alright? She shakes her head. Thank you, mister, but I want to go home. She sniffs, wiping some tears off of her face. He nods. I get that, I do. He places his hand on her head, carefully focusing on the notion of home. Within seconds, she's teleported away to her home. Well, that was eventful. He stands up, stretching. First crime of the day, already a bit roughed up. That won't stop me though, I'll keep on dash. Crack. Muko watches something fly past him, slamming into the stone wall, cracking it before splashing it with liquid. He slowly turns his head, only to see a pink eye staring at him from the other end of the alleyway, glowing liquid illuminating the humanoid lizard it belonged to. Muko takes a moment to stare at the creature. Its body is mostly shades of blue, appearing like a thin, humanoid lizard. Psychic water covers the space between its eyes. The head crest going down to his back is made of flowing psychic water too. Its tail starts off like a normal lizard tail, but by the end, it changes to look like Muko's. He steps back. This thing feels similar to him, but it isn't the thing he's been missing. What? Who are you? The creature steps forward, both of its eyes still locked on him. Intelion. It points a finger at him and mumbles under its breath, psychic water forming around it. Muko teleports into the air, looking down to see a water bullet slam into the brick hard enough to leave a hole. So don't get shot, got it. He tries to teleport away again, but psychic energy grips him as soon as he tries. He starts to fall out of the air once it lets go, having to force himself to start floating. He tries to form tentacles of water, but they're quickly absorbed by Intelion. Well then. Bye-bye. He falls onto a rooftop, running along it on all fours. Footsteps quickly follow behind him. Intelli. Muko has to leap to the side to dodge a bullet, only to see it start to turn and follow him. Muko keeps running, zigzagging to dodge all the bullets, but he can feel them all gathering together behind him. He's not stupid enough to try teleporting again though. He runs to the edge of a rooftop, about to jump, before rolling down into the alley below. He looks up, watching a massive water bullet crash into the edge of the next rooftop, leaving a gaping hole. Not waiting to see what happens next, he sprints into the street. Intelion is already approaching, firing several bullets of pink water. Muko sends out a wave of psychic energy, the two attacks canceling each other out and making the water splash on the ground. Muko grins before sprinting closer. Now you're gonna get it. He rears his claws back, ready to strike. Sucker punch. Intelion fist slams into his gut, throwing Muko backwards. He bites back a scream, digging his claws into the concrete to slow himself down. When he looks at Intelion, he sees black energy slowly fading off of the fist that hit him. Water bullets fly at him again, but a psychic scream dispels them. He tries to fire the water bullets back at Intelion, but the DMN lizard just copies him with a psychic scream to stop them. Muko crouches down, mumbling to himself. Okay, so clearly it's pretty similar to me. Then I'll copy it, too. He holds out his fist, trying to focus on the energy Intelion had used. His mind fills with thoughts of hatred and the night sky, shadows gathering around his fist. When he looks up, he can't see Intelion. Well, shit. A loud gunshot echoes through the air, the force of the bullet knocking him to the ground. Looking down at his chest, he can see a bullet hole straight through his stomach. It just feels numb and wet, the pain still masked by adrenaline. Intelion tries running at him, but Muko squeezes his fist tight. Dark pulse erupts from his fist, throwing Intelion away. I didn't know I could do that, GH. He topples over, searing pain shooting through his chest. With each breath, white-hot pain burns through his veins. DDMN it. He watches his insides slowly mend themselves, tissues growing and reconnecting with each other. Muko forces himself into the air, hissing as a stab of pain in his gut almost makes him fall. He spots Intelion sprinting towards him, trying to snipe him out of the sky. Gotta get out, he flies through the air, even as pain burns through his veins. Izuku groans as something pushes against him. Sitting up and looking at his clock, he can see that it's 3 a.m. Ace floats in front of him. What is it? She floats his phone over to him, her ears held back. He turns it on, and it immediately switches to the news app. News stories talk about an unidentified killing spree in Muzutafu, precise bullet holes right through the brain. The closest thing to a calling card is that there's always a puddle of pink water nearby. I see that, but why would that worry you? His phone suddenly starts to glitch out, scrolling even deeper into the obscure sections of the news. A blurry video pops up on his screen. It shows the new vigilante called Hybrid flying through the air, blood pouring from his stomach as bullets of pink water fly past him. All he can see of the attacker is two glowing pink pupils in the distance. They emanate such a feeling of familiar wrongness that Izuku has to hold himself back from gagging. The video cuts off, the feeling fading immediately. Okay, that felt wrong. Is that what's worrying you? Ace nods, floating into his lap. Izuku gently pets her head, rubbing behind her ears. It's all right, we're here in the dorms. We're safe from whatever that is. He can feel a slight mental tug towards the balcony, but he ignores it. Let's go back to bed, yeah? Ace rubs her head into his hand as he lays down, sitting his phone back on his side table. The two of them slowly drift back to sleep. Muko feels his wound finally patch itself up fully. Blood still drips from spots where bullets grazed him, but those aren't life-threatening right now. As he flies, he pulls all psychic energy he can straight to his core. When his own isn't enough, he even drains it out of the bullets, though it feels like trying to yank a brick out of a wall. The moment he has enough of it, he lands on a roof. Intelion stops on the roof of another building, trying to aim at him. It fires a water bullet. Only for the bullet to immediately get dragged down into the alley below. Water from the sewer pools down there before rising upwards, forming a massive water tentacle. Now you're gonna get it. Muko makes the tentacle wrap around Intelion, slamming it into the ground below. He reels his arm back and the tentacle follows, charging it with all his energy. As soon as he throws his arm forward, Intelion is launched into the air, soaring far away through the sky. The water tentacle quickly collapses without the psychic energy to hold it up. He falls back onto the roof. Phew. That was draining. At least I learned something, though. Dark energy floats in front of him. I can control more than just what I've used so far. I wonder if I can control anything else? I mean, I've made fire before, but even that felt weird. He makes a pale flame using the energy in the air, holding it on his fingertip. That's cool. He can even use it to create a breeze, trying to grow the flame. A water bullet snuffs out the flame in an instant. Muko looks where it came from. Intelion stands in the air, on top of a spire of flowing water. I'm not done with you yet. He rolls to the side right as a massive bullet comes for him, getting knocked further away by the shockwave. The building begins to collapse, forcing him to leap over to the next rooftop. When he looks back, he can see the waterlogged rubble, along with a crater in the center of it all, filled with water. Sheet. Muko takes off into the air. He can see a few heroes trying to attack Intelion, like Death Arms and Kamui Woods, 2 heroes he has fought like 3 times already. Within a moment, the 2 heroes are washed away by a massive wave, dragging them into the sewers, Intelion looking down at them. It's distracted. He takes the opportunity to teleport away to anywhere he can. Muko ends up in the lab he was stuck in before, with all of the different creatures. He can feel psychic energy trying to yank him away, but it isn't strong enough yet. He uses his psychic powers, connecting to the minds of all of the creatures for anything useful. Come on, come on. The information flows into his brain quickly. Types, type advantages, and the fact that focusing energy into moves allows for more efficient use of power. Still not enough. He runs over to a table. Psychic energy almost pulls him away, but a blast of his energy buys him some more time. He picks up a book. Please be useful. He flips to a random page. Z moves come from the 7th generation of games. They're relatively simple, just take a type and use it in the strongest way possible. They can only be accessible with Z crystals, most likely because they provide the extra power needed. I have a theory that the crystals could be made by condensing the energy of a certain type, but unfortunately, none of the experiments have the firepower to let us even consider it yet. Well, it's better than nothing. Before he can even put the book back, he's forcefully teleported away. He barely dodges a water bullet from Intelion. Sheet. The book gets teleported back to his base out of instinct before he rolls out of the path of another bullet. Intelion glares down at him, baring its unnatural teeth. None of my prey have escaped me, you won't be the first. Hydro pump. Water from below collects in front of Intelion, forming a massive cannon. Muko looks up at it. Why can't this be any easier? He prepares to run, but then he can feel something. People in the houses around him, their terror so thick in the air that he could choke on it. Damn it. I can't just leave this many people to die. As a gigantic beam of water comes down from the sky, he feels a move come to mind out of instinct, and energy coming along with it. Protect. He takes that normal energy, the energy that permeates everything, and uses it. Hexagonal panels appear in the air, forming a shield in the air, curved upwards. Please let this work. Hydro pump crashes into the shield, the sheer force shoving Muko into the concrete. Ack. The shield still stays up, the water getting forced back where it came by the shape of the shield. He can't help but grin as Intelion gets knocked off his tower by its own attack. Once the shield breaks, enough water is left that he can just absorb it into his skin. Muko climbs out of the hole in the concrete, feeling his bones groan with protest. Now I just need to conserve power to make a crystal. When a water bullet the size of his arm shoots past him, he yanks the psychic energy out of it, turning it into raw energy that barely fills him. Oh boy, this'll take a while. Shoyuta swings from building to building. Why is it always on the worst days? He had already broken a coffee cup, he didn't need a destructive villain along with it. Of course, all this had to happen on his first patrol after getting his cast off, too. It seems to be just his luck at this point. When he gets on the tallest rooftop he can, he looks down. Of course he's here. Hybrid, the new vigilante, stands on a rooftop, barely dodging a lot of bullets. When he looks closer, he can see that they're made of pink water. That explains the puddles. The source of the bullets seems to be someone with a lizard mutation of sorts, a spire of water lifting them into the sky. Rubble litters the streets, and several abandoned buildings have been destroyed by bullets. I should be able to turn off their water manipulation. He glares at the villain, turning on his quirk. But it doesn't work. For some reason, his quirk just doesn't affect them. The hell? Hybrid looks up at him. Oh, Hobo Hero. Perfect. He dodges a bullet, draining some pink energy from it. This thing isn't human, so your glare doesn't exactly work. You gotta evacuate the civilians though, I can't do that. What do you mean by that? Is this a quirk creature or something? After dodging another bullet, Hybrid shrugs. I don't know, I just know that they're called Pokemon. Shoyuta almost stumbles from that, but instead, he heads to the edge of the roof. The civilians are more important right now, but you better explain this later. He gets a nod from Hybrid before he jumps off the roof, swinging down to try and help all the civilians. Muko dodges another liquid bullet, pulling the last bit of energy he needs from it. Now this better work. He rolls off the edge of the roof, landing in an alley. I just need a moment. His hands crackle, arcs of electricity between his fingers. Even as bullets slam into the building, he still claps his hands together, pouring all the power he can into it. When he pulls his hands away, he's left with a jagged, misshapen crystal. It isn't nearly the same shape as the book's illustrations, but it still has the same yellow color and the lighting mark. A bullet slams into his hand, tearing through some of his fingers. F-. He nearly drops the crystal, but some psychic energy pulls it back into his good hand. The pain isn't very strong yet, adrenaline still coursing through his veins, which he absolutely plans to take advantage of. Muko teleports high into the air, grinning down at Intelion. I'm not just gonna escape you. I'm gonna end you too. He grips the crystal, feeling himself start to change. You're too similar to me with your powers, copycat. I'll show ya. Feral rage emanates from Intelion, all calculated planning thrown out in favor of unfiltered hatred. It bares its now cracked teeth. As water forms into a massive cannon in front of Intelion, Muko starts to transform. A layer of pink fur grows over his flesh, crackling with electricity. His remaining fingers shift into sharp, metallic claws, the same claws growing out of the stumps of his missing fingers. Hydro pump. Once the cannon starts to fire, he strikes. Gigavolt havoc. An aura of electricity surrounds him before he rears his fists back, shaping the aura into a massive arrowhead. He slams his fists forward, an arrow of electricity shooting forward and tearing through the hydro pump. The arrow crashes into Intelion. The screams quickly are covered up by a crackling explosion of electricity. The electricity arcs through all the water it can, filling his vision with a bright glow until he covers his eyes with his arms. As the crackling of electricity fades away, so does his transformation. Muko uncovers his eyes. Is it finally over? He looks down. Water slowly drains out of the streets, the pink color fading from it. He floats over to a pile of nearby rubble. There lies Intelion's body, the psychic water over its brain and making up its crest having completely faded by now. The hobo hero climbs up, crouching down by the body. No pulse. Did you have to kill him? He nods. Yeah, I couldn't see any other way. Glancing down, the bones on his fingers are fully formed. Now the muscles are slowly wrapping themselves around the bones, giving him some slight movement in them. It was a bit too berserk for me to detain. A sigh comes from the man. I figured. You're coming with me to the station to explain this. He reaches towards him. Muko shakes his head, floating into the air. Nah, I think I need some rest. Bye. Before the man can protest, he teleports back to his base. The cheery facade drops off of him in seconds, leaving him to collapse onto his bed. That transformation made him feel almost feral. But it also seemed to keep his own attack from shocking him. All of the electricity went straight into Intelion and its water. He's never faced an enemy like that. Sure, there have been some tough battles, but here, he couldn't even count how many times he was close to death. That entire fight probably destroyed several city blocks, and he's usually pretty good at not causing collateral damage. Looking in his good hand, he can see that the crystal had shattered from the attack, leaving charged fragments. Of course. His entire body feels like a dead battery, so much of his power having to be put solely into that one fight. He lies on his bed. Time to sleep? Huh? He can feel something pressing against his back. Picking it up, he can see the book from before. I guess I could read some. He opens it up and starts reading. All for One possesses another Pokemon. This time he goes into a haunter before floating over to the doctor. You mentioned there was an update on the Psycho Sniper? The doctor nods, pointing at a screen. It managed to get 15 kills before encountering the escaped experiment, though interestingly the hybrid overpowered it. Watch the footage, Sensei, it's quite curious. Alright, this should be interesting. He sits through, watching all of it and mentally taking notes. That book hybrid has for a moment, that looked like your copy of my research. Once he looks closer, the doctor's eyes widen. Yes, you're correct. That could be a problem in the future. All for One grins. Well, at least we proved a theory. It seems the Pokemon with Gigantamax forms know the benefit of those forms, and may try any way to replicate them, like with that water spire. When hybrid creates a Z-crystal, All for One's grin sharpens. I knew it was possible. Now I just need to find or create something strong enough to actually form them. Though the crystal doesn't look refined, the rush of battle most likely didn't allow for any careful creation. The doctor turns to him. Well, I think we gathered a marvelous amount of data from the test. All for One nods, floating towards the screen. I suppose I should have Kurogyri pick up the remains, they can be repurposed. How are the other experiments? He looks back to the doctor. Ah, it's a mixed bag. He pulls out a clipboard. The Ashen Angel should be finished soon. Inducing Mega Evolution helped to merge the quirks into it naturally. Toxic Awaken got a wound from training, but it survived. Finally, the Canis pack is coming along well. He sits the clipboard on a table. He has to ignore some distant screams from the unfinished Nomu. Well, that's good news. For now, I suppose I should head back to my body. All for One disconnects from the Haunter, going right back into his body and feeling all the pain again. The tightness in his chest, full body aches, and the constant migraine. He wishes he could stay in a Pokemon all day, but unfortunately he can't be out of his body for over 30 minutes. If he stays out longer, his weakened body may just die on him. Though at least he has Tamura for a good new body. And if that doesn't work, he has a backup plan. It isn't a secret that All Might obtained a Kubfu, which means that their little Pokemon factory has developed the ability to create legendaries. Most likely through One for All. I know he couldn't before, and I had tried my damnedest. Most legendaries could be useful for healing him. But for that, he just needs to get his hands on the boy again. After all, I'm quite curious about what monster would come from my quirk. Terrestrialization allows for Pokemon to temporarily change their typing, also covering themselves in a layer of crystal. This can only be done with Terra Orbs, which most likely contain crystals from Area 0. Unfortunately, the only way to get this in our world would be to have a Terrapagos, the source of this phenomenon. Pure type energy doesn't seem like it would be enough, as Terrapagos' reality warping abilities seem to be what creates these crystals, so they most likely have more than just type energy. Tamura pats Monty's head. Want a snack, buddy? He holds out a fish, raw since that's how Monty likes them. Toto. Monty reaches up towards the fish, opening his jaw to show his sharpened teeth, chomping at the air. He drops the fish into Monty's arms. Monty quickly starts to tear into it, shredding all the meat off the bones. Tamura rubs his bandaged hand as he sits down. He had to learn the hard way not to get his hands too close. When Monty was eating. After eating it, Monty brings the bones over to his pile of them. He grabs them, trying to shape them to form some time of art. Both cute and badass. Tamura sighs. I'm bored. I would play the new fighting game, but it's just all heroes again. He grimaces, remembering the last time he played one of those. All Might had been so overpowered that it genuinely set him off enough for him to disintegrate the disc. Welp, time to do some more retro gaming. He turns on his PC, loading up Pokemon Multiverse. This was a fan-made project made just a couple of years before Quirks. The game basically just fused all of the games together into one massive online world. It allowed for online multiplayer, which is where he found his main group to play with. It also has a built-in voice modifier so people can sound more like their characters. Tamura loads into the game, starting off in Paldea. His gamertag is Dusty, simple and to the point. Next, Bolt loads in. Hey, Dusty. Ready to try and go for the gauntlet again? As his gamertag suggests, Bolt really likes electric types, though he'll also use some fairy types. Ugh, don't remind me. The gauntlet made them fight every legendary in a row, with no healing allowed. Even with 3 people, it was difficult. Plus, you still need to EV train your DMN Hatterene. Bolt groans. Ugh, but that's so annoying. I don't have the money to buy the items for it, so I just have to grind against random Pokemon for it. Tamura rolls his eyes, heading to the Pokemon Center. Dumbass, you can just grind money with the Academy Ace tournament, then you have everything you need. He takes his fall swipe Galade out of the box before healing his team. Pokemite loads into the game, walking over to them. I think we might be able to beat the gauntlet this time, or at least get halfway through it. He's mainly a ghost-type trainer, though he also uses grass types. I still haven't figured out what the reward at the end is though. I think we should wait for Bolt to finish his grinding, no use going into it weaker. Tamura opens up the map, flying over to Sinnoh, starting to walk through it. He can see Pokemite flying above, riding on the back of his Giratina. Fair enough. I already have all my Pokemon's EVs fully dealt with. Bolt goes over to them just to throw a smoke ball at Pokemite. No duh, you have like 99% of the game completed already. Immediately after, Bolt gets run into by a Luxray, getting pulled into a battle. Sheet, I only have a Watrel in my team. Pokemite just flies out of the smoke. He lands on the ground, heading towards Bolt. I don't have that much done, only like 68%? Yeah, I think that's about it. Tamura rolls his eyes. You realize that I only have like 45% done, and Bolt only has 25%? He turns his character to look at Bolt. Speaking of that, you'd probably have a lot more done without the Galvantula on your team. Hey, he may not be the strongest, but he was my first shiny, how could I not love him, DMN it. Bolt ends up getting defeated, getting sent all the way back to Paldea. Monty hops up into his lap, watching the game with him. I'm gonna go shiny hunt, something to do while waiting. Bolt sighs. Fine, I'll go do the Ace tournament thingy. He can hear the video Bolt is playing in the background, he always has some type of video playing. A moment later, Pokemite appears next to him. Want to do a bit of a race? The two of them go up to Spear Pillar, looking at the crack in reality up there, leading to Spear Pillar. The main difference is that the paint still covers the marble pillars. Tamura grins. Oh, absolutely. He sprints through the crack into Legends Arceus. Izuku groans as he leans back. He got lucky, he got 5 shines, while I only got 2. He may be good at completing the game, but his shiny luck is abysmal. It didn't help that Dusty also decided to hunt in the Obsidian Fieldlands, which was much easier, while he wanted the challenge of the Coronet Highlands. Not gonna be so cocky next time. He logs off of his Pokemite account, standing up and stretching. Ace floats around him, landing in his hair. You really like staying up there, huh? He chuckles. Adorable. He can feel her working through some of the knots in his hair. Chip runs over to him, a toy gold coin in her mouth. I didn't even buy you that, yeah, I'm not gonna question how you got it. He just hopes it wasn't stolen from anyone. She tosses the coin into the air, only for it to be grabbed by Ace's psychic energy, held up in the air. Chip pouts, jumping up to try to grab it, only to come short each time. When Ace finally drops it, Chip leaps for it, only to miss completely, and for the coin to fall right on top of Rek instead. Rek giggles, grabbing the coin and staring at it. Chip pushes herself off the ground and walks over. She growls slightly before yanking the coin away. Mighty walks over to him, chuckling at the chaos of the others. I can feel some auras from the eggs in the hatchery. That usually happens a bit before they hatch. Izuku blinks. Wait, what? As soon as he processes the words, he opens up his door, sprinting down the stairs. 2 sets of footsteps follow him, though when he looks back he sees Rek riding on Mighty's leg. Some people are talking in the common room, but he rushes past them, looking into the hatchery. 3 eggs are shaking. The cloudy egg, sitting in a bird's nest, the black egg, wrapped in blankets, and the nebula egg floating in the center of the room. It only takes a moment for 2 of them to hatch, light glowing from the cracks. A light blue Pokemon hatches from the cloudy egg. It has a head but no body, the small talons coming off the bottom of its head. 2 long feathers come off its head, there's beak on its face and cloudy wings allowing it flight. It's a Swablu. From the black egg, a Ghastly hatches. It still has the black core body, but instead of the pure purple smog, the smog surrounding it has a mixture of dense dark purple and misty light blue, giving it a surprisingly unique look. As for the final, floating egg, it takes an extra moment to hatch, shining with glowing, colorful light as it does. Like Ghastly, this Pokemon has a mostly gaseous body, this one having it from violet to light blue gas. 2 wispy sections of gas come off the top of its head, serving as arms. Gold half-circlets are on the top and bottom half of its body, adding an extra color onto it. It has a simple, adorable face, with 2 blue cheeks. It's a Cosmog. The 3 of them all try to rush at him, though Swablu gets distracted when he sees the egg fragments on all of them. A flap of his wings throws them off him, but he quickly flies over to the others, using his wings to clean the fragments off them. Ghastly floats over to him. Izuku leans forward, smiling. You're adorable, ah. Smog gets blown in his face. Izuku stumbles back, coughing as the bitter taste sticks to his tongue. When he stands up, Ghastly is just cackling at him. Yeah, I get it. He turns to Cosmog, seeing it just curiously staring up at him. Mighty steps forward. I think you should go ahead and name them. He puts his paw on Ghastly's head, gently petting her. She leans into the touch, smiling. Izuku looks at the Swablu. You'll be? Nimbus. Nimbus flies up onto his shoulder, perching himself there. He turns to Ghastly, letting her float closer to him. I'm calling you Ecto, you little prankster. Ecto grins at him, flying around him before settling down and floating by Rek. Finally, Izuku picks up Cosmog, feeling how light he is. I mean I have to call you Nebby, after Lily's Cosmog. Though you won't have to stay in a bag as much, heh. Nebby smiles before looking around the room curiously. Now I just need some Pokeballs for them, oh. He turns to leave, only to see Ace, floating 3 Pokeballs in the air. Izuku smiles, petting Ace's head and getting a purr in response. Thanks, Ace. He takes them, using his phone to change all of them. Be prepared, guys. He taps a jet ball onto Nimbus' head, though he has to move his fingers off the top of the ball so the resulting firework doesn't blow up his hand. As soon as he holds out the dusk ball, Ecto flies over and headbutts it, getting caught. The last one is a beast ball, which Nebby touches with one of his wispy arms, tapping the button on the ball and getting pulled in. The 3 Pokeballs get grabbed by psychic energy, floating up in the air. Izuku smiles, holding his phone. I guess I should tell the others. He starts to text as he walks over to his room, his Pokemon going ahead of him. Pokemite, the 3 eggs from the USJ hatched. I got Nimbus the Swablu, Ecto the Ghastly, and Nebby the Cosmic. Baby Eraser, of course you named it Nebby. Mirror Image, are we going to gloss over the fact that he got another legendary? Peekaboo, technically Mew is a mythical, not a legendary, so he's only gotten 1 legendary. Mirror Image, oh shut up, legendary is just an umbrella term that includes mythicals and ultra beasts too. Crimson Cat, nope, both of you shush before you start arguing. Apex Predator, we don't need another hour-long argument about Pokemon semantics. Together and apart, screw arguments, we need to see pictures of the new Pokemon. Pokemite, well give me a moment, I'm almost at my dorm room. Alien Queen, I'm impatient, I'm gonna see them myself. Pokemite, wait, what do you mean by that? When he gets close to his dorm room, he can hear footsteps behind him. Izuku turns around, only to be met with Mina tackling him. He gets knocked to the ground, melons in his face as Mina pins him down. Gotcha. She looks at his red face, blushing some herself before grinning. What, flustered by my boobies? Izuku starts to sputter. Wait, hold on dash. She snickers at his sputtering, standing up. I'm just teasing ya. So, show me the cute Pokemon. Her crop top shows off more skin, so he quickly looks away. He stands up, turning towards his door as the heat fades from his face. Let me get in my room first. Izuku opens his door. He can see Chip's great ball rolling into her hoard, so his Pokemon probably went in their ball to rest. The 3 new Pokeballs sit on his bed. He picks up the 3 of them, tossing them out as light shines out of it, shaping into the 3 Pokemon. Ecto floats over to Mina, sticking her tongue out. Nebby blinks for a second before moving over to sit at Mina's feet, looking up at her. Meanwhile, Nimbus flies over, cleaning some crumbs off of Mina's shirt before starting to dust off the whole room. Mina chuckles. They're adorable. That one is a bit of a neat freak. She points at Nimbus, who's dusting off Rex's gift shelf. Izuku nods, sitting down on his bed as Nimbus flies over to perch on his head. Yeah, I think Nimbus is just like that normally. Nebby sits down in his lap, glancing at Mina curiously. Ecto floats around Mina, making her tilt her head. She smells bitter, but I kinda like it. As Ecto sits in her lap, she pulls out her phone. Cheese. Huh? Izuku hears the shutter of her camera app go off. A moment later, his phone gets a notification. Alien Queen, I got a pic of the cuties. Attached image. Izuku pouts at her. Come on, I could have sent a photo myself. She grins at him, pointing at Nimbus. Yeah, but then they wouldn't see you with a Swablu using your hair like his nest. She scratches the back of Ecto's head, getting a ghostly purr-like noise in response. Revelry Corvus, I must admit, they do look cute. Though I wonder why Ecto has such unique smog colors. Eigengrau Corvus, it's so pretty. I like the colors, better than Ghastly's shiny, and more pretty. Anxiety manifested, Nimbus is really cute in his hair like that. Peekaboo, we know you're just saying that because Altaria is one of your favorite Pokemon. Peekaboo, and now he's just sitting in the corner, embarrassed. Contagious laughter, still living up to his username. Also at Pokemite, I am absolutely getting you a bag for Nebby. Pokemite, no you will not, I know you're just doing it for the future joke potential. Contagious laughter, who, me? Shocked. I would never. Together and apart, if Nebby is anything like his in-game version, you're gonna have one curious ball of gas. Crimson Cat, I gotta admit, I'm jealous of you, getting all the cute Pokemon. Mirror Image, our eggs will hatch eventually, and I bet they'll be much better anyways. Baby Eraser, just because you said that, I'm gonna hope that you both get your least favorite Pokemon. Crimson Cat, if I get a Bruxish, I'm going to cut your D off. Soft Apex, no threatening GNTLS or else I'll ask Aizawa to put you specifically through his hell course. Crimson Cat, it probably wouldn't be Thayet bad. Pokemite, I heard some third years talking about how they actually threw up from how difficult it was. Mina chuckles. I remember that, we were walking to the lockers then, I guess she was too busy talking to Tokoyami. Yeah, she was. Izuku nods, reaching up to pet Nimbus. Alien Queen, I heard that too, they also mentioned that they had tried it last month. So they puked from that as third years. Crimson Cat, you know what, for no particular reason I'm taking back my previous threat. Contagious laughter, at least it wasn't what they called, Nedzu's revenge. He had a lot of heroes come try it out, and no one left unscathed. Soft Apex, there's a reason why she now flinches at the sight or smell of honey. Contagious laughter, you didn't have to say that. Izuku can't help the fit of giggles after reading that, falling back onto the bed. We are so gonna use that against her. Mina sits her phone down, chuckling. Oh, absolutely. The 3 Pokemon have gone back to exploring the room. When he looks back at her, he can notice her black and pink skirt. Nice colors on your clothes, Mina. He doesn't usually focus on clothes much, but for some reason he was drawn to them. He can see a tint of purple on her face like a blush, but then she grins at him. Oh, you checking me out, green bean? She leans forward. That's not what I meant and you know it. He pushes her back onto the bed as she laughs at him. She snickers as she sits up. You're just too easy to tease. A knock on glass makes Izuku turn, only to see a disembodied hand knocking on his balcony door. Why is there a... He sighs as realization hits him. Tokage. He gets up, walking over to the balcony and opening the door. He watches different body parts gather together on his balcony, leaving Tokage standing before him. Hey Greenie. Just figured I'd come and see the new Pokemon. Izuku blushes a bit, seeing how she's only wearing an oversized dinosaur t-shirt. Why yeah, come on in. He walks back into his room, sitting on his bed. Tokage walks over to Nebi, gently picking him up. Wow, he really is as light as the games say. It's like holding a feather. Nebi reaches out to her curiously, tapping her nose. She grins, getting a beaming smile from Nebi. Adorable, Izuku can't stop the words from slipping out of his mouth. Nebi tilts his head as Tokage's face turns red. Oh shut up, Greenie. She sends one of her hands at him, forcing him to hop off the bed to dodge. Izuku ends up running around the room being chased by a hand, Mina unhelpfully laughing her butt off. After school, Izuku walks into one of the training gyms with Nimbus nestled in his hair like a nest. He wanted to train and learn some new moves, but someone else is here. Kaminari is shirtless, just wearing some shorts. Izuku's face turns red, but Kaminari's actions make him more worried than flustered. Kaminari paces around the center of the room with a grimace, mumbling to himself and tapping his fingers on his arms. Izuku steps closer. Are you alright? Ah? Kaminari jumps back, sparks arcing on his skin. Oh, it's just you, Midoriya. You startled me. What do you need? His face quickly shifts from a grimace to a goofy grin. Izuku glances at Kaminari's knuckles, blood dripping from them. I just came in here to train, but clearly you need some help. Before he can protest, Izuku reaches out, using soft-boiled in him to heal the wounds. Kaminari wipes the blood off of his hands. Ah, seems like I got a bit too lost in my head while I was training. He can't help but notice how the humor barely covers up the stress in Kaminari's aura. Izuku steps back. Want to spar? I feel like it might be better than the punching bags. Alright, let's go. Kaminari steps back, electricity unsteadily arcing on his skin. His aura fills with focus on stress, maintaining his quirk. Izuku dashes forwards, Dragon Claw letting him slash forward. Kaminari sprints away at an astounding speed, though Izuku notes the new lines of red down his chest. Before he can recover, Izuku dashes forward again, chasing him and leaving slices and scratches on his flesh. Kaminari readies an attack each time, but he hesitates, leaving himself open for the claws to tear into his skin. He doesn't even have to use any other moves, and he's just reminded of something Mighty tried to instill into him over the years. In a battle, you need to be confident. Each strike needs to have intent behind it, every move needs a purpose. You need to plan all of these in seconds and execute them at the perfect opportunities. Hesitation means leaving yourself open means failure. Anxiety may run in your veins, but on the battlefield, you must leave it behind and accept the mindset of a champion. The hesitation in Kaminari's movements is clear as day. With his new speed it seems like he's learned something, but he's scared of it. Afraid to truly commit to it. Izuku growls, feeling draconic energy fill his lungs. As Kaminari hesitates again, Izuku roars, dragon breath knocking his opponent to the ground. The draconic energy makes him feel more primal as he plants his foot on Kaminari's chest, forcing all emotion out of his own aura. Why do you hesitate, Kaminari? He stares down at him blankly. Hesitation is a weakness. You could be a force to be reckoned with if you gave it your all, so tell me, what's the chain holding you back? As the stress in Kaminari's aura reaches a crescendo, Izuku pulls his emotion back, letting it surround his body like a shield. Kaminari's quirk fires off all at once, electricity shooting into the air. Izuku's aura becomes dense enough that the electricity flows along it, not touching Izuku's skin. Once the electricity stops, he absorbs his emotions, emotional whiplash making him stumble for a moment. Whoa, that was weird. Don't do that too often then, got it. He crouches down to check on Kaminari, seeing how he's already short-circuited. When Izuku looks at his chest, however, he notices something. Familiar markings climbing along Kaminari's skin. They're lighter than Izuku's, more temporary, but they're still Lichtenberg scars. A consideration pops up in his mind. I could. It'd be so anxiety-inducing, but I think it's worth it for him. Izuku takes off his own shirt, showing his own scars. After that, he sits beside Kaminari, carefully keeping him from wandering off. Each second he waits, he starts to doubt his idea. Will it even help Kaminari be truthful? Will he just say Izuku looks ugly? Will he try and joke it off? It's a risk Izuku has to take, even as sweat drips from his body. When Kaminari recovers, he looks up at Izuku. You've got a hell of a presence, that scared the shit out of me. He tries to sit up, but his arms still seem a bit weak. Izuku gives a small smile. Yeah, aura control helps with that. Kaminari, he sighs. Does short-circuiting hurt you? A small flicker of stress shows up in Kaminari's aura. I mean, it stings. A little, but nothing too serious. Really though, it felt like you were judging my soul earlier, that was so scary. Listen Kaminari, I'm being serious. After all, I can relate to electricity being painful. He leans forward, enough to where he can see the grimace on Kaminari's face for a moment at those words. Kaminari rolls his eyes as a smile that doesn't quite reach the eyes pops up. Static electricity doesn't count, silly. Everyone says that one, you can't pull that one, me too, heh. It's a bit shocking how much everyone says it. Izuku stands up. I mean it when I say that, Kaminari. He gestures at his chest. Lichtenberg scars cover his skin, the arcs of lighting through his flesh being permanently tattooed onto him with darkened scar tissue, contrasting against his pale, freckled skin. The scars climb up his arms and waist, twisting through his chest and up his neck. From staring into the mirror, he knows a few reach his eyes. While he only wishes to show that off, he also has to show the handprint scar on his chest, a lighter shade of scar tissue, but still a scar nonetheless. Kaminari blinks for a moment before he lets the false smile drop. Yeah, it does hurt. It hurts, more than I like to admit. Izuku nods. Want to talk about it? Not really. Instead, he walks over to him, reaching out a hand as he smiles a smaller but real smile. Electric buddies? Izuku almost stops himself, the fear of touch that's burned into him telling him that Kaminari just wants a free Pokemon. But that genuine smile on his face isn't the one of greed he's come to expect. It's one of joy and friendship. Electric buddies. He shakes his hand. Tears start to well up in the corners of Kaminari's eyes before he wipes them away, stepping back. Wanna continue sparring? His hands start to spark. You know it. Izuku tries to focus on how free he feels without the extra layers weighing him down, each sway of his arms going further. Kaminari begins to spark all over, electricity arcing on his skin. Izuku crouches down, feral excitement running through him. As the fight begins, they move. Izuku walks into the kitchen later in the day. I'm hungry for something. He grabs a bag of popcorn kernels, walking over to grab the stovetop popcorn popper. Kaminari leans over the kitchen counter. Hey, you can use fire fang, right? I wonder if you could pop the popcorn in your mouth with that. Don't be giving him dumb ideas, Piku. Kaken stands at the stove, cooking some curry and adding his skis. When he needs a taste test, he just scoops some up and lets Scorch lick it up. Izuku steps out of the kitchen, walking over to the couch with Kaminari. I mean, I could try. Hagakure leans over the back of the couch. It'd be like a party trick. Like the smoke tricks you see online sometimes. Let's see it. Ida starts chopping his arms. That would be far too reckless, and could possibly be harmful. You couldn't possibly be considering this, Midoriya. He tries to take the bag of popcorn, but gets stopped by Toga. Toga grins. I'm curious too. Plus, he has healing moves, he'll be fine. I mean, I'm curious now, I have to try it. Izuku opens the bag, pulling out a singular kernel and tossing it in his mouth. He uses fire fang, which gives his mouth heat resistance. He takes the flames surrounding his teeth, gently maneuvering them until they cover the roof of his mouth. The heat spreads out through his mouth, heating everything up. When the popcorn finally pops, steam suddenly fills his mouth. Izuku chews the popcorn and swallows it before blowing out the steam. It tasted alright, but it worked. The heat fades from his mouth after a moment. Mina sits down on the couch beside Kaminari. Come on, try doing it with even more. I want to see what'll happen. She's wearing a leopard print spaghetti strap shirt, along with some shorts. Yeah, sounds like it'd be cool to see. Kaminari leans forward, bouncing his leg. He has on a Miraiden t-shirt. Yaoyorozu puts down her cup of tea, sighing. This seems a bit too unsafe, what if something goes wrong? Jairu sits beside her. Relax, let them live a little. She leans on Yaoyorozu's shoulder, making the taller girl blush. I mean, even if something does go wrong, I doubt it could be deadly. We have recovery girl if things get out of hand. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku can see Mina and Hagakure already sneakily taking photos of the cute scene. She sips her tea, her cup hiding her blush. Alright then, I'll let it happen. Sorry for being overbearing about it all. It's alright. Izuku smiles at her. You're just trying to be a good class president, I understand. He picks up the bag of kernels again. Izuku grabs a large handful of kernels, shoving them into his mouth. He repeats the same process as before, though it's easier now. Heat fills his mouth, his lips being parted just slightly. Kernels start to pop, the steam coming out of his mouth instead of building up inside. At first it seems fine, but then even more start to pop. They start to fill up his mouth, opening up his jaw until his mouth gets forced open, popcorn flying out as his classmates screech. While most try to run, Mina and Kaminari instead grab handfuls of it as it lands on them. Wait dash, he coughs out some of the leftover steam. Those have my spit on them, you don't want to eat them. Mina looks at it before shrugging. I've eaten worse. She shoves it into her mouth, even as Izuku screeches, feeling blood rushing to his face. Kaminari does the same, eating a handful of them. I mean it could use some salt and butter, but still just tastes like popcorn. He gives Izuku a goofy grin. Izuku groans, covering his face. I swear with the two of you. Don't swear, there could be kids around. Kaminari chuckles. Izuku just gives him a blank look. We are in UA, I doubt that there are any children here at all. Kaminari chuckles, leaning back onto the couch. You never know, there could be. Oi! Kaken's voice rings out from the kitchen. If you are all done being dumbass, then get ready for dinner, the curry's almost done. When no one moves for a moment, he yells out again. If you idiots don't hurry it up, I'm adding my spkees to the whole pot instead of just my bowl. Everyone rushes to the tables, quickly preparing bowls and silverware. No one wants death by spkees, after all. Izuku wakes up the next morning, yawning as he sits up. When he looks down, he can see an egg in his lap. It's definitely Kaminari's egg, he can feel it. It's covered in thin yellow fur. There's 4 blue patches on it, almost in the shape of eyes. All the fur is spiky, and when he touches it, static electricity shocks his finger. I wonder what this'll be. He picks up the egg, sneaking out of his room to head down to the hatchery. The best place for the egg is a section with blue rock, so he sits it there and wraps it up. When he glances out the window, he can see that it's still dark out, though the sun is rising. Should be enough time to get in a good morning run. Izuku heads out of the hatchery, stepping out the front door. He heads towards the forest, spotting the track that goes around its perimeter. First, he starts off with a simple jog along the track, letting himself feel the nature around him. All the types weave together in everything to make true life, though he can't sense all of them. He only has moves for half the types, after all. That's enough admiring for now. He gets down on all fours, the position feeling almost natural as he starts to sprint. Draconic claws come out, digging into the track and yanking him forward as he speeds up. He dives off the track into the forest, preferring the more natural terrain. He weaves between trees, trying to let his instinct guide him instead of his rational thought. It's difficult, he's relied on his logic for most of his life, trying to abandon it feels like trying to stop thinking, which just makes him think about thinking. Izuku trips on a branch, turning his fall into a roll along the ground. He crashes into a tree, falling back onto the ground. Ugh! When he sits up, he spots someone else here. It's Shiozaki from Class 1B, walking towards something. It's a small shrine, the black frame made of painted wood. The roof of it is filled with dirt, grass and flowers growing out of it to make it fit in more with the environment. The door is made of the same black wood, filled with a stitched white and yellow fabric. It sits on top of a large, flat rock. She turns to him, tilting her head. Are you all right? He nods, standing up and brushing the dirt off his pants. Yeah, just tripped on a branch. He turns to look at the shrine. Shiozaki walks over to the shrine. I built this myself. I come here to make an offering at least once a day. She opens the door, showing that it's full of things like wood carvings, sculptures, and paintings. Izuku stares at all of it. Are those all offerings? Yes, they are. She pulls out a clay figure of Jesus, sitting it with all the others. Money would not assist God, so I provide these instead. They provide more spiritual value. He steps forward, looking at the variety of offerings. Well, I can't say I'm very religious, but even I can respect the dedication this took. He fiddles with his Arceus wheel pendant, hanging from a chain around his neck. Shiozaki glances at the pendant. Do you follow a different god? Her voice isn't judgmental, just curious. Izuku pauses. I don't know. Technically Arceus does exist, but only as the god of another universe where these come from. He gestures at his Pokemon. That is odd. She closes the door of the shrine. I shall not judge though, as long as you do not judge me. He nods, stretching for a moment. Yeah, I won't judge. He gets down on all fours. You probably want to pray, so I'll get back to my run. He starts to sprint off, keeping an eye out for branches this time. Izuku walks up to Aizawa during heroics training. Hey, Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa has Stalker standing right beside him. What do you need, problem child? Stalker watches the class, observing them as they train. Well, I was wondering if I could spar against Stalker? He tilts his head. Aizawa looks at Izuku's belt of Pokeballs. Fine. But you can only use one Pokemon. Izuku reaches down, grabbing the strange ball off his belt. Rek should work for this battle. He walks over to the city where everyone has been practicing. Stalker follows him, staring up at him before running to the other end of the street. Izuku throws out the strange ball, watching the beam of light come out and form into Rek, the ball falling back into his hand afterwards. Ready? Rek nods, Stalker doing the same. Izuku steps back, crouching down slightly. Let's begin. Izuku sprints forward, jumping up as he sees Stalker's shadow extend. He stomps as he lands, using bulldoze to shatter the concrete, knocking Stalker over. He uses Dragon Claw, swiping down as Stalker rolls away. The Marshadao jumps back up, slamming an icy fist into Izuku's chest. Sheet! Izuku stumbles back, looking down to see his torso covered in frost. The cold is already seeping through his hero outfit. Before Stalker can attack again, Rek runs over, Stalker's leg crunching under his teeth. Stalker rears his fist back. He counters, punching Rek off his leg before headbutting him away. Izuku manages to claw at him while he's distracted, quickly jumping to the side to dodge a fire punch. Stalker had overextended, leaving him open. Izuku whirls around, opening his mask and blasting his opponent with Dragon Breath. Disarming voice makes Stalker flinch hard, stumbling back. Before Izuku can try to hit him with a combo, Stalker sinks into his own shadow. Sheet! Izuku tries to sprint away, but Stalker's shadow merges with his own. Draconic claws slash down at his shadow. All it does is leave marks in the concrete, the intangible shadow staying still. Stalker leaps out, a sparking fist slamming into Izuku's jaw. The electricity burns through him, his muscles spasming violently. He just barely regains control of his body before he falls over, having to push himself up off the ground. Rek slides over, opening his mouth wide. Stalker starts to slide along the floor like Mina. Each time Rek tries to bite him, he slides out of the attack. When Rek gets too close, he slams two flaming fists into the ground, creating a miniature explosion to launch him in the air like Bakugo, repeating it to send him back to the ground. Once his muscles work again, Izuku stands up, ignoring the slight twitching. Ground-type energy fills his hands as he dashes forward. Before he can use Sand Tomb, Stalker crouches down like a frog before leaping into the air, dodging the miniature sandstorm. Izuku looks up, seeing shadows getting pulled to Stalker, forming a large scarf. Like Aizawa, he uses them to try and ensnare Izuku. He tries to dodge, but it wraps around both him and Rek. Rek bares his teeth. Grimer. He makes a gurgling roar as his body starts to glow with a colorful light. Even as the shadow scarf tightens, Rek's body gets covered in a colorful glow. He starts to shift and grow into a larger mass. Sharp crystal-like shapes form on his body, and his small arms grow in size. The lights fade, revealing the flowing rainbow of colors in his slime. Mook! Rek slides out of the scarf before grabbing it and yanking. Stalker slams into the ground, the scarf quickly fading. Izuku sprints over, yelling out. Stalker stumbles, Rek taking the chance to engulf him with his body. Alright, that's enough. Aizawa pulls out the Gigaton ball, recalling Stalker. You did good, though you need to be more prepared for unexpected things. He nods. Yeah, I didn't react the best to Stalker getting in my shadow. He turns to Rek. You evolved, congrats. Rek hugs him, Izuku chuckling before hugging him back. Good job, big guy. Kaken walks over. Seems we both got evolutions today, nerd. Scorch walks beside him, but instead of a Torracat, she's an Incineroar. The only difference from a normal Incineroar is that she has BRSTS, but the muscles are still just as large. Nice. Izuku grins, even as he returns Rek back to his Pokeball. He stands up, wiping some rainbow slime off his outfit. The rest of the class gathers around, everyone a bit battered and bruised. Ciro's arms are covered in cuts, dripping blood onto the floor, while Ida has burn marks both in the shapes of bite marks and explosions. Aizawa puts away his Pokeball in his pocket. Alright, that's a good place to stop. He starts to walk back to the school, the class following behind him. In class on Monday, Midnight is teaching class, showing them paintings from pre-Quirk history. While he usually enjoys class, he can't help but be distracted by the auras in the room. Specifically, one aura in particular. Tayumi sits on the floor next to Todoroki, constantly looking up at him, her aura filled with worry. All he knows is that Todoroki went home during the weekend. While he didn't look the most comfortable, he was probably fine. Endeavor is his father, and he's a hero, so it was probably okay. Sure, Contagious Laughter and Soft Apex have a clear hatred for him, but they can also be pretty petty. And sure, Endeavor is a very cold and rude hero, but maybe that's just a persona. Still, he can't help but be worried by Tayumi's aura. He focuses, speaking into Mighty's aura. You noticed Tayumi's worry too, right? Mighty nods. It's worrying. You were asleep, but I felt their auras when they got back to the dorms. Todoroki was exhausted. He's currently leaning against the wall of the class a bit away. That's odd. Wait, what time did he get back? I went to sleep pretty late, so he should have gotten back before. Izuku tilts his head, idly writing down notes. Well, Mighty winces, rubbing the back of his head. Todoroki got back at 7 a.m. He freezes for a moment before turning to Mighty. What? That's an hour and a half before school starts. And they had him exhausted? Geez dash. What the dash, HUH? DMN. Izuku flinches as the class fills with shouting, looking up to see what caused it. Ah. The painting Midnight just showed has NDTY, of course. The noise doesn't stop, so he pulls out his cherished ball, tapping it on his forehead and feeling himself getting pulled into it. He lands on stone, surrounded by a little paradise of his own, the Japanese temple in front of him. He forms the sphere around him, letting him see his class. They're all dead silent now, looking at his seat with confusion. Oh yeah, I didn't tell them I could do this. A quick jump and run sends the ball into the air, landing right in Mighty's paw. He can hear Mighty snicker before tossing the ball, quickly letting him land in his seat once he gets out. Izuku reaches up to grab the ball out of the air. Midnight blinks. Well? Anyways, now that you all are done being immature, back to this stuck art piece. Before Izuku can focus on class, Tayumi sneaks over. Vulpix. Vul. After she walks away, Izuku glances at Mighty, seeing his whole body being tense. When Mighty doesn't say anything, he turns to him. What did she say, Mighty? He puts away his cherished ball in his pocket. Mighty sighs. She said, help him, please. Several days later, Izuku heads out to Gym Gamma with all his Pokeballs. He still has the underlying worry about Todoroki, but he can't do much about it. While he really wants to help, there isn't much he can do yet. Instead, he just waits until he has a chance to help. Once he walks inside the gym, he tosses them all out, letting his whole team run free. Chip immediately runs over to Rek, excitedly clapping her claws together. Rek grins with his crystal teeth. Mighty walks over. Seems like heroic training yesterday went well. Rek seems a lot happier like this. Rek slides up beside him, getting head pats from Mighty's paw. Izuku nods. Yeah, he does. Nebi floats over, waving at Rek. Nimbus just flies over, perching himself on Mighty's head. Ecto chases Ace through the air above them, the both of them giggling as they weave through the air. I'm guessing you want some more moves? Mighty starts stretching. He starts to stretch too, even as Nebi floats around him. Yeah, it's close enough to the sports festival that I need to make sure I can expand my moveset some. Mighty nods, stepping to a more open section of the gym. He barks at the other Pokemon, making them all gather around him to look at Izuku. Well then, let's begin. Izuku walks into the center of the gym. Alright, time to try it out in practice. Kaken leans against the wall. I can't wait to see you get your butt kicked. He had been called in just so Izuku could learn some moves from Scorch. Speaking of Scorch, she stands across from him. While she's trying to put on a tough, uncaring persona, he can feel the excitement in her aura. Even without that, he can see it making her flaming belt burn brighter. Yeah. Izuku stretches, preparing all 9 moves he managed to learn. The both of them crouch down, staring at each other. Kaken sighs. Alright, let's make this quick. Nerd, use all your new moves at least once. Ready? Set. Go. Izuku dodges a flame charge, flipping around with a ghostly tongue coming out his mouth. The long tongue licks Scorch's back, though it doesn't do much. He tries to gather poison around his teeth, only to be met with a throat chop. Ack. He reaches up to his throat, coughing. Izuku just barely ducks under a cross chop, forming a beak out of air and pecking Scorch in the knee. Incineroar. She shouts out, fire fang glowing in her mouth. Izuku can't dodge.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video.